everybody. Welcome to the Serene Stage. My name is Jessica.
And my name is Arttu, and we will be your hosts here for the next 2 days. And I gotta say, it's gonna be a thrilling time.
We're so excited. Throughout the next 2 days, on this stage, we're gonna have panel discussions, fireside chats, and keynotes by some of the best thought leaders in the startup and tech community.
That's right. Here, we're gonna deep dive into founder stories, funding, building products and teams, you name it. Each session will be about 20 minutes long, so a bit longer than you get on the founder stage. And who's gonna be here? Serial founders, operators, CXOs, other experts taking the stage, and we call it the Serene Stage because we want you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this harmonious program we've created for you.
Exactly. And without any further ado, let's kick off the first talk of the Serene Stage. For the past 20 years, Ev Williams has helped shape the modern internet. His work building Blogger, Twitter, and Medium have extended accessibility of information, ideas, and knowledge for billions around the world. While best known for Twitter and Medium, in 2014, he founded early-stage venture capital firm Obvious Ventures, with the belief that purpose-driven companies reimagining big sectors would outperform.
Ev will take the stage with Obvious Ventures Managing Director Andrew Beebe to discuss how he helped create the digitization economy we live in today. So, let's get our first guests out on the stage. Welcome, Ev and Andrew.
It's very serene. I couldn't imagine a more serene environment than this. Seems like people are still strolling in, but don't get too excited because we're on the Serene Stage. Oh, wow.
Wow, now we're on the bright stage.
All right.
So there's a lot we could talk about. We can talk about how to build great companies. We can talk about taking companies public. We could probably talk about how not to take companies private. But instead, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I figure first talk of the day here, we should talk about why we're all here. From my understanding, this is a startup conference. It's my first Slush. Very happy to be here. Good to see you all. And really what I've been thinking about lately is why startups? Why do we choose to do the things we do?
Yeah, anyone building startups here knows that it's crazy, and you built a bunch of them, so that means you're like repeat crazy. So maybe we should, to get to the why, maybe we should go back a little bit to the beginning.
All right.
You're from Nebraska, which is like the Lapland of the United States, or at least it's far away from a lot of other things. How did that shape the why for you?
Yeah, so I grew up in, if you're not familiar, Nebraska is the middle of the United States. I grew up in rural Nebraska, which is even more middle, and I literally grew up in the cornfields on a farm. And so, which I hated at the time, but appreciate now because I was very bored. And I think that boredom, as well as the sense of independence, my dad was a farmer, his dad was a farmer, is really entrepreneurship. It was what do you do when you are infused with a sense of self-responsibility and independence and you're really bored, that's a perfect setting to become a founder, I think.
And I guess you were bored in college because, like a number of other great founders, you dropped out.
Indeed.
And went west. How did you make, I mean, that's a big decision. How did you make that decision, and why did you go where you went?
Well, yeah, so I had never been to California, but I got into computers, and so I grew up without the internet, and I'm old enough to remember those times. And what's amazing now is being here in Europe and in Finland and the incredible representation of startups and countries here is that really Silicon Valley in the early internet days seemed like the only place. And I started an internet company in Nebraska, and before anyone knew what the internet was. So I realized I just felt that draw, like a lot of people, to Silicon Valley at the time.
And so, was there a moment when you knew, I am a founder, I'm doing this, and I'm going to do this for a long time?
I always assumed that I would start companies. I don't know if I use that term, but I remember, and I'm not sure why, I just assumed I was not going to work for people. Specifically remember driving my Hot Wheels around and making a little sign it was my empire. It was EC, my middle name starts with C. EC Industries was like at some age 10 or something. I was just imagined that I was building.
So some kids like to play with trucks. You were just like, I'm going to go build things.
Yeah, I'm going to have an empire. I'm going to have cars and trucks and engineer things.
And did you know then that you were going to try to do things that really mattered, that had a lot of purpose, or did that come later?
No, I think honestly, that was later for me. I think people approach entrepreneurship very differently. For me, I had a desperate need to just succeed at first. And I wanted to create. I'm inherently, I want to create things, and I want to succeed, and I want to create things that are good. But it wasn't like I want to change the world in this particular way. And I think that kind of developed over time, and as I got more opinionated about what kind of change the world needed. But I think like a lot of entrepreneurs, there's just for me, there was a big hunger to prove myself, to get out of the area I was in, and that came first for a long time.
So you knew to prove that competitive nature and drive to succeed, you knew you needed to be in the Bay Area, so you went west.
Yeah.
And just maybe walk us through the founding stories there. What happened next?
Well, I had a job for a short time, but again, I was always assuming I would start my own thing. So I started a company called Blogger. Well, the company wasn't called Blogger. The company was called Pyra. We were doing something else. Blogger was a pivot before we really used that word pivot. It was a side project. And that was really the first thing I did that ever turned into anything. I started that in 1999. And that was really scratching my own itch. Was just one of the big lessons for me over time, because I had this other much more complicated product. It was project management, sort of an enterprise in the cloud thing that, to use today's terminology. And it created Blogger really because I wanted to post to my own website. I had a personal website. I wrote some code to make it easy to publish to the website, and that was an epiphany. And I thought, oh, this is cool. Maybe other people would like this. But my assumption was that it wasn't a business. It wasn't, there wasn't a way to make money from it. But it was fun, and it was scratched my own itch, and the people on my team, there was only 3 of us, liked it, and so we just followed that thread. And for a long time, we thought we needed to pay attention to the thing that had much more of a business case. And then eventually we realized, actually, this simple, fun thing that we did for our own interest is what resonates with people.
Seems like a thread throughout your career, especially the big wins. The more you focus, the more you narrow your focus, the more successful you were.
It's true, but it's focused in a specific way. What I've found is the focus, to me, the compass is always what is the thing that I want to put in the world, mostly because I'm selfish and I want to use it myself. And so where I've misstepped is when I thought, oh, I know a thing that a bunch of other people are going to like, and I think it will work. And that's the motivating factor, rather than, oh, I want this to exist.
Right. So you want it to exist for you and hopefully for others.
Yeah.
And that narrow focus let you make things that mattered. So you sold that company to Google. You were at Google for a little while, and then you decided that you still needed to build independently. What was that decision about, where you went back out there to take all those big risks again to try to be a repeat founder, which is a tough decision to make?
That was not for me tough at the time. I was still young enough. I still had a lot of energy. I still felt the need to prove myself. I was very happy to have landed at Google with Blogger. I was honored to be there. Smartest people I'd ever met. This was Google in the early days. There were hundreds of employees. And but then I was in a company that I wasn't even at the top of the company. I was just it was someone else's thing. And so I knew immediately that I was going to stay as long as I wanted to get Blogger on the right track. I really cared about what I had built, and then I was going to leave. But then I kind of fell into things too quickly. And so the next company was Audio, which is a podcasting company. And that was a big lesson for me because that really didn't come from that desire to put something in the world.
You say it like it was a podcasting company, sort of like you say Blogger was a blogging company. Blogger invented the concept of blogging, and Audio really invented or was one of the early pioneers in this thing that didn't have a name yet called podcasting.
Yeah.
So maybe you could share that story because it didn't end in the way that you thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, both were very early with emerging. We weren't the only ones in either case, but Audio, this was 2005. So Audio, podcasting was very, very emergent, and a friend of mine who was my neighbor at the time named Noah Glass, who later helped to start Twitter, he was doing audio things, and I left Google with the intention to take a break, and he just kept coming over to my house, and so we ended up co-founding Audio together when podcasting. Before there was iPhone. So from the name comes from the iPod, and no one listened to podcasts on the iPod, but we built a product for that. And to me, the lesson was it wasn't as internally driven as I said, and I kind of fell into that because there was within a certain tech community a lot of hype about podcasting at that time, and I mapped it to what we had done with blogging, and I thought, I kind of thought it would be an easy win, frankly.
Yeah.
And rather than some, and that should be a red flag. Basically, I don't really believe in easy wins, and they're usually illusions. And if you're doing something because it's an easy win, you should really, even on the product level, that could be what the startup is. It could be like certain product tweaks. And it was a real struggle because we didn't have product market fit, and we raised money because I was a second-time founder, and I was able to raise much more money than I needed. And then I was like, shoot, what am I going to do? I have a team of like a dozen people. We don't have product market fit. We have a bunch of money in the bank, and we're not doing something I'm passionate about.
And it does, maybe it gets to that question of the why, too.
Yeah.
You had a very clear why in the beginning with blogging, maybe less of a why. There is another through line, though, which is the reimagination of communication and media.
Yeah.
And you did it with Blogger, you did it with the podcasting. What came next in terms of that reimagination? And maybe you could talk about the inception story of Twitter and the why there.
Yeah. Well, Twitter, so for those who don't know, Twitter was started within that company, Audio, as a side project. And it actually came at a time when we were like, we need to do something else. We have a bunch of money in the bank. This was in 2005, so a bunch of money then qualified as like $3 million. And and our board was like, well, do you have other ideas? And so we did a hackathon. Jack had this idea that became Twitter. He and Biz, my co-founders for Twitter, worked on that. And that was a completely different thing. It was, in the Audio case, I sort of intellectualized why this is a good idea. Twitter made no sense. For many years, it was like, that's very hard to understand. We can't explain why that's interesting, but we knew it was interesting because we felt it. And it was back to that feeling, and not terribly dissimilar from when I wrote that code to post to my blog. It was like, oh, this is different. We had no idea clearly where it was going to go, but we felt something intriguing, and we pulled on that thread.
And a little bit of magic, too, right? You sort of felt like, wow, this is something that we didn't all have before, and we now have it, and we can use it, and it's our little thing, and then it got bigger and bigger. And for you personally, what was ultimately with Twitter, what was the why? I mean, how did you see it having a real world positive impact out there? What was the vision?
Well, our assumption, I can't say there was really a vision or a mission in the very beginning. It was really a felt sense that this was new and interesting. And then it's very easy to, especially back then, to make up all kinds of reasons why it's going to be great for the world. Now I view it much more neutrally than I did at the time, but I believe the mission described later for Twitter is something about letting everyone share ideas and information without barriers and instantly. Which baked into that mission is the assumption that everyone sharing information without barriers is a good thing. And now I view it as a good and bad thing, but we just thought, oh, if there's new and easier ways to share information, of course, that can be tremendously good. So we didn't really question why it was good, and we didn't really know where it would go, obviously.
And then you went back to the broader form with Medium. So maybe you could talk about going back to, was it unfinished business with blogging? Was it just a way to expand the conversation?
Yeah.
What was the why there?
Yeah. So Medium was more of an intellectual, sort of theoretical. It was the combination, really. So I would describe Twitter as just a feeling. It was like, oh, it feels like there's something here. Audio there's a lot of theory, but not a lot of feeling. And then Medium was both for me personally. I felt like everything I'd learned about the internet from between Blogger and Twitter and sort of observed, not just with my own companies, was the network is what matters. And so with Blogger, we never built a network. It was a publishing tool. You had a static, standalone website. And then the whole social networking thing happened. And then with Twitter, we realized at first we thought the novelty was the 140 characters and texting, but then we realized it's really the network. And so it's publishing, but with almost no software value, all network value. And so with Medium, it was like, okay, the network is central, but we need tools for more substantive content. And all the publishing tools at that time felt very dated, and inelegant. And so there was a big design component. Is I want to make something simple and elegant and beautiful for publishing more substantive ideas, and I want to build a network out of it. And so that was the theory from the beginning.
And along the way, you also started Obvious, or Obvious was a vehicle, but you started Obvious Ventures out of that. Well,
yeah, so that was in order to try to achieve more than one thing at once. So when I decided, after I left Twitter, I was in a state that maybe some people have been in where you want to do a whole bunch of things. And it's very hard to decide, especially when you can fund things and have money, and then you have a bunch of ideas and opportunities. And then I think a lot of people suffer, as I did, from just like too many opportunities and never getting past the shallow layer. And to me, it was much more satisfying to dig into something, but that requires a choice. So I was investing in all kinds of things. I incubated a couple companies and decided to focus on Medium, but I had cared a lot about climate and at this time, and thought I would do something there if I had any good ideas, but I didn't have any good ideas. And but I thought, well, I can invest. At that point, I had money from Twitter, and so our partner, James, and I were talking. I was like, who's investing in climate? Who can I put my money with? And there weren't nearly as many people as there are today. So that's why we formed the firm Obvious Ventures. At the time, we expanded the focus to world positive companies. And I spent most of my time on media in the last few years, but James and our partner Vishal and you have built this incredible fund, and there we are.
And yeah, so let's talk about what's next, and maybe we could also, for founders in the audience, first-time founders, repeat founders. At Obvious, we see a lot of repeat founders who, like you, have had a lot of success and become very intentional the second time around. They really realize, like, wow, now I have a chance to, I got it right before, but really get it right with answering that question of the why.
Yeah.
So whether somebody's in a big company thinking about breaking out and taking all the risks that you and others have taken, or they're a repeat founder coming back and trying to nail the why, what advice do you have for how to, you've done it a lot of different ways, how do you center around what's most important, what matters for a company?
I think for everybody, it's different. And I talked to two founders yesterday. One was a first-time founder who started from what are the big problems in the world and ended up at a software solution to address something. And I'd never done. I never start with the problem in the world, and I thought that's very impressive, and she was very impressive. And then I talked to another founder, as a second-time founder, who felt a lot of pressure, as I did, and you might when you go out the second time, and really feeling this like you got to succeed. That's very important to a lot of second-time founders, and it was for me, to prove that that wasn't a fluke, or maybe things didn't go exactly right, so people are different, but I think the most important thing, and this doesn't just apply on the what company do you do level, but really every step along the way is do the thing, make the world better, in the way that you really believe. And I think everyone would agree with that at a high level. I found it's very easy to get confused along the way and do things for the same reason I did Odeo and made a lot of choices, even with Medium, because there's such pressure for growth and for success. And when things aren't going right, it's very easy to lose that inner compass and then start saying like, oh, okay, well, our customers are telling us this, which is great if you agree. But then it was like, oh, they're telling us this, or investors are telling us this, or our board is telling us this, or this other company's, should we do crypto now? Is that the thing? And it could be, but it's so easy to start being guided by other people's compass instead of your own. One example, just very simple example I did at Medium, was, we wanted to grow like everything. It was going, and we wanted the numbers to go up, and we had a product team whose job was to get more people to sign up. And so what they found is that if you visit a Medium page and you put a pop-up in people's face before they could read the article and get them to sign up, guess what? Signups went through the roof. And when I first saw that, I was like, that's too aggressive. I don't like that as a user. That doesn't feel right to me. And so they made it more subtle and said, well, maybe it's just the second time, and we made a compromise. And so signups still went up a lot, and it was like, okay, live with that compromise. And then several months later, I had a marketing come in, and one of the first things she did was read what people on Twitter were saying about Medium. And there were all these complaints, like, oh, it's spammy, and it's like doing these pop-ups and paywall. And I'm like, well, that's terrible.
Came back, yeah.
And it's not worth it. And I was kicking myself because I strayed from that gut instinct. As a user, we did something that as a user I didn't want. And so I think that is now always the guiding compass is whether it's at the company level or the specific product or is like, just do the thing you want to exist.
And okay, so let's talk about categories of things that we want to exist in the world that are move the needle, build the next. Tesla is at a $775 billion market cap. What are some of the categories where these folks might start the next Tesla? What are the big areas that you're looking for real growth in?
Well, it's an incredible time. The market is tricky right now, but I think I'm a fan of when things there's not too much money and too much hype. It's a great time to build things. Wow. And so, again, everyone has to make the choice for what really resonates with them. So I would hate to even say what I think climate is the most exciting point it's ever been, because it feels like a tipping point in terms of being able to make real change, and obviously necessity to make real change, but sensing a lot of positive momentum. There's this rich ecosystems of solutions that are being built, a ton of cooperation. So I'm just getting up to speed in that area, really, even though we've been investing for a long time. But whether you start with a problem or you start with an idea that pulls you towards something to make better in the world, I think everything connects. And it could be mental health, it could be knowledge, it could be what we do about climate. As long as it's something that you think really matters, I think it's worthwhile.
Web3?
Web3 is super interesting. I've been intrigued. I think what I'm interested in particular is I'm not as interested in anything finance related. I'm interested in decentralization. I think the consumer web has lost a lot of the innovation we used to have 15 years ago because the major platforms suck so much attention. It's so hard to break away from them. And so I'm excited that there's actually some architectures that are emerging that will allow, my hope is a lot more innovation.
And do you think some of that could impact some of the social graph and the ability of individuals to communicate and build greater networks and community?
Yeah. I mean, that's the dream that we've had forever, is that there can be portability, data ownership. It's been a tricky problem, and I don't know if the right solutions are out there, but I think right now there's some fractures with some of the big platforms. It's a great opportunity because now people are building things and the other things have a chance. And I think from a consumer point of view, people are tired of the big platforms, and there needs to be different, and they're tired of maybe the value systems driving those platforms, and people are open to new forms of expression, I think, as well.
I think we see a lot of that decentralization in climate as well, which is interesting, even mobility, a lot of personal empowerment and taking power away from central systems. Yeah. So it's an interesting sort of theme moving forward. We spent the last 30 years digitizing the global economy. Maybe we spend the next 30 decarbonizing it and decentralizing it. There's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, and now, unlike 20 years ago when I moved to Silicon Valley, you don't have to be in Silicon Valley. Like, the knowledge is spread, the companies are everywhere. It's a big, and COVID obviously accelerated that, and now it's like everyone can collaborate from anywhere.
Could be in Clark, Nebraska, Lapland, Helsinki, wherever.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so find the purpose, stay true to your core ideas, and do
create the thing you want to exist.
Yeah, create the thing you want to exist.
All right.
Ev Williams, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ev and Andrew, for this insightful talk. You know, I think it's really interesting to hear about these products that we've been basically using all our lives and what goes into them behind the scenes.
Exactly. I think it's Slush at its best. We're here to learn from the builders who made it. And yeah, many more insightful sessions to come here on the Serene Stage. All right, but let's move on with the program. Arttu, both you and me, we're working in marketing, so I'm pretty sure we're quite excited about the next session.
For sure. Next we have Johanna Småros, co-founder and CMO of Relic Solutions, coming to share her insights in building sustainable growth and the company's unorthodox road from 2005 until today. Relic is the leading supply chain and retail planning platform. They raised their first funding round a decade after its founding, and it was the biggest funding round ever raised in Finland to date, €500 million, 500 million euros. And this is something the entire Finnish ecosystem is really proud of.
Exactly. And hey, joining Johanna on stage for the fireside chat, we have Eleanor Warnock, the deputy editor of Sifted. Let's kick off the talk And welcome on stage, Johanna and Eleanor.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. It's such a pleasure to be back on a Slush stage for another year. I'm Eleanor. I'm deputy editor of Sifted, and I'm here with Johanna, co-founder of a very exciting company, Finnish company, Relics. And we're here to talk about your very long journey to where you are today. Would love to just kick off, Johanna. Talk me a little bit through the journey of the company. How has the business model evolved to today, and what was your biggest pivot?
Yeah, so Relax is actually based on research. We were all, the three co-founders, researchers to begin with. Then we felt that research is a very slow way to change the world. So we decided to take some of the ideas we had and see if we can actually make them work in the real world. And one of those ideas was automated store replenishment. So doing forecasting of demand and then making sure that the goods arrive at the right time in the right quantity to stores automatically. And this is the idea we started with. And originally we thought that we just developed this black box intelligence, put it onto the back-end systems and optimize things. You wouldn't even need a UI or anything. And that's when we pivoted in a major way, because when we had the chance to look at these back-end systems, we realized that they were really stupid. There was nothing to optimize. So we had to make the decision to either go into consulting or then build the whole thing, the forecast engine, the supply chain optimization ourselves, and kind of deliver mission-critical software to retailers. And then we were like, well, how hard can it be? And now we've spent almost 20 years doing that.
So tell me a little bit, we're talking about retail, but what kind of industries, what kind of retail are we talking about, to paint a picture a little bit?
Yeah, nowadays we actually cover the whole kind of consumer goods supply chains. So retail, wholesale, and distribution centers and manufacturers. But we focus mostly on kind of large volumes, fast-moving consumer goods like food and beverage, that sort of thing. Because that really is the optimal playground for optimizing things. If you have large volumes and are able to impact them, the business case is just huge. And a personal favorite is grocery, because you have food product and can really have a massive impact on spoilage, which is kind of a business problem, but also a huge sustainability problem.
Completely. So I think another really interesting part of your journey is that you were bootstrapped for so long, right? Just building a great business, flying under the radar. And I think that there's been a lot more spotlight shed on bootstrapped companies in Europe recently too. What were some of the benefits of being a bootstrapped company? What was so great about that?
Yeah, so basically we bootstrapped for 10 years. So that's a fairly long time. The thinking behind this was that in the early years, we felt that it would probably be more, we would spend the same amount of time and energy speaking with the investors as we would need to speak with clients to collect those couple of $100,000. And we felt that we would learn so much more being out on the field. And it worked out. Then we did go for investment when we decided to go into the US market. So we knew that that would require more money that we could have cash flow for otherwise. But the benefit obviously is that, especially in the early years, you have this freedom of operation. So if you need to change things quickly, you can do it without asking anyone. So basically 3 co-founders getting together and be like, that doesn't work, let's drop it, let's move on with this thing. And of course, then when negotiating funding, you're in a completely different place when you have a track record of profitable growth for 10 years. So that also gives you leverage going forward. The downside, of course, is that you have to be super scrappy. So for many years, the majority of all prospecting and selling happened through us co-founders, and especially our CEO, Mikko. So basically, we did have the leanest, meanest sales and marketing machine because it cost next to nothing. But that was a kind of key requirement of being able to pull this off. So still today, I think many out there see us as the new kid in town because they did not hear about us for the first 10 years.
Interesting. I would love to delve into that a little bit more too. Like, was it actually a little bit of a challenge not having that brand out there? And how did you overcome that? You know, when you're going in and meeting a potential new customer, how did you really convince them that you were the partner that they needed?
Yeah, it was a bit of a challenge. So in the really early days, we had these 2 logos that we tried to put on a PowerPoint slide to look like plentiful. So I think we just needed to be very clever about removing risk from our clients. And we had a few different tools that we actually still use today. So kind of business case calculation based on their exact store item level data from several years and be able to in detail show what the implications are going to be. So that kind of increase security before you actually go into the implementation. And then we had a lot of tools like money back guarantees on the pilots being successful and that sort of thing. And then, of course, the whole SaaS model was new back then, so that you wouldn't have to take a leap of faith and pay 5 years up front and then be like, I hope this works. So I think there were a lot of good stuff that we had to do that's still quite useful today.
That's super powerful. So you alluded to it a little bit before when you were talking about your journey, that when you decided to go to the US, you thought, okay, we actually need a little bit more firepower behind us, and so we're going to bring in outside investors. Talk me through how you found the right investor. How did you do due diligence on investors?
Yeah, now we actually have 3 different investors on board, but the first one was, of course, in one sense, the biggest steps, and the criteria have shifted a bit along the journey. But that first one, we thought that because we were entering the US, we felt that a good investor would help us build credibility in the US. So we wanted a US company, but with European presence for, making things practical. We also wanted someone who really knows software and SaaS, so that they kind of understand the business dynamics without having to explain that to them. And we also wanted someone who had a track record of holding on to investments for longer times when it made sense, because we didn't want to be forced into an exit event just because there were some fund deadlines. So those were some of the things we were looking at.
Interesting. And how did you have any thoughts about, growing? Obviously, when you bring on an outside investor, that can impact your mission and the amount of control you have over your company. How did you kind of balance, or how are you still balancing the needs of the investor versus your vision for how you want to build the business as well?
Yeah, I think we've taken in investors that have kind of a shared vision of where we are going. So I haven't felt that the investors would have been forcing us in any particular direction. They have been very open to our vision. I think they have brought with them more focus on, for example, the financials, something that would have been a natural path anyway as the kind of scale and complexity grows. But they've also been able to put forward some tough questions in board meetings, for example, and that's actually been quite helpful. So even if you kind of disagree with the argument, then you have to explicitly argument why, and that brings clarity, and that's super important.
Can you tell me a little bit about some of those difficult questions? What are some of the areas that you found that they really got dug into that were helpful for you?
Yeah, so I think most of the questions have been related to potential expansion areas. So of course, over the years, we've expanded our offering, and then kind of debates on should we go in this direction or in that direction, and is there sufficient market here? Is that more lucrative? What are our differentiators in the different opportunities? So that kind of discussion is actually super valuable.
So how have you thought about geographic expansion from your earliest days? Obviously, you started here in Finland, but then how did it work from there?
Yeah, so the first international expansion is my baby. I'm Swedish speaking, so I didn't see a lot of internationalization happening in the company, so I picked up the phone and started cold calling the Swedes. And then when I got that going, I moved on to Norway and Denmark and so on. And at the same time, we then went for the big European markets like the UK and Germany and so on. Now we have pretty good coverage of Europe. The US is a major market for us. And then in the last, let's say, 3 years, we've also expanded into Latin America and Asia Pacific. And actually, Asia Pacific is really growing super nicely today.
That's very cool. I think another kind of question on a lot of founders' minds right now with a more difficult fundraising environment is how can they build a capital efficient business and how can they eventually build a profitable business? How have you guys thought about those two things, profitability and capital efficiency?
Yeah, for the first 10 years, we basically didn't have any choice. We had to be profitable. And I think that fosters a good culture of understanding both, cost and profit drivers, and being quite careful about how you spend money. And I think that's been super helpful. So just understanding what happens if things change. And we really got to kind of prove that point when the pandemic started, because we quickly created a scenario, a kind of doom and gloom scenario. This is if everything goes like massively wrong.
Yeah.
What do we have to do to survive this? And we took action really quickly. So already in like April, May, when this whole thing just started to kind of evolve, we took action to reduce costs with the aim of if we don't sell anything this year and some of our clients go bust, we would still make it. And to be able to have that control is super important. So we basically turned from doing a loss to becoming profitable in the first year of the pandemic. And now we've switched back to investing again because we feel comfortable doing that. But of course, with the current macroeconomics, we still have like a few different scenarios in our pocket and have that kind of constant vigilance that if this is what we're starting to see, then we'll have to take specific action.
Definitely, definitely. What other advice would you give to founders other than, really making those scenarios, talking those out with the board and with the other leaders in the business? What advice would you give for founders around how to build that sustainable business and move towards profitability?
Yeah, I hate giving advice because that's where my research background comes in. I have one data point. I have a Relax data point, and I would not want to extrapolate that, this thing that worked for us would work for others. So maybe my advice is that when you take advice, try to think about the context where that comes from. Some of it's going to be applicable and other stuff not so much. And that's, you need to have that judgment. Other people will not tell you which advice is good and which isn't.
Yeah, I think that really applies to your journey too as a business. It's not the traditional journey of a tech startup or a company that we hear in the news, like on Sifted, right? And so it's refreshing to be able to hear your data point, right?
Yeah, I once spoke with some students and gave a short presentation about Relax and then questions. First question is, did you not think of anything cooler than this when you started your business? And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm a geek. I really enjoy supply chains.
I love that. I guess the other kind of side of the sustainable growth coin, because we're here today to talk about that sustainable growth journey, is your relationship with your customers as well, right? Is how well you adapt to them, how well you listen to them, right? That sets you on the path for sustainable growth. How have you worked together with your customers to give them the best experience?
Yeah, so I think there's two components to this. One is kind of customer satisfaction, which you measure through surveys and asking them and so on. But the other key thing is delivering value. And in many cases, that's actually even more important. So they make a sizable investment with some expectation about the benefits. And actually, surprisingly often, we push the clients to measure those benefits. Sometimes they can be a bit like, well, everything works, it's fine, and then we go in, but yeah, you actually need to measure. You need to measure your inventory levels. You need to measure your product availability. You measure all these things, and you're going to get them out of the system. I'm going to show you. So we really want them to have focus on that value, because that's ultimately why we are doing what we do. And that's ultimately why they bought what they bought. So then it's kind of a joint responsibility to make sure that it actually happens.
Totally, totally. There's another interesting part of your business too that we touched on a little bit at the beginning, which is the sustainability angle, right? And how the work and the software that you create is doing such a big contribution to that. How have you seen the attitude of these big corporates that you work with change towards sustainability, and how have their needs changed when it comes to that?
Yeah, I think we've benefited a lot from not pushing it as a sustainability thing, but as something that kind of has immediate business impact. So that's one thing I like about our kind of domain, is that efficiency goes hand in hand with better commercial results, so profitability, but also with sustainability. There's basically never a trade-off between these. So you improve all of them at the same time. And that makes it easy to kind of, one client is more focused on profitability. Well, great, we're going to deliver some sustainability anyway. And the other one has actually some targets for sustainability. And then they're going to be keen on measuring that impact. But this is kind of a win-win-win situation, so that makes things a lot easier. I think it's only in the kind of recent years that companies have started to put forward actual targets for sustainability, but sustainability is such a broad field that most companies are still kind of grappling with how do we even get data on these things? How do we understand what to focus on in this kind of complex mess of things?
Totally. And how did that evolve for you and for RELX in your journey in terms of talking about sustainability? Was that something you really focused on at the beginning, or was it more like, okay, here's how we can help you optimize, and then the sustainability narrative kind of came later? How did that evolve?
Yes, I would say very much so, because the business implications of food waste are huge. So if you let products kind of flow through a long, complex supply chain, to only, in the store be thrown away, it's like throwing money into the garbage bin. And that's kind of an easy win to understand that if we can reduce this by, let's say, 40%, it's going to fall right into the bottom line.
Right.
So I'd say our focus was much more on the bottom line.
Yeah.
And now the sustainability angle is growing quite significantly.
That makes a lot of sense. You talked a little bit about the challenges around measurement for big corporates as well. What are some other challenges when it comes to, implementing a sustainability agenda that you see facing these companies?
Yeah, I think in our area, it's simple because there aren't trade-offs. But in most other areas, there are trade-offs. So it can be about cost, but it can also just be about how many things can we implement at the same time. And I'm actually a bit worried that the macroeconomic development that we see at this point will push companies to focus more on survival and maintaining profitability, and then sustainability might take the back seat for a while. So it's really kind of a competition of priority and attention and available resources that is quite tricky.
But I guess if there are services like yours, right, that marry those two, okay, we're going to help you with the bottom line, but we also have this sustainability angle, then that's potentially, a tailwind for services like tech like that, right? Because it's, again, super easy to explain internally and say this will actually help us, right?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, totally. So when we were catching up before this thing, we also talked about your journey, and you said that you had been in the business for 17 years, plus 4.5 years of research, right? And I would love to know maybe a couple of things, but first, how has your relationship with your co-founders evolved during that time? And have you kind of like changed roles between the three of you? How does that work?
Yeah, so I think it's quite unusual to have the co-founders all stick along this long time and all have like really kind of operational roles, so being very much involved in the day-to-day business. I think we got, I kind of knew what I was getting into. I knew these people. I had worked with them. It's not like we were best of friends, but we had actually worked together. And that's good, because then you understand what it's like to work with these people. I had huge respect for both of them from the get-go. Really smart people, really driven, really focused on delivering high quality. But what has kind of kept us together for so long, I think, is kind of a set of shared values. We didn't get into this to make, a heap of money.
Yeah.
We went into this because we want to improve things. And that's the kind of biggest reward, when you can see that we implemented this thing at this client, and now things are going better, and we can measure it, and it makes total sense. So I think that's kind of what drives us, that we want the same things. And that also means that I think the typical way of a founding team dissolving is that you have different views on the level of ambition, or how focused you are on making money, or long-term, short-term, and that sort of thing. We have kind of naturally been very aligned on those things.
And do you actually sit down and talk about that stuff? Like once a year, do you get together and be like, okay, here's how we're feeling, or we're still super excited about the business. What's our view for ourselves? Do you do that?
Yeah, people sometimes assume that we actually spend time together. We spend very little time together because everyone's just super busy.
Okay.
So I think we mostly spend time together in like leadership team meetings or other settings where there are other people as well.
Right.
But I think there's quite a lot of inherent trust that, things are working unless you say that they aren't.
Right, exactly.
So kind of we assume that everything's okay, and then we kind of also assume that people will speak up if it isn't. So that saves a lot of time. So Mikko actually once told me that if there's something you want, you have to spell it out, because I don't have time, and I actually don't know how to do it. I can't read between the lines. And I think that's actually good advice for anyone.
Totally. Yeah, so you can be independent, but if you need to, you can just raise your hand and speak up.
Yeah.
Then I guess maybe one of my final questions to you would be, how do you keep yourself motivated through this journey? You said that you and your co-founders were super aligned over your commitment to the business and your shared values. And so how do you keep showing up every day excited as you were backstage, and to build this business?
Yeah, I'm still super interested in optimizing processes.
Yeah.
So I can't, visit a cafeteria without having a look at, if that person would just be doing this instead of that, it would just flow so much better. So I had the perfect platform of actually driving more efficiency. But then, of course, as the company grows, I feel that I have the responsibility and the opportunity to impact people's work life. So like things like congratulating every new Relax dad that goes on parental leave, and all these things that I feel are kind of super important for us to evolve as a society. I have my own microcosm where I can try to nudge people in good ways.
I love that. Well, there's a food truck near my house in London that is very inefficient. So next time you come to London, please come and help them be more efficient.
Happy to.
I feel like I learned so much from this conversation, from your journey bootstrapping to how you picked your investor to how you stay friendly with your co-founders even after so much time. Thank you so much for your time, Johanna. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna and Eleanor. We are off to a great start here on the Serene Stage. So, Jessica, who do we have coming up next?
Yeah, from scaling, marketing, and strategy. Next, we will jump into the topic of scaling regulation. Regulation. Many startups are facing issues when entering regulated markets. And as we know, startups want to go fast and scale exponentially. But regulated markets might cause hinders on the way and slow down on the process.
You are absolutely correct. So I think it's time we bring out a founder and investor who can get into the nitty-gritty on the topic of scaling through regulation. Kry is Europe's largest digital healthcare provider, operating in Sweden, Norway, UK, and France. We will hear more about what Kry managed to successfully operate in such a regulated sector while continually deepening its ties to the public bodies and expanding into new segments.
Yes. Taking the stage, we have Johannes Schilt, CEO and co-founder at Kry. And Johannes will not be alone, as we have Sabina Visander, who is the partner at Creandum, taking the stage. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Welcome on stage, Johannes and Sabina.
Hi, and welcome, everyone. I'm Sabina Visander. I'm a partner at the VC firm Creandum, and I'm here with Johannes Schilt, CEO and founder of Kry, a multi-billion-dollar healthcare company out of the Nordics. Welcome, Johannes.
Well, thank you. Good to be here. Good to see you, Sabina.
Good to see you. We are here to talk about scaling billion-dollar companies in highly regulated markets. So some of the most regulated markets are also the industries that are the least touched by software. Education, energy, healthcare is just some of them. But there are entrepreneurs that are taking on these industries and that are trailblazing. And Johannes, you are one of them.
I am, yeah.
So I will ask Johannes to share insights of what it takes to scale a company, not only in a highly regulated market, but a business that has as its core business model to be reimbursed by the public sector. And hopefully you will get some insights to take on your own journey. So let's get started. Let's get started. Johannes, Kry is a digital-first healthcare provider. How many patients have you helped to date?
We helped a bit more than 7 million patients across Europe by now.
7 million patients. And for those in the audience who is not one of 7 million patients, what is Kry?
Well, to put it simple, it's a healthcare clinic in your phone where you could meet clinicians within minutes, psychologists, doctors, nurses, physiotherapists. And we operate this across Europe, based in Stockholm, but also operating at scale now in France and the UK. Ambition have always been to be a mass market service, to be something for everyone, and obviously in order to achieve that within healthcare, you do have to, as you said, address the public healthcare systems and partnering with public payers. So that's what we usually do. And then also we partnering with private healthcare, private insurance, and sometimes also go directly to patients and through employers. So that's what we do, and the majority of what we in healthcare we deliver is pure digital, and then we also put a lot of effort during the latest years to knit together the patient journeys and link our digital offering to physical healthcare as well, where we're now starting to operate a light touch network of physical clinics in some key areas. So that's what we do.
So digital healthcare wasn't tough enough. You're also doing adding physical clinics to the problem.
Yeah, I think for us it's been important that digital healthcare is not a siloed system, and then you have everything else. I think it's clear for us that most or all healthcare journeys will eventually start digitally, and then in the majority of the cases we will be able to treat our patients end to end through pure digital. But obviously in some cases we need to link patients further down the healthcare journey and also do physical healthcare, and we do that mainly through partnerships, but also to some extent we do it by ourselves. So that's what we do. And at core we are a technology and product company, but we also operate healthcare ourselves at scale. So we do employ and train an awful lot of clinicians across Europe.
Wow, impressive. And why did you start this company? Are you coming from the healthcare side of things?
No, I'm not. Well, I am, because I'm a patient as everyone else. So a lot of it is out of own needs. I've been a patient in the Swedish healthcare system, as most Swedes, and been frustrated at how bad part of it is structured. I think in Europe, in general, we're fairly spoiled with high quality of care, but there's been a truly lack of access and a lack of efficiencies, and we thought there must be better ways of producing and delivering care, so we started building what we now have been doing for quite some time. But no, I have very little experience from the healthcare sector before starting Kry, and in one way I think it's been a positive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're all curious to know, how much did you know about regulation in healthcare before you went on this journey?
Well, the very honest answer is that I didn't know anything about regulations in healthcare when we initially started. And as I said, I think it's, in one way, it could have been a positive, because what we do is complex. It's very regulated. It's complex. But sometimes it's rather good to be a bit naive when it comes to addressing new things and just jump straight into it. I think for us, it's always been ultra clear that what we do is a big part of the future. But no, we didn't know that much about regulations when we initially started. Now we do. Now we know a lot about it.
Now you know. And if you knew back then what you know now about public reimbursement, about regulation, what would you have done differently?
I'm not sure that I would have done so much differently. Well, obviously, I think we have played sort of slightly different roles in different markets we've been addressing, and all of the markets that we're in, and if you look into Europe now and the world, all of markets are on slightly different levels of maturity when it comes to regulations and how you structure reimbursement systems in healthcare, etc. And the role we played in Sweden for a long time was really trying to sort of push the system forward. And I think that we've done that in a fairly good way. No, I'm not sure that we would have done so much differently. Obviously, we've made a lot of mistakes, and sometimes you could have been, pushed harder or pushed less. We have sometimes, addressed new segments or markets too early. But I don't have a clear answer to that question.
And when you say pushing, pushing the system, obvious as a startup, you've all experienced how limited your resources are. Should you try to influence policy and regulation in the market that you are in, and can you, as a startup, take that role?
I think you have to. I think you definitely need to be in the conversations, as most large sectors. You have regulations, right? Healthcare is, it's 10-11% of GDP in all European markets, and it's us addressing public systems. There's a lot of regulations and complexity, and I think that obviously you need to be in conversations about how to push things forward. Then you can't sit back and wait until things are changing, right? I think you need to also play the role as sort of challenging the system. I think our main challenge has been addressing healthcare and doing that at scale. If you look into the healthcare systems right now, it's very local. Regulations are built up around physical healthcare delivery. That's not what we do at Core. And then sometimes you have to and you need to challenge that. But we have always taken the public policy side very seriously and put a lot of time and effort and really trying to be around the table and discuss the future of how healthcare should and could look like. And that requires time and effort. It does, but I think it's definitely worth it, and I don't think it's any way around that, really.
So, spending time on it, being in the dialogues, but maybe not expecting to move the whole European framework all at once.
No, that will unfortunately not happen. But if you look back when we initially started, there was no reimbursement infrastructure for digital healthcare in any European markets. When we launched in Sweden, there was no payment model for it. Now there is, and a lot of things have changed during the years that we have been in this industry. And a part of that is obviously us, really trying hard and showing that this is doable, and this serves a real need, and it works, right? That was not. Now it might sound like a given that what we do, digital healthcare, is an obvious and critical part of any healthcare system, but that was not the case when we started. That was something that was, completely new, and we had a lot of skepticism around what we're doing, and people said, "No, you can't do it. This can't be done. It's no need for it." But we showed the world and our patients and partners that what we do is actually of real value. And from us, even though we started out of a pure patient perspective, obviously what we do, we need to serve both patients and clinicians that work with us and for us, and we obviously also need to serve the needs of our partners. And that's mainly governments and public systems.
Yeah.
And they tend to be fairly regulated, and they also tend to be fairly conservative.
Yeah. And so you're showing the way, you're showing it can be done, you're going on the forefront. And then a pandemic came. How did that affect, being in a healthcare market? And has that affected the policymakers' way of looking at software, you think?
Yeah, I think for us, I would argue that the biggest change during the pandemic have been on the policy and regulatory side. I think even when we started, there was a clear demand from the patient side. People don't want to call a landline early in the morning and travel long distances and sit in a waiting room in a GP practice and hopefully get a time slot. There are more efficient ways of solving it, and that have been clear for us, and it's also been clear for patients. It's been maybe less clear from the clinician side and on the payer side up until recently. This shift started long before the pandemic. It did, but the pandemic definitely accelerated it. And now I would argue that it is well anchored everywhere in all healthcare systems that what we do is a critical part of the infrastructure of healthcare moving forward. Then, the pandemic it's been strange, right? Because part of the healthcare system have been under severe pressure, but healthcare usage have during the whole pandemic actually been on an all-time low. And And many healthcare systems have basically put everything on pause. In the UK, you almost have 10 million people waiting to get a doctor's appointment because everything were paused for
Wow, 10
time.
million people waiting for a doctor's appointment.
The European healthcare systems are under severe pressure. That's a fact. And you can't solve that by just continue to do what you have been doing before. And that's now finally starting to be clear to our partners that you do have to structure how you deliver healthcare moving forward in a different way. And that's a big opportunity for us, obviously.
Yeah. And do you think there are, policymakers who understand what needs to be done that are pushing the rest of their peers towards a future where software plays a bigger role in public sector or highly regulated markets?
Yeah, no, there are champions, obviously, and if you look back in the early days of Kry, I think we were fairly successful at identifying those individuals or regions in our first market, Sweden, that were less conservative or more pro trying new ways of delivering care and sort of like using them as a champion. So, yeah, I would argue that things definitely are moving forward. And like there's usually and sometimes there's a lack of understanding how technology actually works and what it will mean, and we have but yeah, no, there are definitely people that do understand.
Yeah. So there's not only a problem of will, there's also a problem of not understanding what regulations stands in the way of innovation.
Quite a lot of examples where you have regulations clearly sort of blocking innovation and demand, or not demand, but blocking innovation, and usually that is not by bad intent from regulators. It's just lack of understanding what the decisions will lead to.
Interesting.
Also a reason why you need to be in the conversations and try to educate people.
Yeah, continue to have conversations, try to get them on board, try to understand them, get them to understand what the future looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to try to get vulnerable for a few minutes. Wondered if you can share with the audience any big mistake that you look back on the journey of building this huge company, and something you brought from that.
Big mistakes, but we've been doing this for a while, so obviously we've done a lot of mistakes, and it comes to regulations and policy. I think that we sometimes had a tendency of maybe pushing too hard, and sometimes had a tendency of pushing, we could have pushed harder, right? And we've launched markets that have not been ready from a regulatory perspective. We've launched new services, but timing was not right. So obviously when you look back, there's a lot of things that you could have done differently. That's obviously.
But it's been kind of trying to find the balance of what's pushing enough to keep moving at the startup speed, but of course within the regulatory realm that you're acting in.
And I think with healthcare, it's very local. So part of what we do is very scalable on the technology side and the operations side. What we do is fairly similar in the different markets, but how the healthcare systems are structured, it's very different between the different markets. And when we initially launched in Sweden, there was nothing. We pushed it forward. And when we initially launched, we launched as a private service, and our main argument to the public sector was this will happen anyhow, right? So if we don't make sure that this is a part of the public healthcare systems, this will be like a premium channel for the few that can afford to pay for better access. We don't want to do that, and that will undermine the trust of the public healthcare systems. So it's different arguments that we have used in different points in time, and as I said, the markets have been at a very different level of maturity. I would argue that the UK have been rather good at this. It's been well anchored for a long period of time that digital healthcare is a part of the future. That was not the case in Sweden when we initially launched.
And for those of you, I assume most people are not from Sweden here, so that's where most of the digital health in Europe started. And now we see that most of the regions that are operating public healthcare are launching their own apps. And obviously, that would never have happened unless you guys went on to show the way of what should be the first step of interacting with the healthcare system.
Yeah, I think for the first way for us was to show that it is actually doable, right? And now it's anchored that it's doable. Then it's like who should do it? How should it be implemented? How should it be reimbursed, etc. But we passed that first stage where is this a real thing or not? Now that's obviously it's a real thing, and it's more a question about like who should do it. Should you allow private companies to operate in this space or not? Or how should it be paid for, and who should pay for it, etc.
And we're all aware we need regulations in all our industry for them to function in a well manner. As a highly innovative companies, can you turn these very strictly regulated environments, can you turn that into an advantage?
Yeah, I think you can, because that is a barrier to entry. It can be frustrating to operate in a highly regulated market, but it's also certain advantages. If you're starting to be good at it, that's a part of your moat. I think we started to reach a point where it is, right? It's a strategic advantage to us. We know that very well, and we can I think you just have to embrace it. You just have to roll up your sleeves and dig into it. I think there's no way around it. If you want to operate in healthcare and other highly regulated industries, like you can't shy away from it. Like you just have to embrace that you operate in a regulated environment, and then try your best to use that to your advantage.
And I mean, there is some of the largest global industries are also the most highly regulated. So the price, if you do, make it, is very big, right? And I guess what you're saying is, it's not for everyone, but that also means that it will be less crowded.
Yeah, if you look into what we do, we don't have that much competition on a pan-European scale. We have local competition in all the markets that we're in, and part of that is because there's quite a lot of heavy lifting to address a new market, to understand regulations and reimbursement systems, and find a payer model, etc. And it's two sides of the coin of complexity. It's tough and it's hard, but as I said, you can also use it to your advantage, and it is a part of it's a barrier of entry.
I know another Nordic example is the scooter company Voi, that are, they're so good at managing policies in the cities that they operate in. So their main agenda is to push for more policies, because they are the only company that can actually handle those kind of frameworks and the public agenda that they're pushing. So they're pushing for more regulation on the scooter side, because they think that's one, the way for them to be able to operate, period. And two, of course, to have less competition in the market. So we see it, also in other industries than healthcare, right? Many entrepreneurs in the audience, I assume. What would be your advice to entrepreneurs building not only in healthcare, but in other highly regulated markets?
An advice to founder if you operate in a highly regulated market. I think some of the things that I've already said, I think, there's no way around it. Like you should try to be in the conversations. Go out, meet policymakers, talk to regulators. I think you should, really dig deep into it and try to use it to your advantage. As I said, there's no way around it, really. So embrace it. Yeah,
become really good at it, better than everyone else.
I think in the beginning we were it was a bit frustrating. So when you realize that this is fairly tough, right? So you're like, oh God, this is really tough. There's a lot of things that we need to learn. It's highly regulated, and then first you get frustrated about it. But I think then early on we reached a point we will just embrace this. We will try our best to be good at it. And I think that would be my main advice. Would be to don't shy away from it. Try to embrace it.
Embrace it, lean into it.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was easy, everyone would have done it. We would have the same amount of software in healthcare and education as we have in other sectors.
Yeah, now in some of our core markets, as in Sweden, we have access to the full population. We have 25% of the households that sign up with the service. Kry, it's a power brand, so everyone is aware of it and people use it. And it's now it's painfully obvious that what we do is is needed, but that was not the case before. So roll up your sleeves, dig deep, and try to embrace it.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's any policymakers in the audience, but if there is, what would you say to them, or what do you say to them?
Well, I would probably say the same thing. I try to engage with innovators and companies and startups. I think if you look in into like healthcare, it's obvious to me and a lot of other people that you will private companies would play a big role in solving some of the crisis within the healthcare sectors. Like engage with companies and innovators and try to understand what policy and regulations can do to actually enable more innovation and not blocking innovation, because that do happen, right? Like you do have regulations that are actually hindering innovation, and we don't want that. Like we don't.
And these conversations are happening. We've just had a big climate conference.
Here, yeah.
We see it happen here. Big climate conference in Egypt. Tons of startups got to go this year and engage. Hopefully, policymakers are, listening and engaging as much as they can. What do you think the future holds for digital healthcare?
Oh, for digital healthcare? No, as I said, I think it's painful obvious and been painful obvious since we initially started that healthcare is going digital. That's ultra clear, and we did that early on. If you just look into the ICD codes, the diagnosis codes of a primary healthcare clinic, you realize that the majority of those consultations can happen digitally. And that's now slowly but steadily, or in some times quicker, it's starting to happen, right? So we believe that the majority of healthcare consultations will start online. The majority of the things will also be treated purely digitally, and that's the macro trend is ultra clear. Then it's just a matter of like how quickly can we reach that point. And that will not solve all of the problems within healthcare, but it will solve some of the problems in healthcare. And as I said, I think you can't just pour in capital in the rather ill-functional existing system and hope that will change. Nor can you just add like a thin layer of digital on top of the rather ill-functional system. Like you really have to, and that's what we do. Like we combine technology with hardcore healthcare operations, and that's when you really can create some magic.
So it's not the silver bullet that's going to solve all our healthcare problems, but it's an important tool for the future of healthcare in Europe.
Yeah, and it is a tool. It's it's no like technology for the sake of technology is no value. But you can use technology and product to improve efficiencies and improve access and remove some of the inequalities when it comes to access. That could be done. But technology for the sake of technology, that doesn't serve any purpose.
No. And where are we on this journey? Are we far ahead? Where?
No, we're very much just getting started. Like very much. Like we've been operating this now for since 2015, but we still have a long way to go. As healthcare is 10-11% of GDP in all European markets. We're very much just getting started. I think that in the next 5-10 years, you will see an awful lot of change in all European markets in this space.
That's a future we're very much looking forward to. We are near the end. Johannes, if the entrepreneurs in the audience are to bring one thing from this session, what do you think that should be?
Well, if you were to bring one thing and we should tie it to regulations, I think what I've said plenty of times now, don't shy away from it. Like there's no way around it. Like in some areas, there's obviously is like a lot of companies, you don't have to care too much about regulations. But if you want to go into healthcare or other highly regulated industries, then that's just the name of the game. And you have regulations will constantly change. You have to adopt to it. That would be my best advice.
Embrace it. The price is big. Less competition. Just do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Johannes. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I hope you found this insightful, and I wish you a great Slush. Thank you.
Great Slush.
Thank you, Johannes and Sabina.
Thank you. So, up next, direct-to-consumer business has been evolving a lot in the last decade. Now we'll learn from some of the thought leaders in the industry how to build these kind of businesses. We have Marcia Kilgore, the founder of BeautyPie, coming on next. Through its fully digital marketplace, BeautyPie sells luxury beauty products without luxury beauty prices.
Joining Marcia on stage, we have Daniel Waterhouse, General Partner at Balderton Capital. Daniel has been working with founders for years and held several positions in companies such as Workable, Revolut, and Ticktail. Looking forward to the chat. And time to learn more about D2C companies. Let's get our speakers on stage. Welcome.
Wow, that's bright.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is bright. Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Marcia, it's so good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Really looking forward to chatting. Huge disclaimer, we're obviously one of your investors and very happy with that, and really enjoying working with you. And hopefully you can share a little bit of what got us excited in this conversation and a little bit of insight into many of your successes, but let's talk about BeautyPie first, which is obviously the business you're building now. Maybe just to set the scene, it'd be great to hear from you a little bit about what is BeautyPie, how does it work, and why did you think the time was right for this? Why are you doing this now?
Sure. Well, I've been in the beauty industry now for 30 years. And one of the things that started to really irk me about it was that there really was a monopoly on distribution. And we find that as consumers of beauty products, we're paying 20 times sometimes what the actual cost of goods of that product is. And knowing that there started to be less and less places for a creator of brands like myself to distribute that would actually end up in building a profitable business. A lot of the large retailers were starting to have their own in-house incubators. So Sephora, for instance, has its own in-house incubator. Ulta will have its own in-house incubator. Boots will have its own in-house incubator. So if you're a person like me who loves to create a brand and wants to distribute it, there's nowhere to do it anymore. Because you'll have the retailers who used to be your partners. You were the creator and they were the retailer. Now being the creators themselves. However, they will take your brand, but they won't give it equal showing on the shelves. So I thought, because I had an incredible network that I've built over the last 30 years of Italian labs and French noses and Swiss skincare scientists, that I would go direct to consumer. I'd approach all of these labs to create ranges for a club where people could buy without the crazy retailer markups that are inherent to the traditional beauty industry. So it was a bit of a leap off a cliff. I did think everyone in the industry would want to kill me because I was ripping the doors open and showing the egregious markups that existed. But it was really the only way forward for someone who wants to do a brand now in beauty. It is so hard because it used to be that a retailer would take 50%. Now they take 70%, and as we know, if you're not paying a retailer 70% now, or paying a landlord, you're paying Google or Facebook. So the idea for a club that had recurring revenue, where people came back every month or every 2 months to shop for their beauty products and get much, much more competitive prices, just seemed like an obvious thing to do.
Now, maybe to elaborate a bit more on the pricing, because it's on face value, it looks crazy. Like you have a membership model, and then prices which are just radically different to anything you would see on the high street.
Yeah.
When you were coming into building BeautyPie and thinking about this pricing, and my understanding you spent quite a bit of time speaking to academics, other people, trying to understand the psychology of people's purchase in this category. I would love to, I'm sure the audience would love to hear a little bit more about how you dug into that, what you learned, and why you felt this was going to work, and ultimately why it does work as an interesting model.
Sure. Well, as this is my first tech startup, and also my first, I guess, membership business, it's not a subscription, so we don't actually send anything out to people. It's more like, we like to call it like a luxury American Costco, but for all beauty products and wellness products. I first read a fantastic book, if you haven't read it, called Hooked, by a behavioral economist named Nir Eyal. And I remember actually, I think I was listening to it and walking, and every time something that was relevant would come up, I would stop and take a note and figure out how this might apply to the business. And it was full of really great insights, some of them being, there are 12, I'll probably remember 6. One is that you've got to have fuel, right, to get somebody to do something. So it might not be that the motivator for someone to switch to your beauty product is because it's cheaper. It might be that you've got to still create desire for that product. So the same type of beauty marketing, the same type of pictures, the same type of descriptions, and the desire building has to be there. Beauty is about pleasure. So it's not about rewards. And there are two different parts of the brain. There are two reward systems in the brain. One is pleasure and one is rewards. And so you have to make sure that you're stimulating both. It's not always just about getting it cheaper, although getting it cheaper makes you feel egotistically smarter about yourself. So there is a boost in your dopamine, right, from feeling like you got a good deal. But at the same time, there is something called price value inference. And if something is too cheap, people will think it isn't of a high quality. And so the luxury industries, of course, have brainwashed all of us for a very long time to tell us that something is expensive, it must be good. And that's not necessarily always true, although more active ingredients in a product will make it more expensive. So we had to figure out online how to fight that price value inference. If something's going to be a low price, how do you then communicate that it's high quality? And so we do show 2 prices online. We show the non-member's price, so what the typical retail would be, and then we show a member's price, so if you are a member, what type of price you can access. There are so many great behavioral economists that if you are doing any kind of model like this, you should be studying Dan Ariely, Nir Eyal. I mean, there's hundreds of them, and all available on YouTube, right? If you don't have access to them individually, there's also a great, it's called Nudge Stock. So if you're looking for more information from the greats of behavioral economics, there is online, and every year Ogilvy sponsors, it's kind of like a conference based on Richard Thaler's work, which is about nudging people to do things. And it's called Nudge Stock, and you can watch literally 36 hours of Nudge Stock speeches from all the greatest and smartest people in the world on YouTube, an hour at a time. I would highly recommend.
Amazing, amazing. Obviously, one of the things you just talked about, obviously, is how do you position the product and then the brand to have the appeal of quality, but while massively discounting the price that people are used to paying. And you've been very successful at building many brands, kind of have that kind of magic touch. But as you came into this business, maybe with a little bit of the pricing and the positioning in mind, and going direct to consumer more than ever before, how has that brand building experience been? How have you managed to create Beauty Pie to a brand which people love? They think the products, and they recognize the products being incredibly high quality, and at the same time they are experiencing a radically different price point?
That's a great question, and we've sort of learned a lot as we've gone along the way. We're always experimenting with different formats of communication. Certainly social media has had this incredible surge of popularity in the last few years, but is now a little bit on the downslide, I think. And so you always have to follow what customers are spending their time on. One thing that we're quite lucky, but it's all part of my experience to have is expertise in the beauty area. So for us, long-form communication, newsletters, emails are really a huge source of shopping revenue from our customers. We are able, in long form, to describe why this product might be better than that product. We actually try and do it in good layman's terms, but include statistics, and 92% of people who used this for however long loved it, and really describe what a certain product does for you. I mean, number one in consumer goods is whiff 'em, If you don't know, that was what's in it for me, and you just have to always remember to go back to with them, because if you're not describing what's in it for them, you're losing them, right? So it is a little bit old school to be emailing your customers, but we generate so much of our revenue from email, and also being able to remind people throughout the journey on their website, you know, why a product might be different or better. We have been hampered by some of our technology. We chose a really terrible platform at the beginning, so we're just almost now getting started with what we can do, but being able to really educate people. We use in our communications an acronym which is FRIDA. So it's fun. If it's not fun, you know, or if it's not reiterating what the proposition is and what the WIFM is for the customer, if it's not educational, if it doesn't demonstrate, and if it's not aspirational, we don't do it. And so we try and keep everybody really focused on FRIDA when we're creating any kind of content to try and stimulate sales or stimulate acquisition of new customers.
FRIDA, okay, I'm going to remember that.
Yeah.
And you know, one of the things that we were impressed with, and continues to be the case, is you have incredible retention and long-term engagement with your customers. Now, obviously, the membership model lends itself to that. If I've started paying for something and I get good product, but I'm sure there's a lot more beyond that. I'd love to hear a little bit about the relationship you have with the customers. Obviously, you're delivering a message to them. What are they sending back to you? How do you take on board that feedback and keep the product catalog fresh, keep the relationship fresh, and sustain that level of engagement?
Sure. Lots of questions in there. I hope I don't forget them all. So, number one, a warning. I think our retention rate might have gone down 1 point.
No.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, but it's a terrible economy, and there are all these articles out there about people not having their memberships anymore, so we may have dropped from like 73 to 72, but we're working on getting that back up. Obviously, you know, for generally women, right? We have a small contingent of men and probably transgender people as members, but women love something new all the time. So built into our model, we work with about 50 of the best suppliers of beauty and wellness products around the world. And built into the model from the very beginning was constant new product drops. So it's kind of like Nike and sneaker drops, right? But it's Beauty Pie and beauty product drops. So she always has something new to look forward to. I think it's really difficult if you don't have a dynamic product range to keep the interest of a customer who is constantly being, you know, bombarded with marketing from other people. You almost have to be several brands in yourself to keep her interested. We, of course, also remind her how much she saved. So it might be on an email, it might be when she logs into the website. I personally have saved 37,000 pounds since Beauty Pie started. Of course, I buy a lot of candles and I buy a lot of gifts, but I always feel like if I'm not gonna buy these products, why would she buy these products? If I don't like it, you know, why is it good enough for me? Then it's good enough for her. So I think, of course, keeping the quality up, and if you are lucky enough to be in an industry where you're selling something that you love, making sure that the standard is high enough for yourself. We also find it really important to just respect the customer's intelligence. I know that sounds quite basic, but it's so important if you're speaking to her that you aren't trying to fool her into doing something and you know it, because I think she feels it and then she loses trust. And having a customer trust you and trust your proposition and know that you are being upfront with them, it is really a two-way street. It's almost like a partnership when somebody is a customer of yours for that long. They want you to do well, right? And they are very invested. So we, to your point also about how do we include the customer in that product development cycle from very early on, and this is one of the wonderful things about the internet. From very early on, we've been able to communicate with her directly about what she wants. How does she feel about a new product that we've launched? What would she like to see us bring into the assortment? Down to, we will say, we're going to launch 5 new candles, right? Here are their fragrance, here are their names, and here are the fragrance triangles. Which ones would you buy and why? We will take a poll either on Instagram or Facebook, or we'll do it through like SurveyMonkey, and then we'll buy according to what they've said. And I can tell you, it's never more than 3% off that poll. We did another sort of an exit poll, and you haven't joined today. For a lot of customers who had come in, you haven't joined yet today, why not? And I was talking to you about this a little bit earlier. We are a membership model, so you have to buy a membership and commit to buying this membership in order to access the really lowest prices. So we said, you haven't joined as a member today, tell us why not, right? And the question was, I'd rather shop at retail and just get free shipping, or I'd rather pay $29 a year instead of $59 and get 50% off and blah, blah, blah. Or I'd rather I like the membership the way it is, right? And of course, when you send out a survey, you have to mix up the answers. So you got to send to different cohorts in different order, because there's order bias, and then you also have to make sure that there's no bias in the question and the way that we've worded it, because some people will always agree with what you're already doing because they don't want to seem disagreeable. That's another thing from behavioral economics, right? So you got to make sure you're doing your surveys right. Interestingly, when we did this survey, about 27% of the people, even though they could be saving 70% on everything by joining, 27% of the people said, I'd rather shop at full price and get free shipping, which is not rational, but I think what you learn is that people are totally irrational. The emotions often take over. So if you think you're explaining something to somebody really clearly, it doesn't matter. You have to watch what they're doing in their natural environment and then work around that and kind of go from there. It's a lot easier. Now, interestingly, 27% of people said they'd like to shop at full price. So we put up a full price journey. And in the first week, 27% of people shopped at full price. Is that crazy?
That's crazy.
I mean, and those people, well, we don't know how many more times they will shop with us. It's likely that they will probably shop at the same interval as members, according to a behavioral economist that I consulted about this. So they will actually be very profitable customers for us, given that we have the machine in place, we have all of the products in place, we have the inventory in place. You know, we let her do what she wants to do. And I think one of our big learnings has been like, don't force them to do what we want them to do, let them do what they would naturally do.
It's incredible insights. I think it's so easy to find one user group who like buying the product you've decided to sell them at the price you've, or however you decided to sell it, and just trying to keep finding more and more of those people. And it's a great reminder to remember that actually there will be alternative buying groups, perhaps irrational. So you're not going to kind of logically deduce that this is the thing to do. And so in your experience, that was really learning from talking to them. Have you been able to leverage data as well to spot some of those insights? Well,
given that we have had a terrible platform, we've kind of had to build this business so far with blinders on our faces, but we now have more data coming in, and it's so incredibly helpful. However, I will caveat that data tells you about yesterday. So in the footwear industry, we would always say that buyers, the buyers in the department stores, they're experts at yesterday. They're not going to bring you the brand new thing. So you still have to be out there being a little bit crazy and thinking, okay, what is the thing that we can't see, right? And I would always say that to my head of e-commerce. They'd be very proud. Well, our conversion rate is 3%. And I'd say, our conversion rate, 97% of the people coming in here aren't shopping from us. That's 97%, that's really terrible. And he'd say, but 3% is really good. Right. And I'm like, no, it's not. We're missing the majority of the people. So then you have to really focus on why are you missing them. And so some of these new user journeys that we're looking at are, I guess, our attempt to try and figure out who are all those other people and how do we have something for them as well, because we do have the very best products out there. We're getting them from the very best sources. We believe in them, and it's a great place to shop no matter how you want to shop. So why wouldn't you? But let's make that really easy for him, her, them, no matter how they come in.
Yeah. Amazing. When we invested, I think you were just providing the service to people within Europe. But then you made the move to the US, and that's gone really, really well.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear a little bit about the challenge, how you kind of took that on. Was it kind of copy and paste? Did you have to think about things in a bit of a different way? And what's led to that success?
That's a really great question. I think the US, actually we're only in the UK, we're not even in Europe yet. Software issue, but that has opened up as well. So this year is like a big year. Actually, it'll be next year. That's a big year of opening up for us, so it's really exciting. In the US, I think what you have to remember is that the US customer has a lot of choice. Right? It's a plethora of choice out there, and there are a lot of things that have already been done. And they are bigger spenders, and they want to move really quickly, and they're not necessarily as considered with their cash. And of course, I'm generalizing hugely, but it does seem that way so far. And they don't necessarily want something that's really inexpensive. More customers in the US shopping at full price because they don't necessarily understand the model and they just want to do something fast. So they'll see something, they want to click on it, they want to buy it, they don't necessarily want to consider. So the funnel may be different for the US customer. If you are on a membership model or a subscription model, you might just want to let them buy the product as well. I think Rent the Runway, which is a business that sends, are you familiar? I know you're a guy, but yeah okay. That sends out clothing, right? You can rent your clothing. It has started to sell clothing because, of course, if you rent something and you love it, why not buy it? Whereas previously they just rented it. So for us, what we had to really do is go into the market and then look at what's already there, because one of our biggest hurdles when we first entered was that she thought we were a subscription box. And that's because there are so many subscription boxes that already exist. So the heuristic for her was to look at it and think, oh, this is another one of those, when it's in fact not. We don't send you anything. So people would sign up and then a month later say, well, I didn't get my box. And it's like, we don't send you a box. You're paying for access to these prices. So then we realized, oh, maybe we need to send her a box. Right? She wants a box, raise the price, send her a box. And then everybody's happy and she gets, what she thinks. So we are currently now building that team, but also looking at, with, again, all the infrastructure that we've built, what is the best and easiest way to deliver this in an understandable fashion to a consumer who has seen something familiar and may get easily confused because they're just like rushed off their feet doing whatever it is they do. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Your previous businesses and even Beauty Pie at the start were bootstrapped. You didn't take venture capital, but now you have taken venture capital in the last few years. What led to that decision? What was different about this business? And
I'll tell you, Daniel, the venture capital thing is quite stressful. What?
Don't tell me that.
Well, only because it's so much less stressful when you're only spending your own money. And so if you are a responsible individual, I'm quite a frugal, responsible individual. Now I feel like I have to perform for the investors, and I hate it. But I'll just say, a little ad for Balderton. If you could not find a more supportive group of investors than Balderton, and also one of our other, well, actually all of our investors are great, but we love Balderton for there's so much support that's offered. And this is my first VC-backed business. I always just stuffed whatever profit I had under my mattress and then reinvested it. But when I was doing my first tech startup, trying to find tech talent of any grade was quite difficult if you were not VC-backed. So we would interview people and think, wow, you get to the end of the interview, you think, this is the one, and their question, when you would say, well, do you have any questions, was always, so are you venture-backed? And then my answer was always, yeah, no, I'm funding it myself, and then they wouldn't join. Because I think venture-backed businesses are always, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, that everybody is like so excited to be in a venture-backed business. And of course, it provides a little bit more stability as long as there's enough capital. And so we found that as soon as we had venture backing, we got a lot of great talent. And so tapping into the talent networks that companies like Balderton have, and then also the partners and the operating partners who have so much experience, that's been incredibly helpful. So besides the self-induced stress of wanting to do well for you, which I just need to work on that, as my own individual baggage, it is super helpful to have people who know what they're doing in the tech world, because it isn't what I come from, and it has opened so many doors. So I am eternally grateful to have had that opportunity. It's also really fun, I think, for me. At this stage in my career, this is my 5th business. And so to have something where I can enter a completely different realm and really learn every day from so many talented people, it's quite a gift.
Yeah, well, we've enjoyed working with you. I think it sounds like lots of benefits, a bit of extra stress, a bit of extra kind of accountability. I think you're a fantastic steward of the money you've been given, so thank you. Maybe kind of looking forward, you talked a little bit about the US and hopefully the rest of Europe next, and next year. What else is coming down the line for PewDiePie? Anything we can expect?
So many options. I think we're still learning. We're looking at the different models that we can have with the people who want to shop full price, the people who want to be on a mini membership, the people who are the hardcore members, of whom there are a lot. And we'll be looking at which model suits different markets. Again, we've got that whole machine set up. The marketing machine is ready, the manufacturing machine is ready, the supply chain machine is ready. So we can enter the next market quite easily. We just have to do the math and make sure that it makes sense. And I think not bite off more than we can chew. You see a lot of, and I've talked to a lot of businesses who have just opened websites all over the place thinking that was going to be a good thing to do and it would be profitable, but most of them retreat with their tail between their legs if they do too many at the same time. So we're going to be quite measured about it. Just make sure that we open one at a time or two. Make sure that we can really deliver, and go deep and make a success out of it. For you and for me.
For all of us and for the customers. Right. Well, look, we're out of time. Thank you so much. I think it's great to get those insights. There's so much more. You make it kind of sound very easy. We just launch a brand, we do this, we do that, and the customer loves it. Of course, it's incredibly hard, and I think you've given us a little bit of glimmer about the magic behind making that successful. So thanks again, and great to see you.
Thank you for supporting me.
Thank you.
Okay. Should we go that way?
Thank you, Marcy and Daniel. And hey, let's move on with the program. And next we'll be talking about gaming in frontier markets. Taking the stage, we have Cordell Robin Cooker, who is the co-founder and CEO of Carry First, the leading mobile games publisher and digital commerce platform for Africa. Founded in 2018, Carry First has developed into the leading mobile game publisher for all of Africa, the fastest growing mobile gaming market in the world.
Joining Cordell on stage is Jonathan Lai, general partner at Andreessen Horowitz. He also has extensive background from the gaming industry by working with games investment at Tencent. Welcome to the stage, Cordell and Jonathan.
Hey folks, my name is John. I'm a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz and one of the co-founders of Games Fund One, which is Andreessen's first dedicated fund dedicated to investing in gaming founders. And I'm joined here by Cordell. Can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. I'm Cordell Robin Coker. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Carry First, and we're Africa's leading mobile publisher and consumer fintech platform. Our mission is to scale awesome content in the region by solving hard problems.
That's awesome. So let's start off by actually talking about Africa, which is, I think, the hot topic of our talk today. But tell us a bit about what are some of the major trends that we should think about when we think about Africa. What's happening now and why is it exciting?
Yeah, so Africa is a really fascinating gaming market. I would say it's underpinned by the best demographics in the world. So you have 1.4 billion people, over 1 billion of them under the age of 40, which is more than the US and China combined. On the content side, it's almost entirely mobile. And so over 90% of internet access is via the mobile phone. And so we have 300 million unique gamers, $1 billion market, which should double in the next few years. So we think it's a really exciting market and an exciting time as well.
Yeah. And a statistic I think that I've heard you quote that I love is that Africa is one of the fastest growing mobile gaming markets in the world today, right? Maybe you could talk a bit about why that's coming to pass? So.
Yeah, over the last 10 years, the number of unique gamers has grown by 3x, and the market overall has grown by 7x. There are a bunch of reasons. The first is just penetration. So smartphone adoption is growing double digits year over year. So more people have phones in their pockets.
Right.
And just like everywhere in the world, when people get their first smartphone, they want to chat with their friends,
right.
They want to find dates, and they want to play games. And so gaming being, I think, one of the most ubiquitous forms of media, we see that really, really taking off. So that's the good side. There's a lot of really kind of strong demographic trends, but there are also some challenges. So we think the market could grow even much faster if there were some things that were solved.
Yeah. So I think it's fascinating if I can just draw a bit from my personal history. So I used to work at Tencent before I came to A16Z. And one of the things that also happened there was that mobile gaming just really took off in a huge way. And a lot of it was contributed by sort of the console ban that China had, where a whole generation of gamers basically skipped playing console games, and then they went straight to basically playing games in the one device that everyone had at the time, which was the feature phones and later on the smartphones. And then the WeChat ecosystem paired with a fintech platform ended up being the home for a lot of some of the biggest games in China. So.
Yeah, 100%. I think in our wildest dreams, we hope to be the Tencent of Africa, and we see very similar trends. Instead of a console ban, we just haven't had a console or a PC market. If you think about mobile, it really democratizes gaming. Because everyone has one in their pocket, it's relatively inexpensive, and suddenly now everyone's a gamer, even if you can't afford, $1,000 PS5 or a couple $1,000 PC.
Yeah. So. And I think one of the questions that I used to get a lot when I was working for Tencent is just, are the types of games that people play in China, are they fundamentally different from the rest of the world? So if you're a game developer, can your games even translate to China? And so I'd be really curious, what your view and that answer is for Africa specifically. How do you account for regional taste, and is it different from the rest of the world, and so on?
I would say fundamentally it's not different. And we honestly had to learn that ourselves the hard way. We started out as a studio. We thought you needed to build hyper-culturalized content by country. And we realized eventually that our users just wanted to play the best games in the world. So they wanted to play Call of Duty and Candy Crush, and the question was around accessibility. And so the only differences we see between, let's say, specific markets in Africa and Western markets can be explained by demographics. So the median age on the continent is 19 years old, which compares to 43 in Western Europe. So it's really young. And then smartphone penetration skews male. So if I think about our archetype, it's a 19-year-old college male. Right. And if you look at games that they play, they tend to be competitive. and they tend to be, multiplayer. And so there are a few themes we tend to focus on. So sports games, mobile-first sports, lightweight shooters. Unfortunately, we like to shoot our friends. And
it's a universal human behavior.
Exactly. And parlor games. So if you think about the games that you play with your friends offline on a Friday, maybe with a whiskey or a beer, card games, dice, board games. And so bringing those to mobile in an accessible way is really what we focus on. But we don't, Africans don't need their own content, which is wonderful.
Yeah. And as a game developer, I feel like there must be several in the audience today. If you have a successful game and you're thinking about bringing it to Africa, like what are some of the things that they should be thinking about?
The first thing is accessibility. I think what we've learned is that there's technical churn and there's content churn. Content churn everyone deals with. At some point you get bored or your game is not interesting enough, you run out of content and they move on. Technical churn is more avoidable. That's like game doesn't work well on the device, there are high crash rates or ANRs, or it's really, really resource intensive. So when we think about Western developers today, oftentimes they're building for the latest iPhone device, which is more powerful than my laptop was 5 years ago, right? And they're thinking about environments where you have 5G connections and everything works great, and synchronicity is really easy. But for like a couple billion users across frontier markets, including Africa, they're on a $100 Android smartphone with limited storage, limited processing capacity. They're paying for airtime out of pocket, prepaid, and that's like a very real material expense for them. And so the first thing I would think about is, how do you make sure your game is accessible? So, relatively light on device, not a ton of, requirements, and just playable.
And just to double click on accessibility, so if you just put your game on the App Store or Google Play, it's not quite accessible for everyone on the continent, right? For the reasons that you mentioned, device compatibility and other things. So.
It's not. And so we get this a lot. They're like, well, I can put my game in the App Store in Africa. Like, what's the difference? Why do you need a local partner? So I think one is technical, but then the other two is like go to market. So Africa, it's really nice to talk about it and as a monolith because it makes it feel really simple. But it's 54 countries, hundreds of languages, different cultural nuances. And so if you want to scale, you need to be able to sort of meet players where they are. And so we do a lot on like creatives, like localizing or culturalizing creatives. And we find that we'll get 50% higher installs for the same number of impressions by using, let's say, local influencers in our ads or local slang, as opposed to even the best kind of shiniest gameplay creatives. So go-to-market is one, and then payments is another big challenge.
And that's a really interesting one because I think a common sort of refrain that I hear sometimes about Africa is that it's a low ARPU market for mobile games in particular, right? And I have to imagine that some of that has to do with the fact that some people are putting their game in Google Play and they're not doing any of the things that you mentioned. There's no local payments, there's no real localization, and they're discovering that they're not making very much money from it. So but maybe you could double click a bit on the payments piece.
Yeah. So payments, I think, is the biggest challenge, or monetization overall, which we aim to solve. And so the fundamental challenge is the internationally accepted credit card is the sort of form of ubiquitous payment for mobile content. And only 1 in 10 individuals on the continent have that. And so the way I describe it is, if you have a game and it's published in Africa, only 1 out of 10 attempted payers, would-be payers, are physically able to do so. And so what we've done is we've built our own payment stack. We've aggregated all of the relevant local methods, things like mobile money, local bank transfer, locally denominated cards, and created a very consumer-friendly interface for people to pay for in-game content. And so our hope is that we can convert 2 or 3 of those 9 people who wanted to pay but couldn't. And if you can do that, suddenly you've tripled or quadrupled the LTV of a game without doing anything else. No
You
UA.
didn't make any gameplay changes or anything. It's
Nothing.
just pure.
It's just literally allowing people to pay for stuff that they already want to.
Right.
Yeah.
Super powerful.
Yeah.
What are, as you look to the future, like what do you think are some of the greatest sort of opportunities and challenges that you guys have before you?
So as a company, I would say we're really, really excited about the opportunity. The market opportunity is very clear. Our value proposition is also incredibly clear. And so the challenge really is a little bit of this, kind of getting the word out, having people understand the opportunity. And there are a lot of challenges in the world broadly. There are silver linings for us because as things slow down and get more competitive in the West, as IDFA makes it much harder to go and target whales in the US and China, we're starting to see some of the biggest game companies kind of change and turn their attention to Africa as a market that has fundamental growth, right? 10%. Every year, just new users. And so, one thing is we partnered, or we're partnering currently with Activision around Call of Duty Mobile. And I think a year and a half ago, we probably wouldn't have even gotten a phone call with them. But we're working with them to help them scale in South Africa.
And it's one of the top grossing mobile games in the world, right?
100%. And so for them to take an interest in the region is really great. And what's even better is we've delivered, or even more so, the market has delivered. So inside of a month of launching, we helped them grow their active user base by 7x, which is like astonishing. And some of that is just around focus, right? You need to put down a local server so that folks can play in a competitive way. But a lot of it is the nitty-gritty stuff on the ground. So we brought on an influencer who's a rapper named Nasty C. I had never heard of him because I'm too old, but he's like he's a Gen Z.
Those are the best influencers.
Exactly. If you've heard of them, they're probably not the right one. So he's come on and he's leading the campaign. And so we've done local esports tournament. We had a concert tied with it, and just like created a lot of buzz. And honestly, people are really excited. The most comments that we get. So the first most is South Africans that are really pumped that we're doing this. And then the second is Nigerians that are like, when are we going to get a local server? Like, what's coming next? And so there's a really, really huge groundswell of appetite for great content.
That's awesome. And I think it's never been a better time. I think as like the mobile markets in general are just getting more competitive, right? If you're launching a new app, if you're launching a new game, it's harder than ever to kind of break through the noise and actually attract downloads. And so focusing on sort of new greenfield opportunities, like an entire continent to people, I think it's especially powerful these days.
100%.
I want to switch gears for a second and maybe just talk a bit about company building, because I know you have a lot of founders and builders in the audience as well. But maybe talk a bit about what is it like building a company in a frontier market. So Carry First is based in South Africa, right? So.
It is. I would say it's inspiring and incredibly challenging. So company building is, I think, one of the hardest things that you can do, period. Right. I don't have any kids, but I would say it's probably like starting a company and like having your first child. It turns your life upside down. It's really hard. You're trying to build something that's never existed in the world. So it's hard. Building in a frontier market is even harder because sometimes capital isn't always there or doesn't yet appreciate the opportunity, and sometimes you're trying to create new industries. The free-to-play gaming industry basically hasn't existed at scale in Africa, and so we've had to be pioneers. So that's the challenge, but the opportunity is every day you see a massive opportunity. You make a change and you see immediate response from users in the ecosystem, and it's really, really exciting. And so it's interesting. Obviously, we're here because A16Z is one of our investors, but it would be interesting to kind of hear your thoughts on frontier market, early stage investing. Is that, a couple of years ago, maybe we might have been off piece or off geo for you guys, but eventually it's a good fit.
Yeah, so a general sort of investment framework that we have is that we believe that every good startup needs to have both a product inside and a distribution inside. And so just to use an example from a company I used to work for, Riot Games, that made the game League of Legends, their product insight was that they had found this mod called Dota, and their sort of thesis was that if they could reduce barriers to entry, that they could actually unlock an entire genre. And so that was a product insight. And then their distribution insight was they were one of the first sort of Western teams to adopt free-to-play as a business model. And that was groundbreaking at the time. And so bringing it back to frontier markets, I think one of the things I love about businesses like Carry First that are building in frontier markets is that you have a distribution advantage just by stint of building for a frontier market, right? And so you have a distribution insight. And you still have to get the product right. So you still got to go recruit a team and build the right product and get the product market fit, which are challenging things for every startup. But knowing that if you succeed, you have a huge audience that you're unlocking, I think that's extremely powerful. And I think historically, you're right. Like one of the main challenges of startups in frontier markets has been access to labor and access to capital. I think those are the two things that we've noticed. On the labor front, like you often have to get people. If you're recruiting superstar talent, from other parts of the world, they have to be willing to move across and relocate to another country, which is a tall task. And then for investment capital, as a local entrepreneur in an emerging market, like you may not know who the investors are or be able to kind of network your way in to get a warm intro, right? I think the nice thing is that as it was the silver lining of COVID and the pandemic has been that now it's easier than ever for people to work remotely, and that's become more of a norm. And so the access to labor, I think, is sort of, that's become less of an issue because you can just have people work wherever they are, but then still join a company that's in a frontier market. And then as talent is dispersed around the globe, I think investors like ourselves have also been increasingly more excited about investing sort of off the beaten path because you want to invest, we're in the business of investing in the very best founders, wherever they are. And so yeah, hopefully that's...
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen exactly that. So 2020 was a really difficult year, but it was probably the seminal year for our company, right? Because of COVID, we went from having 3 offices and having to recruit in these very limited pools to being able to say, wherever you are, as long as the time zone works, you can work with Carry First. And so we're now probably 70 people, but we're in 24 different countries, like across Africa, Europe, parts of the Middle East. And it's fun to be able to go to someone in the gaming industry that is obsessed with games. They got into it out of passion, but over time they found themselves working for a multinational corporation, which is not as fun as what they thought it was going to be. And to say like, okay, you can come, you can build games with us, you can market games in a new market with a small team, and you can still live in Berlin. Or even better, if you hate Berlin and you want to move back to Romania, you can do that. And like, we don't care. So remote work has like changed the game for us with regard to recruiting and also fundraising, right? Like, it's and people used to be like, when are you going to be in LA next? And then we'd be like, well, actually, I was planning on being in LA in 3 weeks. And then you go on Kayak and then and book the flight. But now you can just hop on a Zoom call and connect. So it does make it a lot easier. I feel like company building is being democratized in a great way.
Yeah. No, that's a great point of the Zoom meetings, and just the fact that you can just hop in the metaverse and essentially pitch an investor in London, pitch an investor in LA, pitch an investor in Berlin, and just have those as back-to-back Zoom calls. I think that's actually very powerful.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, maybe when it comes to lessons learned along the way, since it feels like as you've scaled, I'm sure you've had many sort of ups and downs. What are some things that, looking back, you would, for sure do again? And what are some things that you would maybe try to avoid, or the next time around do better on in terms of lessons learned for other founders?
Yeah. Many, many, many lessons learned. So I'll try to distill them down to a few. I think when I talk to founders, I used to be an investor and I'm now an entrepreneur. So I still try and mentor other folks a lot. And the first thing I say is like, you are your startup. Right? Like the idea can change, the market can change, the product can change, but fundamentally, the founders or the first group of people are your startup. And so number one is you have to, as I say, like protect the asset, which is you have to take care of yourself physically. You have to take care of yourself mentally. Like when I first got started, one of the things that I did was I read a few books. I read The Hard Thing About Hard Things, which is like my startup Bible. Definitely read that. But I also read the book about Elon Musk. And, he doesn't have a home. He sleeps on his friends' couches. He sleeps on like the shop floor and stuff. And so the first thing I did, I went to New York. I was sleeping on my friend's couch. I wasn't eating. And that was idiotic, right? The first thing you should do is just make sure that you're taking care of yourself, that you're in the right frame of mind, because it's a marathon.
It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
It is not a sprint. Second thing is get help, right? I have been fortunate to have two co-founders that are way better than me at certain things, and that where we have like good chemistry. And there's so much to do, and it's so hard that I think getting great help is the second thing. And I think the third is really like having fun. And that's like, I think, a mantra for work generally. Even if, you only work exactly 40 hours a week and you refuse to spend another hour, you're still going to be spending the majority of like your waking, non-sleeping, non-toothbrushing or commuting hours at work. So you may as well have fun. And if you're going to do something for 10 years and try and change the world, like, you better have fun. Otherwise, it's just going to be a miserable ride. So none of those have to do with like product market fit or engineering tactics or anything. But I think if you apply those, you have a chance, and that's all you can ask for, really.
Yeah. There's it's interesting how the media sometimes glamorizes startup life, and what you were saying earlier about sleeping in couches and sort of like being a garage startup. It's glamorized, but I think the reality is that startups are as much about just the long game of just like lasting and surviving essentially until you find product market fit. And so I think focusing on making sure that you have sustainable lifestyle practices, I think we don't hear a lot about that, but I think that's incredibly important, because you gotta be able to hang in there, and maybe your first product doesn't work and you need to like iterate and try something else. And then these fundraising processes can sometimes take a long time, and it's a lot about just persevering, right?
100%.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, this has been great. Any last thoughts on Carry First Africa, or any advice that you have for other entrepreneurs out there that are building in frontier markets? Yeah.
Look, I would say for entrepreneurs generally, just keep at it, right? Yeah. Maintain your vision. Don't lose sight of why you started in the first place, and keep going. And then generally, I would say, Africa is a really, really exciting market. It's worth your time. If you're interested in scaling in the region, definitely reach out to us, and we'd love to continue the conversation.
Awesome. Thank you, Cordell. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Cordell and John. In this next fireside chat, we will be hearing from Peter Fenton. He has the longest term served as full-time partner at Benchmark Capital.
Joining Peter on stage, we have Jeanette Furstenberg, managing partner and co-founder of La Famiglia VC. Welcome on stage, Peter and Jeanette.
So, welcome everybody. It's really nice to see you all. Let's start with a quick introduction for someone who needs no introduction. But for those who are still curious, Peter Fenton is the longest standing GP at Benchmark, and he has backed epic companies such as Twitter, Zora, Airtable, and Elastic, to only name a few. As such, he's also a perennial member of the Midas list since 2007. I'm Jeanette. I'm a founding partner of La Famiglia, a pan-European venture firm, picking the best founders at seed. One of our biggest wins were Deal, Personio, Forto, and Applied Intuition. Let's dive right in. Peter, it feels like every week something controversial is happening in this industry. You've been on the board of Twitter for 9 years. What do you make of the current situation? Is this a recipe for positive transformation or for destruction?
You know, it is a company, most people here, I assume, are on Twitter, have points of view about its future, and you know, it's a company that has always felt, to me, like it would outlive all of us. And you know, in a venture career, you know, you try and get your company public, and very rarely do you brush up against something that feels like Wikipedia or you know, for that matter, people have compared it to email. So Twitter has this sort of inevitability feeling to it, and we tried. I invested in early 2009. I know Evan's here, and we did our best to build a business around it, and we inherited a number of, I would say, pathologies in culture. And you know, I witnessed 3 CEOs, 15 heads of product. I could go down the list of, we shot it in every major organ and we didn't kill it. That part of that is the humility of being on a board and saying, you can make a lot of mistakes and still have a company survive. And the question with Elon, which I think is ultimately a good one for us to witness in the industry, is a fundamental A/B test, where how do you change culture is a big question for companies once they've gotten past that first formative stage. We always say that culture gets formed in the first, 2 to 3 employees. And at Twitter, the culture change needed it to go through something cathartic. And when Jack took over as CEO, the change was, I would say, incremental. And I think Jack wanted to change it fundamentally, but he didn't. And so with Elon coming in and saying, half of you are gone, there's a completely new reality and all that, I almost think it doesn't matter as much as we like to have the great man theory, maybe not in Finland, but in the United States, we have the great person. I think it could be anybody that just said, half of you are gone, now let's just do more stuff and see what works. And we're likely to see, I think my instincts are that we're going to see major areas of opportunity and growth amidst the mistakes, which people can point to. But my sense is that, and I have a bet with my partners, in 5 years, is Twitter going to be worth more than the NASDAQ at the close of the transaction? And my strong instinct is it will be. Not because Elon is a great man, but because the underlying possibilities of Twitter haven't really been manifest. The last thing I'll say on this is when you invest in a company, you kind of have a genotype of the company.
And that leads you to have a theory about the phenotype. Like when Twitter was blessed with, I think, $100 billion, maybe a $500 billion genotype, and our phenotype was a $30 billion, it didn't feel very good. You might think, oh, it's Twitter, everyone doesn't know. But the potential always felt an order of magnitude more than what we were manifesting. So the stories of today, the echo chamber of the valley, are all the mistakes that will be made. But you know what? Twitter should be making those mistakes. And we were so guarded and defensive and closed that Elon coming in and disrupting it, I think, is one of those Jeff Bezos is a large investor in our fund, and we had a conversation with him about the style of leadership that Elon brings. And you can point to all the things that he does that are in the what you don't do as a manager. And he's sort of, there'll be books written about Elon's management style. I think that a little bit like Steve Jobs, you know, it's not so clear you should emulate it. In fact, it violates many of the tenets of what people would say is good general management. But the thing he gets right, and I think ultimately Twitter is going to benefit from, is to have radical aspirations and leaders set the horizon of the possible. And I think Elon will do that for Twitter in a way that it needed. And he's done that for the Tesla, obviously, SpaceX. And so that line of what's full potential Twitter look like, and then having radical faith, and then telling the team, well, that's the target. Oftentimes, if you say that, you know, people laugh at you and they're like, well, that's just delusions. It's not visions, it's hallucination. But I think there are people, and Elon is one of them, who say it in a way that then reimagines what's possible for those people showing up to work every day. And it's a gift of his leadership, and I think it's one of those things that Twitter will benefit from. And I don't know, there are other sides of the bet that I made in our partnership, so I could be wrong.
But it's interesting, right? Most founders only emphasize the upside. I think he said very clearly we could go bankrupt if we don't get this right. I think it's an interesting...
Well, you know, and I think that's part of Elon's magic, where it's... I don't share his value system. There's a whole bunch of things that he's done that I wouldn't do, but you know, activating the individual sense of the possible also requires you to recognize that you're in the spine of a mountain and you could fall off either side, but that, you know, that's what Twitter needs more of today. Then it's going to be okay. There'd been a learned helplessness inside of the company, and I think by shocking the system, it activates a part of the organism that had laid fallow. So.
Speaking of culture, which you mentioned earlier, jumping from one bomb to the next, FTX. What do we make of that as an industry?
You know, it's such a tragic story. I think you start with a sense of, me at least, compassion. Some people start with shame and judgment, and that's suitable here too. But you know, what happened was the runaway train. And I think if you look at Enron or other situations where people get into this kind of trouble, it's funny, when you look at the pathological behaviors, very rarely does someone start out as a sociopath fully developed. And I'm not saying SBF's a sociopath, but you get involved with the market, you take risk, you get validated, you take more risk, and then it compounds towards insanity along that road. Now, it happened relatively quickly with SBF. Enron, it took a while, but those people. I
think Theranos was probably the closest. Theranos.
I think Enron might be an even better example. Not to say that there aren't parallels with the personality type. Where the highest parallels are is in governance. And I think when we look at FTX and we look at what happened with SBF, you say, well, where is the board? And there was no board. And where are the And you know, we were involved with a couple of companies that were sort of gained notoriety in the last generation. WeWork and Uber, and served on the board of both those companies. And I think we had personality types that brought governance into the foreground. Usually governance is in the background. It's like a shared space of trust that you have, that we're not doing this for me or for you, we're doing it for the common shareholders' purpose, the purpose of the business. And in the case of both WeWork and I think Uber, it's now well documented, governance became front and center, where we were in conflict with our entrepreneur, which is sacrilege for us, because they're the reason we exist. So to go into, and both those cases were highly stressed. It's well documented now. I don't think that happened with SBF, and I'm not sure it happened at Theranos. And so, you know, in many ways, you know, if you don't subscribe to free will, and most of us don't, you know, the system that SBF had created gave him the outcome. And so I think as fiduciaries, you know, we can say, is the system, does it carry the integrity of what we want to do to be there for the founder? We're all parents. I have 5 young children. You have a few yourself. And there's something you learn in parenting, which is false empowerment. And I've done it. Like, I've not, like, this is usually, no, it's not like wrecking $6 billion, but it might be staying up all night with an iPad. And so, am I to blame when my child is, you know, use the iPad all night? I kind of am, because I didn't set the boundaries, that I didn't, and these aren't fun conversations. They're not the easy path in a relationship. But if we don't represent that in our industry for these companies, then it's not that we let that individual down, we let the next SBF down, and we let the fiduciary responsibility that we have down. And it's a tough thing to work on, because, you know, we talked a little bit about the great founders. You know, how different is Elon from SBF or from Elizabeth Holmes? And one of the stories that people struggle with in this era is, well, that person's good or bad. Get rid of, my view is, get rid of the labels of good and bad. They're not honest and dishonest people. They're human beings, and we all are fallible in many ways. And that fine line between, and I think it's finer than we're willing to admit, projecting a future, inviting people into a shared hallucination, which is most startups, versus telling a lie. And I think the first lie for many of these people is the relatively easy, and then it compounds. And then next thing you know, you're so far down that path, and this happens in geopolitical systems, it happens in companies, and of course it happens in individuals, that at the end of that path, it's sort of unrecognizable relative to where it started. So I think some of the narrative today that, oh, SBF was a bullshit artist, he was a fraud, it's like, it's not so easy. And in all of us, we have those aspects, particularly entrepreneurs. When have you crossed the line? And I've been there. I've been there raising money where we're telling the downstream investor, you're telling them a story. And that story has a lot of risk associated with it, which you tend to suppress. And now, the governance thing, the systematic governance thing, I think is it's an acute common thread, causal, I think, with what happened at Theranos and what happened at FTX. But versions of this are going on at most companies, which is like, the board, governance, it's all that boring stuff. But that dance is important.
But I think that's an interesting question, right? What makes for a great board? Because you mentioned previously that boards are just very ineffective, and I would agree with that. Like, what would make for a really good board meeting all through the life cycle of a company? Yeah,
I had the pleasure of sitting on a Docker board meeting when I got here last night for 5 hours, or actually 3 hours, but it felt like 7 hours. And Docker is such an interesting story. Now, maybe if you aren't developers, you don't know Docker. If you're a developer, you have it on your desktop. There's 15 million people who have Docker. To me, the story of a great board is told through a company story. So Docker had a gilded board. We had representation, from all the major firms, and Docker 1.0 was a total disaster. We wrecked about 300 million of investor capital. We set records for ineffectiveness, negligence, all those things, and surprising that I didn't get fired, but okay. But that to me was a board in dysfunction, where there were a lot of cooks in the kitchen. I think there was a big sort of committee mindset, lack of clear vision, and the worst thing that a board can do, I think, there's the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. In this case, the board came with lots of ideas, and the company, I think, engaged with them. And we weren't firm on the governance side. But the thing which I would tell you that a great board has, and that board didn't have, is radical faith in the company when you most need it. When you least need radical faith is when things are going well. And Docker 1.0 went from the hottest company in Silicon Valley to a total disaster. And we lost most of our investors. The, quote, board members just left. And I refuse to leave because when we commit, and I think this is the nature of venture, it's an existential commitment. It's like founding a company. It's in a way like having a child. And in my book, you can't unparent a child, and you can't unfound a company. So one of the most important attributes when you're selecting a director, I think, is will they treat you with that kind of unconditional love and radical faith when you least feel like it's deserved. And this is true in parenting. When you most need to love your kids, that's when they're the least lovable. So if you have a director that doesn't manifest that, you're just injecting risk into your company. Because when shit goes wrong, and it inevitably goes wrong, then the true colors show up, which is like, well, they weren't really here to back me. They were here to make a quick buck, or they were here because they had a different idea for the business. And so I think like a ground condition for a great director is radical faith and by the way, belief in you more than you have in yourself. And it's one of the things I've tried to do in the venture business. And we've all been to the board meeting. You're like, oh, I made a terrible mistake. What have I done? But there's this great lesson in happiness where people are much happier when they have fewer choices. But they're even happier if they've made a choice and they feel like they have no way out. Like they have to make it work. So. When you've made a commitment and said, like, this is like being a parent. I can't unparent this child. I can't unfound this company. Now,
that's a big Kierkegaard question, right?
Yeah, and so in terms of flourishing of a board, the last thing I'll say on that is that I had one of my CEOs said to me, none of you responded to the pre-read and you didn't put comments on that. And I said, I don't want to have the meeting before the meeting. In a great board, there's something that happens, collective effervescence, I don't have a word to describe it, but when a group of minds come together, fully present, and they're talking about your business in a way that opens up your horizons around what you might not be seeing. So I think of a successful board meeting as when the director says, or the CEO says to me after the board meeting, actually I don't like this because, that was a really useful board meeting. I'm like, better that it was useless and we just showed up because everything's working. But when it's useful, there's some revelation that comes out of the dynamic, the dialectic, that wasn't possible in individual one-on-ones. And I would say that happens 1 in 100 board meetings for most of us. But it's incumbent on the CEO to create the conditions that let people have a dialectic in their board meeting. Most board meetings I've experienced are slide decks, presentations, updates. So at all my board meetings now, I said, none of that stuff, everything should be a pre-read, and if we can have 80% of the meeting be a conversation. Now, a lot of CEOs say, I don't want to have a conversation with that group of bozos, which is the average board. Okay, then curate your board, but sorry, that was a long answer.
What is the most controversial advice you've been giving your founders in this crisis? I think everybody has been sharing the get 24 months of runway type advice, but what is an advice that might be really insightful that you've shared that others may not be aware of? Navigating this crisis?
Yeah, the controversial question, I wonder, what becomes non-conventional becomes conventional very quickly. I would say 6 months ago, I said the economy is going through a cancer, not a flu, because I think inflation is more like cancer. It metastasizes. And we've been exposed. I got in the venture business in 1999, and we had a flu, the internet bubble. Then we had a flu in 2008. Then we had a flu around COVID. I mean, it's a terrible analogy, but this is cancer. So what I suggested is that, the way to think about it pathologically is that the problem will start to compound and get worse as opposed to be acute and localized. And so my theory in the spring, and I was pretty non-conventional at that point, is that 2023 is going to be a 20 to 30% down in the S&P and probably another 30 to 40% down in the NASDAQ. And nobody wanted to hear that. But look, our numbers are good. We don't see any of this stuff. I'm like, we know what inflation is like, and you could be healthy and have terminal cancer. The doctors say I have it, but I feel fine. That's what we were like in the spring. Now we're starting to show the pathologies, and I think Q4 has been evidence of that. Q3 numbers were mixed. It was like half the companies missed their numbers. I think in Q4 it's going to be more like 2/3. And so the controversial advice, I guess I'm saying now, that's not conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom is don't raise money for 2 years, don't run out of capital, cut now. In a way, by the way, Elon, by cutting half of Twitter, in 7 days. This is the controversial advice, which I'll get to in a second. Set the pace. Because you know how many conversations like a week before that, when I was talking to people about making cuts, they're like, well, we don't want to go first, and 10%, we'll do performance reviews. And that was people thought Stripe was going to do a 10% performance review cut, which isn't really a cut. And they went way up, but they doubled that. So Steve Jobs came to Yahoo. I talked to an executive who was at Yahoo in the middle of their failed turnaround. And he said, you know, when I came to Apple, we were going to run out of money. We were going to go bankrupt. So I had to cut. I think it was a third of the employees. And so we didn't have a good way to make the cut because I hadn't really been there. And I didn't know most of the people. So I just looked at the people who were there before I got fired. And I said, we're not going to get rid of them. And then we're going to get rid of, randomly get rid of half of the other people. And he said, you know, I overthought it. What I should have done is just taken, this is going to sound reckless, but I think this is the advice that I give, and it is reckless. So I should have just taken a random number generator and spread it through my employee registry. And then if you got the unlucky number, you're fired. And he said that would have been an easier way to do it because you don't, and then John Donahoe shared this advice with me about eBay when he turned eBay, and he did turn eBay around. Great people in a broken system are going to be broken in terms of their contributions. So when you're making the cuts, cutting 10, 20, 30%, in a way, if it's random, it'll hurt a little less if you're the employee that gets tagged. But don't overthink it. And okay, you have your bottom performers and you have people who are deeply loyal. Okay, I get that, and maybe you're extraordinary performers and they're visible. But if they're rank and file, you know, those cuts I think have to just be made in a way that's quick and decisive, and don't overthink it as much as that sounds cruel, and I don't think you do it without compassion. The other thing which is important, I think, if you're going to make a cut, your messaging to the people that are leaving with your severance and the words you're sharing, but what you're really doing, the customer, when you're letting someone go, is the employee that stays. So they're seeing how you're treating those people as a proxy for your values. And if you treat them carelessly and with negligence and all that, you're bankrupt. You know, because the company that are left are not going to trust you, and they shouldn't. So, you know, at the human side of it, if you don't really internalize that and you just make it a cold business decision, I think you could lose the culture's essential human core.
I'd love to shift perspectives for the last couple of minutes, and this is more for advice for fellow VCs in the audience. You said something recently that actually makes me think we're kind of two people in like parallel universes where we would have been philosophers or artists. You talked about a poem being most similar to, or the authenticity you're seeking in a poem being very similar to what you're seeking in entrepreneurs or companies at the early stages. And I actually used a similar analogy in the past where I said like artists are a lot like, you know, similar to entrepreneurs, and that when you look at an early stage company, it's a little bit like looking at a Picasso drawing, right? There's no paint, the bird doesn't look like a bird, but they're kind of the early innings of a new language. Can you maybe elaborate on where you get this poetic kind of authenticity moment with founders when you first meet them?
Yeah, part of it is, I'll lose the audience, but poetry, unlike prose, I think expands our perception of the universe because of its breaking from the norms of discourse. And in a great poem, and I love Wallace Stevens' poems, Borges' poems, I mean, we all have our favorite poets. But when you read that poem, it slows down time, it expands your understanding of the universe in a way that changes it. It's not like, well, I just read another point of view. And so when a great company, when a great founder comes in, I felt this about Evan, I felt this about Travis, and even when, in his own way, Zuck presented the Series A when I was at Excel, it has that, once you've seen it, you can't unsee it feeling, and you know, it changes your eyes in a way that it's arresting, it stops, and it's so funny, I've done this job 25 years. The people that have been like the manifestation of a great poem, I remember every part of the meeting. The first time I meet Evan Spiegel, I remember smell of the coffee we were, and I think one of the things about time is that it's experienced in your memory differently because you can have many tracks, and this is the neurologist, description of why does time slow down during an accident. Well, time doesn't actually slow down, but you're recording more information. So there's something about a great entrepreneur, I'd say this for investors, where the slowing down of time, the expansion of awareness, and then its density of truth that you feel in reflection on those moments is rare. What's crazy about our business is I can spend, unfortunately, 3 years, 4 years and never feel that way. But I got to invest, I got to fund, I have partners, I feel like I got to be productive. And I remember meeting Nicola at So Rare, and it's weird because usually about 3 minutes in. And this is sort of weird in the sense of, okay, well, you have to do due diligence, you have to ask good questions. But when you hear about trading cards, fantasy play on the blockchain, and then Nicola expresses it in a way that's so pure, you just sit there and think, okay, well, that probably won't happen again for another 5 years. I should enjoy this moment. And so.
Amazing. Peter, I certainly enjoyed this moment very much. I think so did everyone. I could continue this conversation for hours, and hopefully we get to do so afterwards for a coffee. But thank you guys all for listening, and thank you, Peter, for these incredibly valuable insights, especially in times like these.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter and Jeanette. Let's move on with the program here on the Serene Stage. As we know, startups should be global from day one. And how do you go global at scale? Well, by building great, strong, and long-lasting partnerships. Next on stage, we have Elizabeth Rosiello, who is the CEO and founder of ASA Finance, a fintech company providing currency trading solutions, accelerating access to frontier markets through an innovative infrastructure.
To join this conversation, we have Victoria Turk, who is the features director at Rest of World. Let's get Elizabeth and Victoria on stage. Welcome.
Stage. Hi everyone, thanks a lot for joining us. I'm Victoria Turk, Features Director at Rest of World, a publication that covers technology beyond the Western bubble. I'm delighted to be joined by Elizabeth Rosiello of ASA Finance. Elizabeth, do you want to give your own introduction? What is ASA Finance? What do you do?
Sure. Well, we're the market leader for foreign exchange and B2B payments in Africa. We started out 9 years ago in Kenya, trading Kenyan shilling against other African currencies. And 9 years later, we trade between Africa and the rest of the world in digital currencies as well as fiat currencies for the remittance industry, e-commerce, corporates from east, west, south, and north. So we've kind of built both the infrastructure and the trading functionality for fintechs across the continent.
And who are your customers?
We, World Remit, Airbnb, PayPal, all the big tech companies, as well as a lot of traditional Fortune 500 companies like Procter & Gamble and Unilever, and more importantly, a lot of the tier 2 African banks and African corporates across the continent. Anybody really doing business in, out, and across the African continent.
Great. Now, the focus, or one of the focuses of our talk today is partnerships. And originally, I was going to get you to kind of start at the beginning of your story and go chronologically, but it's been an interesting week or so for you regarding a particular partnership of yours. When we spoke just 2 weeks ago, you were excited by the opportunities of this partnership, which you'd made earlier this year. But that, I think, has maybe changed a bit now, because that partner was FTX. For anyone who hasn't been following the tech news, FTX was a massive crypto exchange, and it imploded quite spectacularly last week, ultimately filing for bankruptcy. How has the last week been for you?
I mean, I trade Nigerian Naira, so I'm used to volatility. And we have a very resilient team. I would say it's our core functionality. When I started the business, our original name was BitPesa, for anybody that knows way back in the space. We were the first exchange on the continent of Africa to trade Bitcoin versus an African currency, and we were the first exchange run by a female team. So that's pretty exciting. We're, OGs in the space, as they say. When we moved to West Africa, our West African clients didn't like the word pesa, which is an East African word. So we ended up changing it to Asa Finance. But we've been in the space through many bull and bear cycles. And although there's been a lot of interest in crypto in Africa, we never really saw a big brand invest. And when FTX came to us last year and said that they were interested in expanding their FTX Africa division, we were happy to work with them on a partnership. But like any good partnership, if you're not the same size as your partner, you really need to make sure, especially if you're the smaller partner, to ring fence what you do with them. And we've been in business long enough, working in every kind of market and all cycles, to know that having those boundaries are important. So while we did do some marketing with them, we made sure that we stayed within our licenses of payment service provision, foreign exchange trading, remittance processing, and let them do what they did. And I think that's a huge lesson learned. And as they unwound in the last few weeks, we didn't hold any funds for them, and there wasn't any kind of add-on effect. I mean, it's not a great reputational look to be associated with a company like that, but I think it's part of the development of the industry. And in the 9 years that I've been in this space, we've seen a lot of companies go bust and a lot of companies grow beyond belief. We count Circle as well as one of our partners, and they've been a really success story. So I think we can't, although it's very tough for the users and the consumers that were affected by this, I don't think it affects my long-term vision for the digitization of the foreign exchange industry and also the international remittance industry.
So what has the impact of FTX's implosion been on Asa Finance and on your customers?
I think it's just more the high hopes that there was this really big company that was willing to expand globally. And we've seen a lot of big crypto companies focus on Asia, focus on Korea, focus on North America, a couple on Europe, but there has no been big win on the African continent. There's tons of users interested in this. It's like one of the #1 Google searches for crypto is in Nigeria. We've seen a lot of uptake on this space, but just like lots of brands globally, they're uncomfortable going into a region that they don't know. And we have this joke amongst our team that Africa is always 2 years away. When we would talk to Facebook or Meta back in the day, they'd say, oh, Africa's 2 years away no matter what year it was. And we've been really excited that as we've grown, we've welcomed some of the biggest brands in the world onto the continent, helping them expand their business, taking away their currency risk, helping them process payments. But we don't see a lot of large companies go to the continent first, and they really look for a partner to do that for them. So I think we had high hopes that this would be one of the first global brands that would come in and expand and put money towards expansion, and so that's really the biggest disappointment.
And it's been a bit of a mess. When they filed for bankruptcy, they actually listed some Asa Finance entities in the bankruptcy listing. You've had to deal with quite a bit. What's it been like the past week? What have you had to do?
Listen, we're a licensed business in the UK, in Spain, in 6 African nations. I don't understand how a company so much smaller than them had so much more regulatory oversight. And our board, is much more up to date than clearly any kind of governance structure they didn't or didn't have in place. So I think for us, it's just shocking to see how disorganized it was and how much capital flowed into that business with no requirements of governance. I mean, if you work in the emerging markets and you have a startup, you know how hard it is to raise money, and you almost have double, even triple the layers of due diligence that other companies have. So I think I'm just rolling my eyes at what a mess it is and how they included all of their vendors on this list. I mean, it's just completely irresponsible.
And you say that was erroneous. You've had to correct that.
Yeah, they've corrected it already, and it's been corrected in Delaware. So, you know, it's just another messy detail.
How did you find out about it all? Did you just see it on Twitter like I did?
Yeah. Like everybody, we were, you know, talking to the marketing person, and she told us she resigned. So, I mean, and then we just got a slew of messages saying everybody we worked with was resigning. So I think, you know, listen, we work in Ghana where the cedi has depreciated 50%. Just in the morning. You know, we work in other markets where in Nigeria, the central bank governor decided not to use their local currency overnight for remittances. We've been through some wild times. We've been through, you know, security incidents and, you know, weather incidents and government changes. I think when you're building a business that requires infrastructure, which is what we have, as well as trading with clients, you're slightly more resilient because you know that infrastructure is a long-term investment. So while we welcome clients and partners in, we do also have this resilient mindset that infrastructure is a long-term investment, and you have to protect yourself from anybody you're dealing with when you're structuring these partnerships, and you have to protect yourself mentally from the ups and downs of the market.
And how do you do that? How do you protect your brand when you're going into a partnership? You know, as a founder, your company is your baby, it's your project, and you have to kind of give way a bit if you're partnering with someone. But how do you make sure you have adequate protections in place that you know, aren't impacted as badly as you might be when things go south like this?
We have a lot of learned lessons at the company, and we have a great management layer. I was just listening to Nick from Revolut talk about how he likes to have as many direct line managers as possible. We also have a flat structure, but we have some really strong mid-managers that run their teams. And we do, you know, constantly do retros, we do planning sessions like religiously, and we constantly remind ourselves of lessons learned. And, you know, when we have new members come in, we say, remember what happened in Nigeria, or remember what happened in South Africa, or remember that partner from the US. So since we've been operating for 9 years, we understand all of the eventualities that could happen, and we make sure to keep that present. And, you know, I see a lot of fintechs come into the space, and when you're in an emerging market, it's very tempting to do everything. They're like, well, there's no processor, and there's no FX player, and there's no, you know, wholesale buyer. I'm going to do all steps of the vertical. We've been very religious from day one in just doing our core business. We build infrastructure to trade foreign currencies, and then we trade them. That's it. We don't do retail, you know, we don't do card processing. And so sticking very closely to your goals and following that, you can build your boundaries around you and not get pulled into doing things that a bigger partner might want you to do, or that might take you away from your risk mitigation policies.
And have you learned anything specifically from this experience with FTX? Would you do anything differently the next time?
I mean, already mid-year dealing with them, we were telling our teams, like, no. You know, they're asking for this, we're only giving them this. You know, I think the second the partner doesn't deliver on what they were expecting to deliver, like if the revenue wasn't there, they weren't moving as fast, you know, stick to your guns. And I mean, that's just general negotiation strategy. But if you're focused on revenue and you're focused on building and you're looking for that ROI, don't let a partner drag you into another space.
And you spoke a bit about the reputational aspect. What's the impact on sort of the crypto industry and the fintech industry in Africa as a whole? Because when we spoke previously, you were saying, you know, people are less scared by crypto now. Something like this happens, and suddenly crypto maybe seems a bit scary again. Do you think that will have a kind of lasting impact that goes beyond that specific exchange?
I mean, again, if your currency is devaluing 50% every 5-6 hours, you don't have many options. Right? So that's one. Number two, I've been saying for 9 years, the most important part of digital currencies is the ability to trade for 24 hours, 7 days a week. This is not something that gets a lot of radio time, but as a currency trader, when we're settling with a client and it's Ramadan and their remittance volumes are skyrocketing between Friday and Saturday and Sunday, they want to be able to top up. They want to be able to trade Saturday night, and the banking system doesn't allow that. When you're trading between Africa and China, or even Africa and Europe, and it's a US dollar holiday like Memorial Day, why should your entire system shut down? And for counterparties like us, that means that I have to carry a 3-day risk over the weekend if I want to forward them payment or start to offer prepayment, which again pulls me out of my risk profile. So I think it's been really exciting to use digital currencies, and a lot of our customers, I'd say 20% of our customers choose to settle with us in stablecoins because of the fact they can trade after 5 p.m. US time, or they could trade on the weekend. And for us, it reduces our risk because we have that digital currency, and we cash out immediately. We're not a prop trading desk. So I think as a payment service provider or anybody who does processing, you want to constantly make sure that your working capital and your float are kept tight. You don't want to have float extended to all these different clients that haven't settled, and you want to make sure you're not exposed to any sort of currency volatility, whether it's a West African currency, the euro who's crashing, or a digital currency.
So your faith is still strong?
I mean, the technology works, So I think the lesson was always there. Don't trust the company, trust the technology. And, having seen what I've seen working across the continent and just being in the fintech space and the finance sector for so long, I think I have the same belief.
I want to go back a bit now to the start of your journey, because I know there's a lot of early stage founders in the audience or aspiring founders who would like to learn a lot about your approach. Speaking of partnerships, when was that something that you first entertained as a founder growing a business? When did you get to a stage where you realized, actually, this is not something that would be most effective to build myself? I need to find someone to work with.
So when we first started, it was pretty easy because anybody could connect to mobile money, and we were just trading over mobile money and crypto. So it was very easy. There was no access, and it was the first way to test our product out, and we launched that October 2013. As we started growing, we realized we needed permission from the partner, the telco, to do larger transaction amounts, and we had to go to them to offer a potential partnership. And Safaricom, for anybody that's transacted in East Africa, is famous for saying no to partnerships. So there's a lot of Kenyan startups that begin and then peter out as the partner doesn't let them into the market. So we already saw that ceiling, that we couldn't get in without a good partner. Now, fast forward, I moved my family to Nigeria and knocked on the door of the biggest partner in town, InterSwitch, and after a month and a half of knocking, we signed a partnership with InterSwitch, and business boomed. In 2 years of transactions in Kenya, I had barely hit $100,000. I did that in the second week in Nigeria. So again, the experience of the right type of partner where we were making them money, they were allowing us to make money, everything was licensed, so the customers were excited by the framework of safety that we had around it, just again showed how important that was. So we actually created a team within the company, an expansion team, which is basically a partnerships team, which is, the front team that goes out to a new market. So they'll go to Cameroon and say, are there banks here that we can partner with? Are there fintechs here that we can partner with? Should we build it ourselves? Should we rent it? Should we build and then buy it? And so in each market that we enter, we really look to who could be our InterSwitch. And we've replaced InterSwitch, by the way, over the years, but that was just our first partner. And I think that's been a key part of our thinking about how to expand across a region where each market is very different. But no market is really big enough to sustain us. We do need to keep expanding multi-country. And we've had a lot of different experiences. In South Africa, we tried to do it ourselves for a couple of years. We looked to partner with a local bank, and we realized the life cycle was too long, so we acquired a company, E4F. And that was a great deal for us because we brought in an awesome team, which was already very profitable, with some exclusive partnerships that were part of that deal. And that was the right way to go. In a lot of the Francophone West African markets, we were first mover, so we built ourselves. So I think for us, with a continental vision, it's important to be flexible to have different partnership approaches in each market, but remember your core values.
So you've had experience of good partners, you've had experience of bad partners. How do you go about choosing when it's right to partner versus, maybe acquire or build yourself? And how do you choose who to partner with? What sort of due diligence do you do there?
Yeah, it's funny because this is like the toughest team to hire for. And for a long time, myself and my co-founder had to run that team. And the team needed a healthy dose of paranoia about not to get into a partnership that was too big for us, but how to be aggressive to do that. Now, 9 years later, we have a lot of good young people who are really good at doing this. And it's a cross-functional team. So they're constantly talking to revenue. What are the revenue projections for this? They're talking to product. What would integration look like? They're talking to engineering. What would the security look like of this relationship? They're talking to licensing and compliance. So it's a truly cross-functional team, because if you go ahead and sign a partnership that doesn't have revenue that pans out, or that sucks up 12 engineering sprints, or that the product team can't get their head around, you're going to again steer your ship away from your core plans. So I think it's been really important to kind of perfect what this team looks for and how they operate. And we run an agile company. We have a lot of very short meetings all day long. We have a lot of ways that we manage and plan for goals. So I think this is exactly something that we're really good at because of that.
And how do you approach the sort of negotiation phase when you want to partner with someone? Obviously, you see a benefit for you, but you need to sell a benefit to them as well. It's a partnership, right? What's your kind of advice to people looking to make friends and partners?
Well, incentives need to be aligned. I've met so many people, definitely in the crypto space, a lot in the fintech space, that seem like angry. How dare this bank not partner? Don't they know my product is going to take over the world? How dare they not be on board already? Well, because you're going to take their market share. So obviously they're going to close you out. And I think having spent a lot of time of my career in markets that are co-opted or have monopolies or oligopolies, we already understand that day one. So how is it going to make sense for the partner? How can we make this partner money? How can we show this partner that by working with us, they might lose something that they already had, but gain something that they didn't? And it has to be real. And we have to move fast and show that very quickly. And how do we work with partners that take forever to make decisions or take forever to integrate? We have to already accept that that's the fact and go in there ready to work around it. So we will lend engineers to our partner to make sure they go faster. I will put my own team into their offices. I will go there every day with donuts, and whatever it takes to make it happen. But I think sitting back and getting upset that the partner is not moving at your pace is something that prevents a lot of startups from moving forward.
And you're obviously operating specifically in Africa, many African markets. I wanted to talk a bit about emerging markets or frontier markets, whatever term you want to use. How have you found partnering in these markets? You've mentioned sort of TradFi can be a little slow to work with, maybe a little, take a bit longer to come around to new ideas, fintech. How have you got over that barrier, and how is the environment now? Are things kind of changing? Are people more open to you?
Well, I moved to Kenya in 2009, so 2 years after M-Pesa arrived. And in the 8 years that I lived in Nairobi, the entire country adopted this technology. So I was living on another planet than the rest of the world. I remember going to some tech conference in Istanbul, and they were like, you can go to an ATM with your phone and withdraw money. And I was like, we've been doing this in Kenya for 6 years. Yeah. So I think I was really privileged to be in Kenya at the time where I saw an entire population, who may or may not have been financially included before, very quickly get up to speed. So I knew that there wasn't like a demographic that couldn't adopt technology. That never really entered my mindset. So that was pretty exciting. But what I did see was that if there's an existing monopoly, it doesn't matter what the population wants. So when we went into West Africa, I think we saw in Nigeria a very different situation. Nigeria had been cut off from the rest of the world due to ideas about KYC and compliance. And the population is 200 million people. So what are they going to do to service their own financial services? And they can't use any sort of correspondent banks. Even today, if we have a transaction going out, it requires additional compliance. So they created their own switch, interswitch, and it was a 24/7 instant switch, which is better than what you have in the United States. So I think even there, the perception was, wow, cool, everybody should have 24/7 settlement. You know, so again, I was in a place that was even better than where I had grown up or I had worked earlier on. So I think the perception that the sub-Saharan African markets are behind or it's a struggle is, you know, not real. What I saw firsthand was a really readiness and a willingness for the financial sector to experiment. Now, I think what was different there is that you have very strong companies in smaller markets. So it feels like there's a big partner you have to win or get involved in. I think that's different than when we work in the United States or Europe, where there's not one bank dominating the entire UK, you know, and there's a bit more of fair competition. I think that's the one difference.
And what about the impact of COVID, the pandemic? We're sort of out the other end now, at least in terms of kind of global lockdowns. But what was the impact of that for you as, you know, a digital finance company?
Well, one, it was just great as a working mom to like work from home. That was nice not to travel anymore. I really enjoyed it. The second thing was just the adoption was huge because the traditional banks, especially in these markets, were not set up from working from home. If you live in Lagos, most likely your commute is 2 hours plus. So a lot of these employees were like traveling 2, 3, 4 hours a day to work throughout the day. And we got that time back. All of our employees suddenly had 3 more hours a day where they were able to work. And because we had a very high-tech business and everybody already communicated over Slack, they were immediately more efficient by 3 extra hours a day. And we have already given, you know, energy supplements to have generators or power online for power cuts. That wasn't something that a lot of the other traditional banks. So just on those 2 small things alone, our efficiency was 30 to 40% higher than the incumbents of the market. Secondly, their platform wasn't there to service their customers. So we saw a lot of customer migration come onto our platform during that time. And then, of course, a lot of these markets are, you know, petrol-based markets that were really affected during COVID by the global slowdown and the petrol price volatility. And of course, following COVID, you know, the invasion and the euro crisis. So we see a lot of volatility in these markets on a macro front. But the opportunity and the market demand is so great, it softens it quite a bit. So you have these global macro shocks, but you still have the youngest demographic in the world. 40% of the population of the world will be African by the turn of the next century. You still have so many people who grew up with mobile money or 24/7 settlement or e-banking or mobile banking. So even though you see these global shocks, you still see such a market demand. So it was really great for a lot of the fintechs on the ground, including us.
Great. So we've just got about 1 minute left. So tell us what's next for Arza Finance. Where do you go from here?
So we're just building infrastructure across the continent. We're really excited about our trading Central African currencies. For those of you that don't know, we have 2 zones from Francophone Africa, West Africa and Central Africa. Cameroon is a sleeping giant, just about waking up right now, so we're really excited to offer that. And we're working with more global customers to bring them into the market. Another exciting thing that we're doing right now is offering forwards, which is kind of new in the remittance industry. There's not a lot of players that trade currency, can settle it for you, and offer pre-funding as well. So we're expanding our product to offer all sorts of treasury services for fintechs that are coming into the space.
Great. Elizabeth, it's been delightful chatting with you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Victoria. So next, being a founder and a parent is a full-time job, but the one does not exclude the other. Next, we will invite founders to the stage who have been sharing their experiences of building global companies whilst being a parent.
Yes. Joining us on stage for the next session, we have Marcelo Lebro, co-founder and COO of Remote. Eleanor Crespo, co-founder and co-CEO at Pigment. And Sophie Adelman, co-founder and CEO at The Garden. Let's get them on stage. Welcome.
Welcome everyone back to the Serene Stage. I'm Sophie Edelman, and I am delighted to be joined by Eleanor and Marcelo here today to talk about being a founder and a parent. People asking me whether or not I was nervous about coming on stage today. After having given birth to 2 children, I have to say nothing is scary. So we are here because we're all founders of companies and we're all parents, and between us we have 6 children under the age of 7, so lots of experience with the juggle. Now today we wanted to share with you the good, the bad and the ugly of being a founder and a parent. What we're going to cover today is everything from starting a company and the decision to do that and combine that with a family, fundraising fears, and making sure that both your family and your company get the best out of you so that you don't burn out. And we all agreed when we were talking about this session that we wanted to be really real with you today. We want you to be able to come away with an understanding of what we think are the challenges and the joys of being a founder and a parent. And we want you to come away and leave today with some really practical tips of how we make it work that you can hopefully apply in your own lives. So first of all, delighted to have you guys. Let's hear your stories. What were your journeys to becoming both a founder and a parent? I'll start with you, Eleanor.
Sure. So hi, everyone. Eleanor Crespo, co-founder, co-CEO of Pigment. We started the company in mid-2019, and I had twins 18 months ago. So actually, approximately a year and a half after creating Pigment. So I'll tell you all about it.
Twins is a whole other story. Marcelo, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm CEO and co-founder at Remote. And my kid was born 4 months after we started this company. So January 2019, we started Remote, and April, my kid was born. So I've been raising 2 kids at the same time.
Well, and also in the middle of a pandemic as well, which has its own complexities. So the first thing is, you decide that you're going to have a family. How do you tell people? Maybe you get, in Eleanor, in my case, you get pregnant. The decision to tell your co-founders, your investors, your team, what was your journey on that? How did you do that?
Yeah, so for me it was very natural. I think the only thing I maybe regret is that, there is something when you're pregnant that you have to wait 3 months usually before telling everyone. And I think it's just a sort of common practice, which I found a bit ridiculous because I was telling Sophie that unfortunately during the first 3 months of my pregnancy, I was sick, but I wanted to throw up every single minute, and I was in meeting all day long. And I wish that I was really able to tell people, because at the end of the day, I don't think it's, maybe something bad will happen, yes, but maybe something bad can happen after 3 months as well. So I told my co-founder straight away, and I had to wait obviously 2 other months to tell, for instance, my investors, etc. I found it very natural, and I remember that some people that I speak with, I spoke with at the time, were a bit freaking out, like, oh, how are you gonna manage that? And I found it a little bit. I didn't really like that idea of freaking out, because I realized that my co-founder has 3 daughters under the age of 9, and no one ever asked him like, how do you cope with 3 kids? So I was like, look, yes, I'm going to have twins, but as everybody else, I will just deal with my twins as much as all the other founders do. So that was my easy answer. But yeah, I think other than that, everything went super smoothly in terms of announcing the birth. Yeah.
I understand that fear of being pregnant and not knowing, when to tell people. I remember with my first child, I waited until I was 5.5 months pregnant. And I'm pretty sure everybody knew that I was pregnant by this point because I was really scared. I was really scared that people were going to judge me differently, that they were going to think I wasn't going to be able to perform. So it is a really difficult decision, but I don't know about you, I felt a lot of relief once I told everyone, and hopefully it didn't affect anything I did. So, Marcelo, how about you?
Well, slightly different for me, of course, because my wife was the one being pregnant. The best part about it is, even though it's your own company, but it is a job. Right? It's a job for literally everyone in that company. And so you should also set the expectations and what is the reality that people should expect on the day-to-day. And so as a founder, if you also make a big fuss out of it, so you're going to be leading others to think, well, being pregnant or becoming a parent is sort of a hush-hush thing. So, super open about it. In my case, I had to go through sort of 2 moments, one less positive because my kid was born with club feet, which is not a great thing to be born with. His feet were turned inside out, outside in. And so I had to tell people, look, we discovered mid-pregnancy. We're already ongoing with the company. And I said, look, it's going to be crazy at best. I'm going to be out for a few days a week because it requires a lot of, I Googled everything that you could possibly Google during that period. I told people, look, I'm going to have to go out for therapy a few hours or even days per week. And that's that. But such is life.
Well, one of the big things, it's not just announcing, but it's how do you handle parental leave, right? The decision of what you communicate to your team, to your investors. I know for me, my fear was around what the investors would think. How did you both think about the parental leave process and how long did you take? Were you involved? That kind of thing. Marcelo, what about you?
Yeah, so one of the big reasons why I started this company with Yo, my co-founder, was, there has to be a big shift from living to work and work to live. It's a very different thing. And so the parental leave, unfortunately, we're still catching up with what the reality should be. Many countries are, very upfront and very, real with the needs of both parents, right? It's tough on everyone. And so it should be about what makes sense and what are the needs of people, and not like, hey, in this country you have 3 months, get through with shit. Kids are completely different. Some kids need a lot more than 3 months in order for you to regain some sense of self, let alone freedom to work. And to that end, what we always try to push for is, the time you work is not the same as the quality of what you do. And for you to be at your best point, you also have to be well. So someone that, became a parent recently can't go to work thinking 99% of the time, how's my baby doing? Mm-hmm. And to me, that is something that's very critical, and why we have a policy at Remote that you should really take the time. And if you need more time, you need more time, and that's it, period.
That's great. I think we're going to talk a bit more about sort of the impact on you as an employer in a minute. Eleanor, what about you? How did you approach your maternity leave, your parental leave, and how did you handle that with your partner? All that kind of thing.
Yeah, so first of all, with twins, normally you have to stop earlier, and unfortunately I couldn't, so I had to start to work until pretty much the last day. So that was, it's also something you have to take into account, is that the way you can work when you're pregnant of twins, and it's probably the same when you're pregnant of one, but it's not easy in the last few months as well. So it meant that really, I was already pretty tired before giving birth. But the reality, what happened after giving birth, is that we got interest from investors. And just to give you some context, today we are post Series B. We are 200 employees, and at the time, actually, investor came to us to offer us to raise an early Series B. And that was last summer, and my kids were 1 month old. And I can tell you that the problem is also, as you probably all know, twins, they are always born premature. So they were very small, they were not sleeping at all. They had a lot of stomach issues, or you name it. So we had we were beyond tired. There is no word to describe. But where I got super lucky is that my husband works for this American company that gave him 5 months of parental leave. And I have to say that this was a complete lifesaver. I had that. On top of that, I was very lucky to have my grandparents and my family and my parents helping. But I have to say that being a founder, a mother, if your husband works, it's just not feasible. It's just not feasible because there is no way for me, with twins, normally in France, you have 9 months of parental leave. So it's a pretty long time. It was absolutely impossible for me to take these 9 months. And as much as I would love to lead by example, there are certain stages of the company, and we were in a stage where I really couldn't let it go. Perhaps, in 3-4 years from now, it would have been easier to say, okay, bye, I'm back in 9 months. It was totally impossible. And I think we will talk more about that, but the logistics around you, it's not negotiable. It's just not negotiable. And you have to think about that way ahead to make sure that you're prepared. And I'm not saying that everyone should do fundraising with a 1 month old kid. And just to tell you, it's also feasible. It's something I did. And, I did it as a normal course of business. And actually, it was great because it forces me to really think about how to be super impactful and super fast. And, we were able to wrap the round in no time. And I told the investors, look, I have no time at all. So, I'm going to give you this day, 2 hours here, there, and we wrap it up. So that was great. But nothing is impossible. You just need the logistics.
Yeah, I'll share a little bit of my story on that. So with my second child, I was co-founder and president of Multiverse, my previous company. We were about 150 people. And I remember when I was pregnant, I told the team about my maternity leave. My plan was to take about 9 weeks. And I put together this document, this plan of how I was going to ramp up over those 9 weeks back to sort of 80%. Obviously, that went completely out the window. I had this either very clear plan of what I'm going to do. But I remember saying to my team, what I choose to do is my decision. This is not my expectation for you. And I think as founders, particularly, to Eleanor's point, we have a different risk tolerance. We have a different expectation of ourselves. This is one of our babies. To be able to clearly say to our teams, we may only take 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 9 weeks. That's not necessarily our expectation of you. You need to do what's right for you and your family, I think is a really important message and the right way to hopefully role model to them. Because as we all believe, family is really, really important. So fundraising, let's go to fundraising. I know you said you were fundraising at 1 month. Did either of you have negative sort of reception from investors when you said you were planning on starting a family, or you had kids, or you're pregnant?
So, not in my case. In my case, all of our investors are parents, I believe. And, I remember we were going through the first fundraising when my kid was born, and we had, our first fundraising happened in less than 2 weeks. And I had this scheduled call for over a month to meet that investor, which started off as being just a saying hi call, but ended up being, hey, we're going to be raising. And so both of us, we only had that slot available. I had time off. I thought I was going to be on holiday, and he was in doing traveling. And so my kid decided to come out. And you
can't plan these things.
Absolutely. So he was due a week from there. So it was fine until a certain 6 a.m. And then, he was born. And after a while, we were in the room, like 4 hours later, we're in the room, and he's asleep next to, my wife was, almost passing out of exertion, and I see a number on my phone. I'm like, who's calling me? It was a foreigner number. At the time, I wasn't really calling. I always sort of kind of rude to call someone on the phone. So, for some reason, I picked up. I stepped aside from the room, and I picked up, and it was this investor, and I said, hey, by the way, I just became a dad. Whatever you have to say, we need to do it in 10 minutes. And so we spoke for like 10 minutes, and it was it. And I felt like, well, if you're fundraising and if you're trying to show the best, that was literally the most rushed elevator pitch ever. But honestly, I couldn't care less. It worked out well. I ended up not investing because it was too late in the race, so we closed the round faster, but we stayed good friends. And so.
You set expectations and you put your priorities first.
Yeah.
Eleanor, how about you? Did any negative experiences in investors?
I would say that something I want to share is that if one day an investor comes to you and and ask you questions about that, it's not a good investor. Because we are here to build companies in the long term, and usually good investors are looking for companies that will build over the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And it would be completely silly to imagine that us as founders would not have kids during that period of time. So we are not monks. We're here to build our personal life in parallel to a professional life. So, and means regardless, obviously, of whether you're a woman or a man as well. So I know that some investors ask me some questions, and straight away I know that these are not people I want around the table, because I think a good investor should come to me and say, what help do you need to actually be able to run your company while having twins? That's just what I'm expecting. So how can I help you get there? And luckily enough, the investors that we have at Pigment are more than supportive and always here to ask me, how things are going, how, I'm actually happily planning my life in between, etc. So we are very lucky, but it's also because we carefully pick them in that direction.
I think that's the great question, right? How can I support you? How can I help you? How can I make your life easier? Not how are you going to cope, which assumes that you're not going to cope, right? And I definitely had one of those experiences. And that person won't be named, but I think then being very clear with them that, we decided to start companies, we can cope. Nothing is impossible, to your point. But that's a great segue into talking a bit about work-life balance. Marcelo, you alluded to this a little bit, but let's talk a little bit about the practicalities, the logistics of running a company and having a family. Like, how do you cope? What do you do? Eleanor, give me some of your hot tips.
Sure. So first of all, I think we are both leading fast-growing companies, right? Like our companies are growing massively fast. So I don't know if it's an example that everybody should follow, but it's probably kind of the hardcore example of what a parent can be and a founder at the same time. So warning, because it can be very different from one company to the next. So for me, I more think about it more that how many hours I work is more how many hours can I spend with my family every day. Because obviously we work, I wouldn't say 24/7, but almost. Like it's really, every time I have time, I work. So it means I have to carve out the time that I want to spend with the kids and with my husband. So it's very simple. I have a very, very simple routine that I follow every day. It means I have zero time for myself. So let's be clear, it's hard. That's something we share, the three of us. It's hard. It's not easy. We are always tired. Like there is no day I'm not tired. Let's be clear. Today is my holiday. I'm here alone in an hotel tonight. I can tell you, it doesn't happen for a while. And one of the trade-off I actually make is to travel as little as possible. So usually, even for a conference like Slush, I would come in the morning, leave in the evening, so that I spend as little time as possible traveling. And I also encourage my team, not only I think for the fact that I have a family, but also for climate change concern, to take as little the plane as possible and to fly as little as possible. And that also obviously is amazing for our kids, I think. So that's something I really encourage you all to do. But long story short, in the day, simple routine. I spend approximately 3 hours a day with my kid, an hour and a half in the morning, an hour and a half in the evening, put them to bed, back to work. So it means that's really my life every day. And weekend, I really try to carve out the time with them. But it means that when I'm with them, I am with them. And I remember this is what my nanny told me, because I was a bit like, oh my God, I don't spend enough time. Maybe they will think you are their mother. She was like, no, actually you spend so much time, you have no idea. So many parents, actually, even like people that are employees at companies, they don't spend as much time as you do. But what is important is that whenever you are with them, your phone is away, your laptop is away, you are not doing washing machine, laundry, you are with them, playing with them, laughing with them, having fun, teaching them things. And this is really what I try to apply every day. And with that, I have to say that I'm having great quality time, and I don't feel like I'm not spending the time I want, because also the weekend is long and we have a lot of time to enjoy. So
that's great, thanks. Marcelo, you built a company that's all about remote work.
Yeah.
How do you structure your day? When do you see your kids?
I start with crying in the shower, like 20 minutes, very aggressive. So my kid was born, and soon after the pandemic started. Our families were in a situation where, due to sickness or a location, they couldn't help. And so for over a year, I couldn't really visit my family at all. They couldn't visit us. So we had to raise a kid, work, all in a very small apartment, and I have a small crazy dog too. And that was not adding up as you wanted to. So no, what to me, my wife was a huge support, because she wanted, because my kid was born with a disability, she wanted to take time to actually go through all the steps and all the things with him, make sure that he had all support. So she stopped working to take care of him first 2 years of his life. But I realized that, even with all this support, if you're working, if you have a 6-month-old baby crying nonstop, my kid would sleep in cycles of 25 minutes and then 45 minutes screaming because of the cast and all the things. So at some point, I was living off, sweatpants and a tracksuit, because I would try to work. If he went to sleep for 25 minutes, I would try to sit back and sleep for 25 minutes wherever I could around the house. And I realized that, after a bit, I was also, creating a remote-first company, people all across the world. No one had a working schedule. So at 2 a.m., someone would be starting their day. I ended up in a situation where, I am completely beyond exhausted. I'm stressed at all the things. I'm anxious about all the things. And I realized that, this is it. This is life. And there's not going to be a better tomorrow if you don't build a better tomorrow. So I started to do in my personal life what I do at work a lot, which is hyper prioritize. Realize that there are a few things that you are not willing to, let go of, like building time throughout the day where you're really with them. Throughout the day, if he's around, we'll play a few minutes, or just do a few things together. But those are slots that are, unmovable, unless there's a massive fire, in which case it's not very common, but something happens. But they are and at some point I was really feeling crappy, because I was not spending enough time with him, and I was feeling like he was growing up. And even though I was spending like time in the morning, time at the end at dinner, and putting him to bed, and I was feeling really bad, because I always felt like, well, there's a big portion of his life that is going by without me, and probably and vice versa. There was this one day where we're having dinner, and I was on my phone, and he was like, "Dad, put down the phone." And he was like barely 3, so he could barely speak. And that hit me really hard, because I realized that even though I had those slots for him, the ones in the middle, when he's with me, he doesn't really realize what I'm doing. For him, my father asked him what I do, and he was like, "Oh, that works like this, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep." For him, I'm in front of a computer doing things. So it's important to, create boundaries, but also understanding that, life goes by, and you have to be flexible and sometimes adapt to whatever comes through. Always hyper prioritizing.
Hyper prioritize, great tip. Boundaries, also a great tip. We're going to come back to some more tips in a second. Eleanor and I both get a lot of help with our families. Can you talk a bit about what you do? Because, I mean, you've got it down to a T.
Yeah, well, it's as I said, it's a lot of investment, and let's be clear, it's costly if you want the right logistics around you. So, and it's something I share with many founders. So it's not my own story, and it's really something that I know a lot of founders do and do the same way. By the way, something to add to what I said: do as little networking events in the night as possible. They, you know, when you look back at your life, you will regret not having spent enough evening with your kids, not at this networking event where you could have met X, Y, and Z, right? So, but in terms of logistics, so you need a lot of help. So for me, again, it was clear cut. I had twins. If I did obviously many nights, sleepless nights with them, they wouldn't sleep before they turned 9 months. And we needed night nannies. Just because when you have twins, the problem is they keep waking up one another. And I live in Paris, and you know, flats in Paris, you cannot have like 500 square meters, so you cannot put them one on one side of the house and the other on the other side. So we just couldn't sleep the entire night. So if you can imagine, I don't know, for people that have not been parents, it's impossible to imagine how much sleep is the most important thing in your life. And having twins made us realize with my husband that we needed night nannies. So it means we over-invested. It cost us actually a lot, but that was the best investment of my life. Some people don't believe me, but trust me, it was the best ROI. Having people that could just take care of them, you know, giving them food during the night was just like the relief, so that really during the day, again, to the point I was mentioning before, I could really enjoy. So that was the first 9 months. Then, obviously, we have this full-time nanny at home, and it's actually better to have someone at home than having to bring the kid to a creche, just because, again, like the time you lose by, you know, setting up the kids, bringing them to the creche is, again, like it's probably an hour per day lost into putting all the crap that you need to go out. So for us, it's super easy. They can stay in pajamas, the nanny comes, super easy. And then what I took recently on top, but don't get me wrong, I put the entirety of my salary plus some salary of my husband into that. So it's very, very costly. So Pigment we hope that everything works well, because otherwise it's a big sacrifice. But literally, the way we make it work is we have this housekeeper now coming every day to actually do some cleaning at the house in the morning, cooking for the kids, cooking for us, taking care of the laundry. So really, again, the time I have with them is pure quality time. So it costs a lot of investment, and it's also some logistics to deal with that. But it's mandatory if you want to create a fast-growing company.
And I think we wanted to be honest with you guys about how we handle the juggle. I think this is really important. A lot of people pretend that they do it all. And actually, if you have 2 full-time jobs, I don't know how single parents do it, by the way. Kudos to any of you who are single parents. But I think if you both have full-time jobs, getting that outside help is mandatory, and getting your investors to support you, to use your salary, additional support during the early months to get night nannies is really important, because sleep is the most important thing in those early days for you to be able to perform. Now, we've only got 3-4 minutes left, so I want to go into some quick fire advice for anyone. I'm going to give my advice first, and then I'm going to go to these guys. So my advice is similar to Eleanor's around getting additional help. One of the things that I have is a virtual EA. I employ her through the company to help me with scheduling and some admin tasks. And then I also employ her personally to help me with some of the admin around my life. So I haven't bought a birthday present for a family member and sent it in the post for years, because Jude, my amazing EA, does that. I think one of the key tips here is you have to outsource everything that is not your company and your children. And I don't think that having a nanny or a thing is outsourcing your children. Having more people around them who love them is really important. So that's my personal tip. I'm going to go to Marcelo next.
Yeah, so life is unique as far as we know. Maybe it's not, but let's assume. Let's not assume things. So, you know, it's important to treat these experiences. They are unique. Those humans, they're going to grow up, but they fully depend on us, right? You can fail in a company, you can start another. If you fail a kid, that's it, right? And yes, you can try again, but you know they're going to live with it throughout their lives. And so you have that unique amazing experience to be part, to influence them, and also to learn more about yourself. So hyper-prioritization is important. And look, for some people, having kids is not a thing, or having a family is not a thing. To each their own, but hyper-prioritization still stands. And as far as people go, that if they're thinking about should I have kids or not, there's never a good time, ever. Before a company, during a company, there's always something that you think, oh my God, but this is really going to be hard. It's always going to be hard. So
you get one shot, so have a family, doesn't matter when, if you can, if you want to. Eleanor, final tip.
Yeah, so I could not agree more that life is short. So first of all, tell your employees that life is short, so that they do the same thing as you do, taking as much time as they can with their family. Because when you're a fast-growing company, your employees also work hard. And sometimes they also tend to get drawn into their work. And so it's also critical that you really try to inspire them to do, obviously, to take a lot more time than you do, if they can, because really, you are not a good example. And you have to tell them you are the worst example at the company, and they should not follow your life. The second is sleep, as I said, so find solutions to help you if you want to do what we've done. Third is follow your heart, do as you want, meaning that every person is different. We don't have all the same level of energy. These are just examples, but I don't think they are for everyone. And people might have more energy than us, some might have less, some might have different type of energy. So just follow your heart into what you think is right for you, for your family, for the kids. Fourth, if you're a female and you live in a country where paternity leave doesn't exist, lobby the government. Lobby the government. And this is what I try to do every day. We have actually signed a paternity pact with the French Tech 120, which is a sort of French group of scale-up in France, to actually increase drastically the time that fathers can spend with the kids. Not only because you need help, but because it's the best thing that can happen for the kids. And I'm so happy that my twins had the opportunity to spend that much time with the dad, because you can still see now today that they spend as much time with me as with my husband, and I'm so grateful for that. So.
Great advice. Let's all go out lobbying for equal parental leave. Thank you so much to Eleanor and Marcel for their wonderful and candid today. We could have talked about this for hours. There are so many more things we would love to share with you about how we handle it, but hopefully this was a useful insight into how you can be a founder and a parent. It is possible, it is hard, it involves intentional trade-offs and a lot of investment, but it is a joy to have kids and to build a company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo, Eleanor, and Sophie. Let's continue the program here on the Serene Stage. In 2016, serial entrepreneur Arik Stillman set off to create a multi-currency wallet app without prior experience in payments. In the process, Arik boldly pivoted away from a B2C to a B2B network, and Rapid was reborn as the industry's first fintech as a service provider, and is today one of the world's fastest growing global fintechs.
Joining Arik on stage to talk about the pivot, we have Rapid's investor Mike Lobanov, founder and partner at Target Global. Welcome to the stage, Arik and Mike.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here. I'm Mike from Target Global, and we have Arik from Rapid.
Thank you very much for having me today.
The founder and CEO. So Eric, maybe to start off, can you tell maybe in 4 or 5 sentences what Rapid is doing, what Rapid is about? What are you guys doing?
Sure. So Rapid basically invented the term fintech as a service. So we build a global platform that provides other companies the ability to build on top of us financial applications from collecting money, disbursing money, storing money in custodian bank accounts, what it's called wallets, issuing cards, doing FX. It's basically a full-blown platform that you can build anything that you want on top of it from a financial services perspective. Doesn't matter if it is a neobank or a checkout page in Shopify. We basically provide you this capability in 106 countries across the globe.
And Rapid is not your first venture, right? So can you tell a bit more about yourself? This is not the first thing that you founded. You sold the company before. Can you give a bit of a story how you ended up doing Rapid?
Sure. So Rapid is actually my third venture. I started at the age of 21. I started a company that at the beginning was a system integrator in the unified communication space. Ended up being a cloud computing product company that I built in a bootstrap startup mode for 10 years, from 2003 up until 2013. Became a very big company that generated significant amount of revenue, and then I sold it at the end of 2013 to a company called Avaya out of Santa Clara, one of the biggest unified communication companies that existed back then. Then for 2 years, I basically worked for the company that acquired me, and after that, I decided to go and start a new company that ended up being Rapid.
Yeah, I was the one who was hearing the seed pitch for Rapid, and I was the loser who almost fell asleep because I took a red-eye flight from London to Tel Aviv. And unfortunately, we didn't invest in the seed stage, but then we corrected ourselves at Series A. Can you tell us a bit more, like what Rapid was at the seed, what you started with?
Sure. So first of all, it is true. He fell asleep in the pitch. And more importantly, he actually sent me an email that I still have up until today in my office that says that I don't have the ability to raise capital as a founder. Just to give everybody the details, I raised up until today $800 million to the company. So Mike, you're wrong. But on a serious note, when we started the company, it was supposed to be something else. So we started the company under the name of Cash Dash, and it wasn't supposed to be a payments platform. It actually was supposed to be a consumer e-wallet application that is built on alternative payment rails. So we basically decided to go in a very bad path of trying to compete with PayPal. It was a stupid idea, but back in 2016, everybody wanted to be the Uber of something, and everybody wanted to build a consumer play. So we decided to try and build a consumer-facing product. We had no experience in financial services, right? We had zero experience in financial services. We came from cloud computing. We stumbled into every single problem that exists on planet Earth when you're trying to build a consumer financial services product, getting regulated, understanding what compliance means, doing KYC, AML, sanction screening, dealing with lawyers, cannot get bank accounts. It was a complete shit show that we failed on every single aspect of it. But like a year and a half into the venture, after we finally launched the product, going through these hurdles, we understood that every single company that wants to build something will have to go through these hurdles again and again and again, because there's no infrastructure in financial services. So we decided to pivot the company into a type of an Amazon AWS for fintech, an infrastructure that is also fully regulated, that can move money, that provide other companies an API. And from there, we pivoted to Rapid. And from the early days that we raised $3 million for a pre-seed round, we ended up raising another $797 million for a B2B infrastructure payments play.
And can you tell us a bit more about that B2B infrastructure payments play? Because basically, I think a lot of people think that the world runs on credit cards, right? So is this the case?
So it's funny because I remember in 2017 when we decided to pivot and we tried to explain to investors what is an infrastructure in fintech, everybody said, what's the problem? Like everybody's playing with a debit or a credit card. It's only a 16-digit number and that's it, and the money moves. But the problem is that this is maybe right in some countries around the world, but the majority of the world is not working on the Visa and MasterCard rails. And definitely if you want to do payment collection in Asia, even in some countries in Europe, it's more used in the banking rails. Definitely in Latin America, it's no cards. In other jurisdictions, you figure out that there are quite a lot of different ways that people would prefer to pay. And definitely if you move also to the disbursement world of moving money out, there is endless challenges because the banks are not really in this business. They don't move money out if you're not a very big corporation. So we figured out that there are probably around 900 different payment methods that exist across the world, from cash points to local wallets to different type of bank payments that exist even in Europe, like Ideal or so forth, and there are endless number of them in India, in Brazil, and other places. We basically aggregated all of these things under a single API, built a very robust API to do also disbursements, created an infrastructure for wallets to store money in custody, because in today's world, majority of the businesses are a type of a marketplace that needs to store money in custody, and it's a regulatory requirement to have custodian accounts, doing the KYC and KYB and storing the money, doing FX, and these things are super complicated when you operate in one country. Think about trying to do it in 100 countries across the globe. You stumble into different regulations, different banks, different requirements, different currencies, and it becomes a very complicated spaghetti to deal with.
So I think everyone knows Stripe, right? And Stripe is even an investor in Rapid. And can you tell how Rapid is different from Stripe?
So Stripe is probably the best or one of the two best credit card acquirers on planet Earth. But credit card acquiring is one side of the business. If you look at our business, we do 5 things. We do collection of payments that includes 900 different payment methods. Credit and debit cards are one of them, but actually the majority of the volume that we have is based on all the alternative payment methods that I mentioned that exist. We do disbursements. We do the wallet and custodian accounts, we do the FX, and we do the issuing of cards. So Stripe plays 95% of the time in the acquiring space, and in some percent of the time, they're probably around the disbursement space in a very small volume. But we actually operate much more as a platform than a consumer-facing acquiring platform. And there's endless number of use cases that are built on top of the platform. And again, when I say the neobank, yes, there are neobanks that operate some of their business on top of us. And there is even a small mom-and-pop store that might use us for collecting payments in a variety of countries.
Can you give some more precise examples? Because I think a lot of people on this stage, they speak very vaguely about what they do, right? And
sure.
in broad terms, I think every fintech website is pretty much the same. You come and look at we are the best place for your payments. But
Sure.
what does that mean? Can you give us some specific examples?
We'll take 3 examples, right, of 2 very large clients and a startup that do stuff on top of us. So for example, we'll take Google. Google is a client of ours. They use us all over Southeast Asia for collecting payments from the Google Play Store. So when somebody wants to buy something on the Play Store, they use Rapid. Most of the people in the crowd think, okay, what's the problem? People put a credit card, they buy something on the App Store, it's done. The problem is that the majority of the people in Asia don't have a credit card or a debit card, so in theory they cannot buy on the Google App Store. So we basically provide all the alternative payment methods and the mechanisms to enable these consumers to pay in endless number of payment methods, all the local wallets that exist in Southeast Asia, cash payments in a 7-Eleven or a bodega, bank transfers, and a variety of other things. And it is a very complicated task to enable these payments as real-time payments, because when somebody downloads an app, he wants immediately to know that he purchased it. So we basically turn this into a real-time payment like the card rails and enable it, and also able to collect all the money in different currencies and move it all the way to the banking hubs of Google in a different currency, which is quite a complicated task from a regulatory perspective. So that's use case number 1, payment collection. Second use case, you can take Uber, quite a big client of ours that is using different parts of the platform. They use us for payment collection in Asia Pacific, in Latin America, especially around everything that is related to non-card rails, because a lot of people in these countries prefer to pay in cash. So there is basically a mechanism where we enable a wallet and a cash deposit that is held as a balance, and the people can use Uber from a balance that they have. We also do quite a lot of disbursements and payouts of salaries to the drivers across multiple countries. And we provide them card issuing capabilities, so they basically provide their delivery people and the drivers a card that is linked to a wallet, which replaces a bank account that might be required in some countries. So it enables them to basically acquire better the drivers and the delivery people, because there's no bank account requirement in order to do it. The third option is we'll take a startup company called Spendmo, which is in the expense management side. They built a full expense management platform on top of Rapid. So we allow them to have wallets. So every client of theirs that use the platform for expense management has a wallet. They basically allow them to pay expenses either by doing bank transfers or by issuing cards on top of the platform, so they can put it on AWS or Google Compute or whatever. And they build a full business of money movement without having the need to get regulated directly on their own, and without building their own infrastructure for money movement, and they operate around six countries across the globe.
What was the toughest in terms of building this company? Because this is extremely challenging to build all of that globally. What was the toughest, and what growth hacks can you recommend to other entrepreneurs here in the room?
So there is a lot of dirty work that needs to be done that is not flashy. Like a lot of times in startups, people think that technology and coding are the challenge and they will solve it. And unfortunately, in financial services space, you can be the best coder in the world, but there is always somebody with a fax machine that sits behind the scenes that needs to press a button to move the money. That's financial services. And I think that the most complicated thing was basically trying to scale the company to as many countries as possible, stumbling into endless requirements of local regulators that do not make sense, and especially working with quite a lot of banks across the globe that are very challenging from a tech perspective because literally they do not have any tech. And you need to create some kind of a technological layer on top of whatever the bank has in order to make sure that your clients are able to work in scale, because otherwise it will explode.
Okay. Any specific like growth hacks? Because I know you guys do some stuff on hiring, like some very unique stuff on hiring engineers. And I think a lot of people heard about Rapid Moment.
Yeah, so back in, if you look a year and a half back in time, when we needed to scale, it almost 2 years ago, when we needed to scale the engineering team at Rapid, it was super challenging to hire engineers because everybody was running around the globe trying to hire engineers. And we're trying to basically be able to scale the company from 100 people to around 500, 600 people in a very short time frame, especially around engineering. So we were looking for gimmicks and a way to basically bring in people. And we decided to try and go through a route of creating something that is called Rapid the Moment, which is a music festival that we linked directly to recruitment. We did one of them. The first one was in October 2021, which ended up as a big success with global DJs that came to play. And basically out of this festival, we recruited very quickly 200 engineers that came. We gave tickets away to engineering talent based on the different types of queries and rhythms that we published around the internet that people need to solve in order to get the ticket. And then we did another one in March 22, which again scaled the company into another 150 engineers. And it basically was a type of a game for engineers that they need to solve a puzzle that is based on engineering questions. And then they get a ticket to this event that became like probably one of the most hot events that exist around the globe because of the level of talent that existed there.
Can we also talk a little bit about the M&A strategy? Because Rapid is known to acquire a lot of companies. I think so far we did 3 M&As. Yep. And a few more in progress. Like, can you talk a little bit more about that as an M&A, as a growth hack?
Yeah, so we decided that in order to grow to the level that we want, we will have to do some acquisitions, because growing organically, yes, we can double and triple ourselves, but at a certain stage, if you won't start doing M&A, it's going to be very challenging to continue the path of the growth. We did up until today 3 different M&As, and the majority of the logic behind our M&A is actually not to acquire technology or to acquire talent, because we believe that the tech that we have is superior to most of the other companies in the space. It's mainly trying to find other companies that have a book of business that we can buy and migrate to our own technology. And this way we basically increase the client base, increase the margins, and continue to operate the machine at a bigger scale. We've done 3 M&As globally up until now, 1 in Asia, 2 in Europe. We're just about to do another deal probably in Latin America. And it works extremely well for us as part of the methodologies that we have, that we know that we're not buying tech and we need to migrate people to our own tech. And it's quite a sophisticated machine that already operates well in our corporate development department. And we believe that it's going to be probably around 25 to 30% of our growth in the next 3 years.
Is there a big difference in terms of like buying tech versus like buying customers versus buying people? Like, can you elaborate a bit on that?
It's completely different. Like, if you buy tech, it means that you need to continue and invest into the technology that you acquired, which is typically not your code base, which a lot of times you ask any engineer that sits in the audience, they don't want to manage somebody else's code. It's always shit, right? Their code is always the best and somebody else's code is always the worst. So, if you don't buy tech, it's one route. If you buy tech, you need to basically continue to invest in something and somehow connect and plug in this other tech into yours, which is very sophisticated, very complicated, and 90% of the time it fails globally. That's the statistic. If you buy talent, okay, it's a different story, but to buy talent, you basically need to buy companies that either do the same business that you do or write in the same coding language that you write, so it's a different type of scoping. When you buy customers, or a client base, it's actually much easier because you know that you're going to buy a book of business that you want to migrate to your tech platform, and the main thing that you invest in the due diligence phase, is to understand if you're able to migrate the clients into your platform without forcing the client to do anything on their side. And that's the number one question that we ask ourselves. Can we migrate these clients to our platform without them writing a single line of code or doing anything? And if yes, then the deal is interesting. We've done 3 of them, 0 requirement from the client side. We migrated almost 85% of the clients already, to our platform, which boosted significantly the margins, the revenue, and everything that is related to it.
Perfect. Can we also take a little bit about the fundraising? Because right now I think Rapid is in a lucky position that you guys have about 20 years of runway, but it was not always like that, right? And it was hard in the beginning.
Yeah.
As you know, I wrote you that email. So can you tell a bit more about that?
Sure. So in the beginning, when we were before we pivoted, when we were trying to pitch a consumer payments play, it was super complicated to raise money. Nobody wanted to invest in the company. Even when we pivoted from consumer payments to a B2B payments or an infrastructure platform, it was still very hard to raise money because it was complicated to articulate what exactly do we want to do. We never had the ability to articulate, to say, we want to build a fintech as a service platform, which is this API that provides other companies the ability to do things. It was always very challenging to explain. And what we learned over time, that investors like yourself, if you don't articulate in one sentence, what do? You basically fall asleep and you're not interested anymore in the company. And it took us almost 1.5 years to get to this clean pitch of literally an elevator pitch. What do you want to be? I want to be the Amazon AWS of fintech. And that pretty much changes the narrative around fundraising, and allowed us to fundraise much easier because the size of the play and how big the company is supposed to be was very clear for the investors as soon as we were able to articulate fintech as a service or AWS for fintech. Since we did that, we raised another $790-something million to the company. Some of it is still on the balance sheet. Some of it was used for M&A. And that was basically the narrative that allows us to very easily raise funds later on. I think that now times have changed. Even though we don't need to raise capital, we've seen what's going on in the market. And it's definitely now a completely different market for fundraising.
So figure out the narrative is like advice number 1. What else in terms of fundraising? What should an entrepreneur do?
I think that the fundraising, the tip that I can give now is different from the tip from 2 years ago, right? I think that the tip from now is very clear that you need to show that you have a sustainable business model with a margin. And even though it's clear you're not going to make money in the first several years, because nobody expects you to make money, the unit economics need to be on your side. You cannot come with a consumer play of spending millions of dollars on acquisition of consumers and then think you will monetize later on. You cannot come also with some kind of a play that you subsidize fees for somebody and then later on you will find another way to make money, commercials or whatever, advertisements. This is not going to work. I think that having a clear unit economics play for the long term is very important for today's fundraising game.
The fundraising market and fundraising the market in general is pretty tough right now. So what would be what are the new things that you figured out over this year that you didn't know about investors, relationships, I don't know, fundraising? Like, tell us a bit more about
I think that the most important thing, and again, we're in a very lucky position that we don't need to raise capital, but definitely I learned from the table of investors that we have, that you're one of them, and General Catalyst and others are there, that it is very important to pick the investors in the good days that will support you in the bad days. Like, the number one thing that is important is that, from my perspective, I have a rule. I will not take money from somebody that I don't want to sit at dinner with, right? If I don't want to sit to dinner with the person, I'm not going to take the money, even if it is the best offer, because later on it means when the shit is going to hit the fan, and it always happens, they will not be next to you, and they will not support you. And I think that bringing somebody that is a real partner, that sit next to you, that will figure out with you the challenges, and will not run away and, somehow hide behind a rock or whatever it is super important. And this is my rule, is the dinner rule. If I want to sit to dinner with somebody, it's probably what type of person that in the long term I will want to do business with.
So Winston Churchill always said, never let a good crisis go to waste, right? So there is a great crisis going on now.
Yeah.
What are the opportunities you're seeing right now?
So first of all, crises are always good for companies that are big and want to become bigger, because this is where they increase the market share. I think that especially in the fintech or in the payment space, there's going to be a significant amount of consolidation, because a lot of companies do not have the unit economics behind their models and they will not be able to raise money, which means that either there will be very cheap acquisition targets, or they're going to give up the market share that they have, and then companies like ourselves and others that are very well positioned in the space with clear unit economics and well funded can go after this market share and increase the market share, increase the profitability, which is a clear element in being basically in the business with growing margins and not shrinking margins. So it's definitely something we're going to do in 23 and leverage the situation.
What do you think about, like, last year there was a lot of discussion about blockchain, crypto, payments. Like, what do you think about crypto, and like, does Rapid work with crypto? What's your view on the market? Do you think like the future of payments is on blockchain, or Visa and MasterCard will continue to be dominant? Like, tell us a bit more about that.
So several things before we get to Visa and MasterCard specifically, but blockchain, we're not exposed to crypto or blockchain today as Rapid. We never touched crypto up until today. And again, it's not related to the FTX story or any other story. We just didn't do it because of compliance regulation. We decided to focus on fiat, and the world basically splits between two sides: the companies that don't do crypto and the companies that do crypto, and then you need to have different banking partners. We didn't do it. I'm a big believer that crypto is a commodity that people will continue to trade. And I think that there are amazing companies like Copper, that is a custodian trading platform, and some others that will continue and do great things in the world of crypto. I don't believe that crypto will become a currency that you will pay with. I don't see a single financial regulator or a central bank in the world that will be willing to give up his ability to print money and control the money by giving somebody else that nobody knows who it is the ability to actually pay and become a type of a currency that is getting paid, because it's not the way that the world operates. But definitely crypto as a commodity, as a type of an asset that people will invest in, especially institutional investors, yes. And blockchain, definitely as a technology, big future. Just the use cases are still not there. And regarding Visa and MasterCard, I think that, the thing that is going to slowly reduce the market share of Visa and MasterCard, that is going down globally, is real-time bank payments. Like, a lot of places around the globe are creating these real-time bank networks that allow you to scan a QR code and move immediately money from your bank account to somebody else's bank account. You have Pix in Brazil, you have UPI in India, you have Pay Now in Singapore, and you have some other countries that are building it. Even in the European Union, they're trying to build with the SEPA real-time payments and some other ways. This is the biggest threat on Visa and MasterCard, and I think that at the end of the day, the real-time bank payments, which are peer-to-peer payments, going to replace the card rails.
Will they replace the wallets as well, like the alternative wallets?
No, so I think that the wallets will continue and grow and become dominant, because the wallets are more a type of a play of creating either an ecosystem or some kind of a points like loyalty play, because people are using the wallets because they gain something out of using the wallets. So I think that the wallets will continue to grow and build a more loyalty and an ecosystem play around them. But at the end of the day, the number of wallets that will exist will shrink, because today they pop up like mushrooms after the rain. But in the long term, probably we'll end up with either regional or country-based one or two wallets that dominate. And from there, it will shrink all the other wallets that pop up that may not become relevant.
Where in the world you currently see like more innovation in payments? Is it like still the US, Europe, or is it like going in Asia and Latin?
So in the US, there's far from there is no innovation in the US in payments whatsoever. It's the oldest payments and banking system ever in the world. I think that in Africa there is more innovation than in the US. Definitely the fastest growing place is Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia there is huge innovation around payments, around banking. We see amazing things that are slowly going into Latin America and into Europe. I don't think that Europe is innovative. I think that the European Union regulator can do a little bit more in order to cheer up the innovation in the region. But if I need to rank, it will be Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the US is at the end.
Perfect. So we have 1 minute left, and I think, as we usually do with you, like one funny story about fintech, because I think a lot of people think that fintech is very fancy. Like my funny story would be that Rapid was called Cash Dash before, right? And you were forced to change the name because not all the banks wanted to open the bank accounts for the company that had the name Cash in it, right? How stupid that is. Like, what's your favorite?
My favorite story is when we launched basically our disbursement engine in Asia Pacific, and we connected to one of the biggest banks that exist on planet Earth to do payouts. And in the first week that we were running our payout platform, we crashed the bank system because we sent more than 100 payouts in the same second, and they were not able to handle the load. And it was 100 payouts in 1 second, not 10,000, not 50,000. And the bank literally wrote us a letter. We can process 1 per second, so you have to put a queue and delay it 1 second per payout. And we said, listen, we can't do it. We have 10,000 payouts. We can't wait 20,000 seconds to do the payouts. And then we moved to files, which is the oldest way to do something, but we crashed the entire bank.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Arik and Mike. Now we will be talking about Nordic leadership. Taking the stage next for an interesting panel discussion, we have 3 iconic Nordic leaders and peers who've been there and done that.
Exactly. Ilkka Paananen, CEO and co-founder of Supercell, Josephine Landgaard, founder and CEO of Mantle, and Sophia Benz, general partner at Cherry Ventures, will take the stage to discuss running tech companies and what makes the way iconic Nordic companies are run so special.
Moderating the panel is Benjamin Beagley from Slush, and the audience is looking nice and packed right now. I know you're excited, we're excited. So let's bring them out here. Welcome Ilkka, Sofia, Josephine, and Benjamin.
All right, welcome everyone. I'm Benjamin, I'm the head of program here at Slush. Honored to be moderating this panel with you all. So the context to why we're here today is that the Nordics produce a disproportionate amount of exceptional tech companies. And this is not just by luck. There really is something special about how we approach company building out here. And today we have with us 3 iconic leaders from the Nordics. We have Sofia, Ilkka, and Josephine, former and current leaders from companies such as Spotify, Supercell, and Crew, which are all defining Nordic companies that have really collectively raised the ambition level of what's possible in this neck of the woods. What makes these 3 companies so special is not only their success, but that they characterize 3 waves of Nordic companies. Spotify founded in 2006, Supercell in 2010, and Crew in 2014, all neatly 4 years apart from each other. But today, we're here to discuss Nordic leadership, the supposed secret sauce for why these Nordic countries produce so many successful startups. So to kick things off, I'd like to take us back 10 years to 2012. So to set the scene, Supercell had just released their first to-be hits, Heyday and Clash of Clans. Spotify had just pierced the US market, reaching 1 million paying customers, and Crew itself was not founded yet. Josephine was building Glossybox. And if you think about the venue we're here today, Slush was 3,000 people at the cable factory on the other side of town. So, what was it about this time 10 years ago that set us on this trajectory to produce over 15 unicorns in these 10 years? What was the spark? Maybe Sophia, if you want to take the lead.
Yeah, sure. Happy to give it a go. I think, at least my experience with Spotify, in the early days, we didn't really have a proper ecosystem in Stockholm. At the time, there were no co-working hubs, no accelerators, no kind of known angels that you could go to. So I think we really kind of figured our way out. But as we went along, I think we also saw the ecosystem grow. So I think from that time comparing to now, we have such a mature ecosystem. There's a lot of talent, access to money, I think in all different stages. So I think you see both more angel investors, pre-seed and seed investors, and also late-stage investors. And I love to see how kind of former operators often invest in new companies, because then we recycle both sort of knowledge, experience, capital, but also network. It's so much easier to, have a good conversation with someone if you come sort of recommended by someone else that have already worked with that person. So I think sort of the ecosystem have matured, and I think, this event, once a year, coming here to meet people from across the globe, has definitely helped catapult it and sort of speed up the process in getting the ecosystem to be mature.
Exactly.
And then I think there are a few kind of more macroeconomic things that have helped at least Sweden to be a good place to start a company. I think kind of early adopter and access to internet, of course, one. And then that we have a lot of good data and statistics, and I think that can also help. And I also think that we have a good sort of social security setup, which makes that, it's easier for us to think about bigger problems than just sort of paycheck to paycheck thinking.
Yeah.
And I think that in one of the State of the European Tech reports, it was stated that the Nordic region has the most mission-led founders in Europe, and I think that holds true.
Definitely. What about Ilkka and Josephine? What was it about 2012?
2012, what I remember from those days is that I think suddenly there was this a much higher level of ambition, with the founders. I think in the early 2000s, then I got started with entrepreneurship and tech entrepreneurship, companies from Finland would talk about, okay, we're going to go global, but we're going to take it easy. So first you prove your service in Finland, and when you go to Åland, and when you go to Sweden, and maybe Norway and Denmark, and then slowly you move to the rest of Europe. And all of a sudden you had these companies who say that, no, we're going to be the number one globally, and from a get-go. And there's a much, much higher level of ambition. And then the other thing was that, of course, I myself had been very inspired by companies like, there were very few successes like the MySQL or say Skype coming from Sweden. But all of a sudden there were others who were trying to do the same thing. Of course, they're super inspired by, what Sophia and Daniel were doing with Spotify. And there was, of course, Rovio here in Finland and others. And I felt that, we were, as a group, we were inspired by each other. And everybody was sort of raising the bar, for everybody else.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, same. I was also going to talk about the ambition and because I think I've had the questions many times, how did we set the bars for Kry and what do we think we could achieve? And so I spent a lot of time with Daniel and Martin, just sort of when they were dreaming about Spotify and talking about the incredible talent they were hiring. So Sophia being one of them before we knew each other. And then also the Klarna guys were in my class. Eric Wallfors was in my class who founded SoundCloud. And it just became, when your peers are building global companies, then it doesn't become an impossible thing to do. It seems like a quite viable thing to do. So I think that whole sort of perspective change is so important. And you think, well, if that person can do it, maybe I can. And I think that's really been growing the ecosystem since, with all these successes coming from such a small sort of place.
Yeah. So while there really is strength to these smaller ecosystems, maybe moving into the leadership aspect of this, what are the Nordic leadership traits that really separate startups from those built in Silicon Valley, for example? What has been our advantage in that sense in building these companies and especially leading them like you have? maybe Sophia, if you want to start again.
Yeah, I can only speak from my experience, but I think we have had a very kind of flat organization, at least at my years at Spotify. And we also wanted to always hire people that were better than ourselves. And if you do that, and you give them a lot of autonomy and a lot of trust, then you can scale a company properly. If you wouldn't, and if you would try and micromanage people and don't trust them, you're going to slow down and you're not going to succeed. So I think we had a very open culture. Daniel was so good at always saying, like, the door is always open, you can come to me. In our town halls, you could ask any question. So I think a very open and transparent culture set the bar fairly high. So we felt empowered and we felt inspired and sort of leading more because we were supercharged on being on this mission together, rather than, you know, feeling that we were working 9 to 5 just because it's a job. We were more kind of on fire and having fun together.
Yeah, exactly. Does this resonate with you, Ilkka and Josephine, in terms of Nordic leadership traits?
Yeah, I think you know, this kind of open spirit and that collaboration that's kind of part of the society, actually. And I think at least maybe 10 years ago, people used to be upset there were high taxes in Sweden and all these other things, right? But then it's like Sophia said, it also means that there's social welfare, so you can try things. Very well-educated population, infrastructure that allows for things to happen. You can hire very skilled workforce. And I think what's really changed since 2006, when I started in the startup community in Stockholm, is that you don't only have the skills coming from schools, right, coming out, but it's also all the incredibly skilled people working in all these startups, and then you really have the ecosystem. It's not just the angels or the other factors, it's really the skills and knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with both Josephine and Sophia, but maybe just put an additional spotlight on this idea of trust. You know, I think that's sort of built in the Nordic societies. I mean, and you know, people just trust each other. They even trust the government, and you know, for us it's a given, but it isn't a given in that many other countries. And you've all, you know, there's this classical test that you leave your wallet somewhere, and what's the probability that you will get it back? And nothing's stolen, and that's extremely high, at least in Finland, and I'm sure it's the same in Sweden. And you know, that sort of built-in trust that we have in the society, like, also is reflected in companies. And then you actually trust the people you work with. It means that you don't need to kind of micromanage them, and there's less control. People feel better, you know, and teams and people, they execute much faster because they don't need to get an approval for every single thing, and it leads to higher quality work. So trust is, if I would have to pick one thing, it would be trust.
Okay.
I agree, and also like psychological safety, so that you can speak up and that no questions are weird or stupid questions. And if you have that in your culture, I think you have a really good foundation.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe Ilkka, like, following up on this, your first company, Sumea, was acquired by Digital Chocolate, which was an American game studio in 2004. So you've experienced Silicon Valley firsthand, working for Digital Chocolate post-acquisition. So maybe starting with you as well, what are some leadership principles from the US that startups from the Nordics should take note of, based on your experience there? I know, Sophia, you've also worked in the US, but let's start with you, Ilkka.
Well, I think I would almost go back to what I already said. It's this kind of level of ambition. Like, especially like in the early days of my career, I felt that, you know, we just weren't being ambitious enough. And you know, us Finns, you know, we are like, oftentimes we kind of confuse these things that, you know, I mean, we're all humble, but that shouldn't be confused with this fact that, I mean, of course you can still be like very, very ambitious, yet being humble. And you know, I think those can actually go hand in hand. And I think it's such an important thing, you know, and I think there's still maybe some things that we can learn from our, say, American friends on that, how kind of how like crazy ambitious how they are and can be, and you know, they can dream like really, really big, and it's very natural for them to like talk about it in public, and you know, and it's a very natural thing to do. Where I think, you know, and by the way, I should say that, you know, the current generation of this new generation of entrepreneurs is like so much better at this, you know, and I know I'm not sure if we even have that problem anymore. I'm pretty sure we don't, but you know, if I remember the old days, I think that was the one thing that I learned and took to heart.
Sophia, do you have any learnings from your time at Spotify in New York as well?
Yes, I have one saying. A friend of mine, American, one of the first hires in the Spotify marketing team in New York, she really appreciated the Nordic leadership style that we implemented there, but we also saw a bit of the lack of, when telling the story, to be bold enough. We were so humble, so sometimes people underestimated us. And she and I used to say that a love child between, the US and the Nordics would be the perfect mix, because we would deliver on, the Nordic standards, but we would also be really good at communicating and telling the story, in a very natural, speedy, precise way.
Exactly. I think next up it will be good to think about today, where we are today, what the founders of today are in the Nordics. And you sort of alluded to this already, but is there something different about the Nordic leaders and the Nordic founders of today compared to 10 years ago that's very important for you? You mentioned ambition, for example. I know you're all investors as well. Is there something that really separates the current generation? Maybe Josephine, if you want to start with this one.
Well, for starters, I think they're more diverse, which I'm very passionate about, that it's not only men, to put it that way, or almost only men. So more diverse, like in my angel portfolio, there are plenty of women, and I think the sort of impact-driven, it feels like it's old news by now, but it's, I think all of us want the new generation to build companies that really make a difference, right? And I think that's a huge difference to 10 years ago, and very compelling and fun, and also where the big, the really big things you can do with big. I love the quote that Martin usually tells, that the more challenges you've overcome, the higher the valuation of your company. So I think that rings true for a lot of people, and that's why we should pick big challenges and try to solve them, right? So I think there's a big difference in that.
Fantastic. What about the two of you? How do the founders of today seem to you?
Yeah, I think they're more mission-driven, to your point. I think the young generation are much more and painfully aware of the problem we're facing. And to that point, I think we have the greatest challenges in our generation, right now. So there's a fantastic time to start a company and tackle those. I think we all feel like we need to be able to kind of look, our kids in the eyes and say, this is what I worked on in order to make it better. So I definitely see like a bigger portion being mission-driven. And then I also think it's a bit more global than before. So like a Y Combinator, for instance, is something that a lot of people have access to now. Knowledge sharing, like the sessions that you guys record here, or that YC is sort of giving out for free. I think there's so much content. So if you're a very ambitious founder, you can seek information and get access super easy. Yeah. So I would say that they are more kind of, maybe more ambitious, more kind of impact-driven, and also a bit more global from start, probably.
Yeah, I agree. I think the current generation, what they want to make is they want to make global impact. And then not only that, but I think they're also like better, like for example, my generation was ever at like telling it as a story, like better storytellers. Yeah. And in a very like simple way, they can like explain what they're about to do and why it's going to happen in a very inspiring way. And I think it's been a tremendous amount of improvement. I think if I look at the entrepreneurs of today, and I personally get extremely inspired when I look at the next generation of entrepreneurs that's going to come out from places like Slush.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'd like to move to a bit more of a practical note now. So I think Sonali de Rucker from Axel, one of the sort of most legendary VCs in Europe, she's actually invested in all Spotify, Supercell, and Crew. She's spoken a lot about how Nordic leaders strive to have almost as little power as possible when they lead companies. It would be interesting to hear, maybe starting with you, Ilkka, what does this sort of practically mean for founders who might want to implement this sort of culture into their companies as well?
Yeah, I know Sonali and I have actually spoke about this a lot, but I think it comes down to a few things. First of all, you need to kind of hire the best possible people, and then you need to be able to somehow put the right group of people together to form like the best possible teams. And then in addition to that, you have to like somehow create a culture where these teams can have the biggest possible impact. And when it comes down to like, Sofia mentioned psychological safety in the team, but also in the greater company, people must be, they must be encouraged to take risks. And for example, at Supercell, like we've created this culture that whenever we fail or, for example, kill a game, we always celebrate that thing with champagne. Because and the thing is that we really want to make it completely safe and actually like okay to fail. And we just fundamentally believe that companies they don't fail because they take risks. They fail because they stop taking risks. So those are the things that are close to my heart.
Yeah. Does this resonate with you, Sofia and Josephine? Is this a Nordic trait to strive for as little power as possible, so to say?
Yeah, I think maybe we come across as understated, at least abroad. But I do think that, at least my experience is that we can have a lot of sort of power, but we're also confident enough to give others power. And again, I think that's how you make a company grow. And I think you want to strive to create this culture that Ilkka describes, because then you make something and you make people feel like they're part of something that is greater than themselves. And I think that's when you get the real momentum and the real excitement and the real journey, so to speak. And sometimes some of the American leaders that I have been working with, they have had bigger egos, and it's been more about them and their journey and their career and trying to control. I think if you turn it around and you try and make people grow and you take a few steps back, I think that's the more exciting part. And I think as a leader, it's the most rewarding thing ever to see people flourish and grow. When you have created that circumstances so they can grow and excel and do more than they ever thought they were able to, I think that's like the goosebump moment in the journey. I love that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's such a big part of startup culture, right, to hire talent. Everyone talks about talent all the time. But then maybe there's a second piece with the puzzle, which is really enabling all those people to really harness their talents to achieve their goal. And that's not easy, right? So it's fun, it's challenging, and it really makes you grow also, I think, as a leader. So maybe there will be more conversations on those topics too, rather because I think everyone by now knows to hire very talented people. But it's the second part. It's very fun, huh?
Yeah, that's super interesting. And I think sort of while, as we've just heard, there's a lot of praise for Nordic leadership, and we have a lot of these success stories to back it as well. But it would be interesting to hear what are the things that we could still do better. So where do we go from here, and how do we keep growing, that there isn't this sort of plateau? What should we change? Maybe, Sofia, you look like you want to answer.
Yeah, no, happy to start. I think from a society level, I think it's important to make it easy for tech companies to recruit, hire talent from abroad. And in Sweden, we have had some difficulties with visa processes that have been painful and long and hard, and it's just been a bit of a mess. Same, I think, with option programs, that I think they should be kind of developed in a way that makes it easy for founders to share the company. And then, sorry, remind me of the question again, how we can create better.
Yeah, I think it's just about how there's this sort of narrative of Nordic leaders and this sort of special Nordic culture, but something must be missing. I'm sure something can be done better. So what are the things, for example, founders themselves could practice going forwards that they might still be lacking generally in the Nordic ecosystem and culture?
Yeah, so those are maybe a bit more technical, but I think in the future, I think role models are really important. And to Josephine's points about diversity, I would love to see more kind of female founders that reach kind of unicorn or IPO levels, so that we have more diverse set of unicorn founders. I think it's a massive role to play there, because I think we inspire each other so much. Then I think education and also the fact that kind of starting early and having kind of entrepreneur classes or kind of dorm room funds even to start angel investing when you're in school. I think that's also a great example of how we can help boost and foster the community even earlier in our own journeys. And then I think celebrate success and also celebrate the failures and celebrate the people that actually dare to go up in the ring and do it. Because we talk a lot about it, but actually building a company like Supercell or Kry or Spotify, it takes full focus and blood, sweat and tears. So I think celebrate the people that have done it is also an important part.
Well, thankfully that's what we're all here to do. I think it would be interesting to hear that, especially Ilkka, you've been on the Slush stage for quite a while, and you actually said in 2015 on the Slush stage that the next Google could be born out of the Nordics. So it would be interesting to hear, what's your dream for the Nordic ecosystem? Obviously, we've spoken about this sort of growth over the past 10 years, but if you look into the future of like 2030, how would you like the Nordic ecosystems to look like? What is the sort of success story that you would like to be defined by here?
Well, I still have the same dream and still absolutely believe it can and it will happen. Question is when. Well, I guess the ultimate dream, of course, that those type of companies would be born from our ecosystem. And for the longest time, we from the Nordics have went to Silicon Valley to get advice and see how things are done. I'd love there to be a time where they actually come here and see wow, what are these people in these Nordic countries doing right? And I think that's already starting to happen, by the way.
That's interesting. What about Josephine? Where do we go from here?
Well, I'm still an operator, right? So my head is full of all the things that I'm going to do with my company and things I wish for my angel company, like my portfolio. But yeah, I hope that we can build great impact-driven companies and many more unicorns that really makes a difference. Yeah.
Fantastic. Maybe on this question, Sophia, for example, you mentioned legislation around option pools and immigration, for example. Do you think our biggest challenges are on this side of the table or more in the sort of startup culture, and how do we actually build companies? Or sort of what's the biggest bottleneck that prevents from the next Google to be from the Nordics?
You mean how we can keep them in the Nordics rather than losing them to the outside, or sorry?
No, how we can build a company like that from the Nordics. So what are the biggest challenges for that still?
Now, I think we have so many things that are where the stars are aligned right now. There are so many solutions off the shelf that you can work with that didn't exist when we started Spotify. And then I think if we improve on these things, the sort of talent visa and option programs, I think that's a really good starting point. And then I would just love to see more people that have the opportunity to invest to do so. So continue sort of the angels reinvesting in the ecosystem and to see sort of operators and founders to share their knowledge back into the ecosystem. So we reinvest our money and time. And then I think my dream for the future would be to see more female founders and so see the next Google, but maybe within an impact vertical coming from the Nordic region, and to have the US to come here rather than the other way around.
Exactly. We have a couple of minutes left, and I think it would be nice to end on a note that, for example, especially the founders and aspiring founders in the audience could take home. So what's the most important non-negotiable you've stuck by in your leadership? What is the sort of one rule that you try to stick by throughout your career? So maybe if we want to start with Josephine and make our way down here.
Yeah, I think it's very important for me. It's not the best word, but it's called the no bullshit policy. So I like transparency, directness, bringing up problems when you have them, trying to be fair to everyone you can, trying to act sustainable. So sort of that's very core to me and something that I try to operate by all the time. Yeah, no bullshit.
For me, it would be trust. I mean, if I think about Supercell, we have very sort of few processes and those type of things. We like to say that we're kind of replacing the traditional control mechanisms with this very simple thing called trust. And that without trust, at least our organization just simply can't work. I mean, it just won't work. It's sort of a foundation that we build everything on top of. So that's the non-negotiable from my side.
Fantastic.
And for me, it would be to have fun. If I don't have fun, I'm bad at it, and I should be somewhere else. So as long as I'm having fun, then I think I'll do a good job. Same for my team members.
Fantastic. I think there are a lot of important lessons for the founders and the audience to take forward. And thank you so much for sharing your pulse on the Nordic ecosystem. And I think it'll be interesting in, say, 10 years, if we were referring back to 2012, we can look back in 2032 and see where we ended up. And this is always interesting to go back to these sorts of moments here on stage. And thank you so much for sharing your stories from the Nordic success stories. And thank you so much for the audience. And let's have a great slush.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilkka, Sophia, Josephine, and Benjamin. Moving on with the program here on the Serene Stage, and great to see so many of you here. Next, we're in for a real treat. We have James Vincent taking the stage up next. James is the founder and CEO of Founder, who work hand in hand with transformative founders, harnessing the power of narrative to give voice to their vision and shape their company's future. For over a decade, James worked alongside Steve Jobs, building Apple's narrative for groundbreaking products such as the iPod, iTunes, iPhone, App Store, and iPad.
James founded and was CEO of Apple's global agency of record, Media Arts Lab, and later went on to work directly with Brian Chesky at Airbnb to build the Trips platform before launching Founder to drive growth for founder-led businesses globally. Let's get James on stage here. Welcome to Serene Stage, James.
Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm James Vincent. Apparently, I'm going to tell you about selling the future. And I think the best way to do that is to give you some case studies. In the last 20 years, I've been lucky enough to be in the room helping explain the future, introduce the future. And so I'm going to do some case studies with Apple, Airbnb, Snapchat, and also some other brands that we've been working on. So first of all, Founder is my company. I have 3 wonderful partners. We couldn't afford the vowels, so the vowels fell away. That was a big Chinese company, so we're called FNDR, Founder. And we work in a sort of peer-to-peer with founders of all nature, and I'll give you a bunch of different examples of that. We work together with over 130 founders, one by one. And so I'm going to tell you some stories about how we've introduced some pretty interesting things that people haven't seen before. But I'm going to start with the big 3 guys. These are 3 people that I've worked very closely with in the last 20 years. So from 2000 to 2011, I worked with Steve Jobs. I ran a meeting with him every Wednesday from 1 till 3. I ran the ad agency and the marketing company for Apple. And we introduced iTunes, iPod, iPhone, App Store, iPad, all of those different products. From 2015 to 18, I worked with Brian and helped introduce Airbnb with the Balo, the logo, and the belief of in a world where 7, actually now 8 billion people can belong. So I'm going to tell you a story about human belonging, which is the narrative of Airbnb. And I'm going to tell you a story about Snapchat, which is about authentic friendship, which is almost kind of ironic because it's ephemeral. It goes away, and yet it actually builds long-term friendship. So I want to tell you that story too. So we're going to start with the fact that intentional narrative is both the origin and the destination story. So if you're going to sell the future, being a brand that's trusted is super important, that narrative is understood, and that every time a product comes out, it reinforces the brand. A brand isn't something that you start doing 5 years into building the business. You do it immediately. Your product and your brand need to be very, very tightly connected. I think these three pretty good examples of that. So what is a brand? So I would argue it's three things. Firstly, it's a uniting narrative. So it's a story that every time you go in the Apple store, you just buy one of their products and it works. And it's beautifully designed, and then you go in the Apple store and they speak to you wonderfully, and there's a humanity and an elegance to the way that they bring things out. You now trust Apple to do that. So I would argue everybody in this room either has an Apple device or one that was stolen or borrowed from an Apple device. So obviously I spent a lot of time with Apple, so I'm a little biased, but I think they came up with the iPhone first. So a uniting narrative, and then connected to culture, right? So one of the things, and there's Apple, 40 years old, how do you carry on being relevant? You carry on being relevant. Airbnb has their hosts, so they have a community of people that constantly feed into the brand and make sure it's relevant. And then being trusted. You know, I think last week, of course, was a terrible time for Web3. I was actually at Web Summit the week before talking about how you build iconic brands in Web3, and I presented this slide, which is actually we need to get to a place where there are trusted brands in Web3, and of course last week was the beginning of understanding that we have a lot of work to do with regard to that. So let me tell you three case studies. I'm going to jump into Apple, probably the most familiar of the three that I'm going to talk to you about. I think the thing to realize is that he didn't set out to change the computer industry. He set out to change the way people think creatively. And so this was an idealistic goal that was incredibly huge, and its intention runs through everything they did. So let me tell you about that. The way I look at Apple, and I was involved in the last three ones of these stories, but the story goes way back before me. 1984, which some people think is one of the finest commercials ever made by Ridley Scott. He was already selling the future, because this, if you know the commercial, it was at Big Blue, IBM was actually sort of the bad guy, and they were describing how the future would be like drone, like everybody would be following and copying, and everybody looked the same, and that Apple was about self-expression. So, step one, 1984, Apple defined its enemy. We're not that. 1997, think different. Possibly, certainly one of my favorite campaigns. I'm sure a lot of people have seen this and understood it. People crazy enough to change the world are the ones that do. So this was a company that was almost bankrupt. Steve came back, resuscitated the brand, and Think Different revitalized its relationship, and it gave it permission in culture to introduce the future once again. And that once again began, I think, with iPod. So if you remember when a computer was a room, then it became a thing under your desk, and then it became a thing that you could carry around, and of course now it's the thing that you all have in your pocket and you live on, right? That's a supercomputer in your pocket, but you can't start there. You started with music. You started with a human behavior shift. We always used to say that if you can perform an Apple product, you know what it is. So that's iPod, right? So Silhouette's campaign, that was my first campaign. 1,000 songs in your pocket was just a very simple way of explaining it. If you remember back then, people were on LimeWire and Napster stealing music, or they were using a CD Walkman with 12 songs that skipped. So neither of those were very good solutions. But iTunes and iPod came along and said, actually, you will pay for music if it's an amazing experience. And that was selling the future. Radically, I don't know how many of you remember this. I know it's 20 years ago, so maybe half the audience doesn't remember this, but those people that are older than 20 will remember the moment when they put their hands on the first iPod. It was really a moment of, wow. And there's a click wheel, and you're like, wow, it's because I've got lots of music. I've got you got 1,000 songs. You've got to click your way through it, right? If you've got 12 songs, you don't need a click wheel. So hardware, software working together, that was selling the future. And it sold the future that became, in 2006, with step 5, the phone. And the phone, there's an app for that, was the campaign that we did that explained probably the last 15 years. So many of the companies in the last 15 years have been established on an app store. And there's an app for that, was this explanation that a phone, a supercomputer in your pocket, it's like a Swiss Army knife. So the fascinating thing when the phone first came out, excuse me, the first reaction of people was, where are the buttons? Right? So anybody used to use a Crackberry or a Nokia, or probably more Nokia here, but and most people were like, where's the buttons, and why is there just a screen? How am I going to interact with this thing, right? What do I do? You're like, don't worry, it's all good. So actually, there's a keyboard, and you press these things, but there's also, more importantly, apps. You click on an app, and it opens up, and it's super simple. You're like 3 beats, and you've done something. And I go back, it's like a Swiss Army. Pull out another knife. And so each one of those apps was reinventing a device that had been in culture for 100 years and always had buttons. And even the smartphones, if you remember, weren't that smart. They had 37 buttons and a tiny little screen, and the internet looked like a postage stamp. And the iPhone suddenly introduced, it wasn't that quick at the beginning, but it suddenly introduced the real internet, where the internet actually looked like the internet. And that took a series of pieces of communication that brought you step by step by step into seeing that the future actually, a device should simply be a screen. That buttons completely distract you from that human interaction, that ability to be creative, to express yourself, which is the underlying story of Apple. So I'm going to go quickly to 2 other quick case studies. So Airbnb, it's not about the way we travel, but the way we live through travel. I don't know about you. If you've been on an Airbnb, I'm sure most people have. When you go on an Airbnb, you kind of bring your best human. You know, you send a note, I see your lovely place, I'd like to stay there, I'm just here with my cute little family, is it free? And they go, oh, they look at your reviews, they say, yeah. At the end, when you're leaving, they ask you to do a review. It's not like a Yelp review or a TripAdvisor review where you say, the cappuccino was cold, I didn't like the way that she smiled at me. You write a private review. You go, you need to do a little bit of work in the bathroom, or there wasn't enough of this, and then you do a public review. So you take the sting out of the public discourse. And so the brand becomes a very positive brand, and also the product gets improved. So Brian, as a designer from RISD, designed for good human behavior. I had him on a stage in New York, and I did a podcast with him recently, and he talked about why are more companies not led by creative people? Because creative people can design for good human behavior, and I think there are plenty of bad examples of software designed for not good human behavior. I think Airbnb designs for good human behavior. It's possible. So I worked with him, and we came up with Don't Go There, Live There. We introduced the Trips platform. I worked at Airbnb and created the Experiences product, which meant that Airbnb became a travel company rather than an accommodation company and could IPO in that way. So, and here's almost the biggest paradox of all was Snapchat. So, Evan had this ephemeral, it goes away, right? It goes away. So whatever you write goes away. That sounds like it's going to be of no use whatsoever, but it turns out on social media it actually creates better behavior. Why? Because on most social media you are lying to strangers. You're lying because you didn't have a great day, but you posted a picture of a sunset, or a happy family and you're not having a great time. And rather than lying to strangers, truth to friends actually works out when you can be honest and truthful with a small number of people, because you're more honest and truthful, it's a small group. So Snapchat is typically 15, 20, 30 people. You're more honest and truthful. You're real friends. You're not showboating. You're not pretending you're cool. You're not pretending you've got 15,000 friends. You're actually behaving honestly and truthfully. So this was a campaign that they did after we worked together, about real friends, and obviously other social platforms. I'm not sure whether they're your real friends. Okay, so these 3 guys, that's how they have sold the future. They were consistent in the way they built their brand. With Apple, it was thinking creatively. With Airbnb, it was living through travel. And with Snapchat, it was lasting friendship. So, the future. I really don't like talking about the future, because I don't think you can predict it. But what you can do is model it. So at Founder, we have a model that we use with founders that are looking to create a new thing that people haven't seen before, which is the future. What is that model? We think there's 3 steps. So whether it's Web3, digital media, the internet, biological revolution, all the millions of other things that are going on today in this very building. So there are 3 steps, and if you rush all the way to the end, which I think sometimes people do, you miss very critical steps in introducing new behaviors, some of which I've just told you in the case studies. So first, the shock absorber. So in Web3, that is physical and digital, and the difference between the digital dualism that people feel when they go into digital land. So a lot of the projects we're doing now is with Web2 companies figuring out how to add Web3, how to build a digital and a physical connection. The bridge divide, a product that bridges the divide between physical and digital, so that ultimately you can be a springboard. And I think a lot of people think you can run straight to a springboard to introduce the future. I think you need to go through these steps. So here we are. I'll give you the example, which of course is Apple. iPod was the shock absorber. It said digital media is okay. It's 1,000. You plug it in. It just goes in. You click wheel. Don't worry. Trust the device. It's going to work. And so it bridged digital media into a physical device with hardware and software fully integrated. The bridging device was the iPhone. As soon as the phone came out, everyone, after they said, where are the buttons? They said, wow, OK, this is really a supercomputer. It can do all kinds of things. But actually, the springboard was the App Store, right? Because, of course, so many companies have been created on that platform. And so I think, yeah, if you're looking for a model for the future, that's pretty much as good as I can give you today. So I'm going to give you, just to end off, I have a few more minutes. I'm going to give you 5 other examples, not the big guys, but these are companies that we work with at Founder and have worked with in the last 5 years. Some of which you'll know. So Heart Aerospace is electric airplanes. So hands up, who wants to fly on an electric airplane? OK. For those people that didn't put their hand up, it might be because you're worried that someone didn't plug it in the night before. So I'm going to tell you that there is a jet engine at the back of this electric airplane, just in case someone didn't plug it in and it runs out of power at 30,000 feet. So how many people would like to fly on an airplane with its electric powered, but also has a jet engine at the back, just in case? OK, pretty much everybody. Thank you. So the lesson here is introducing the new with the familiar. So Steve was always going on about how important it was not to introduce new with new. And again, I think that's something that a lot of people get wrong. They introduce the new with the new, and basically, I'm not going to do new on top of new until next year, or the year after, or the year after, because I'll wait till someone else figures it out. If you go and look at some of the keynotes from Apple, iPod, iPhone, iPad, there are lessons in storytelling. They're really worth looking at, those keynotes. One of the things is he always uses familiarity to introduce new products. You're using email, this is how you use it. You're looking at photos, this is how you use it. You're in the internet, this is how you use it. So always through the lens of the familiar. And that's why this airplane looks like an airplane, right? So a lot of electric airplanes don't look like airplanes, and so I'm a little nervous to get into it. Guess what? Human behavior says I want to get into an airplane that kind of looks like an airplane. We called it an iPhone. We had all kinds of names. In the end, we were just like, let's call it an iPhone. Let's not have that battle, because there's too many new things. But let's have some familiarity. So we called it iPhone, because we were apparently calling everything I at the time. Bowery is vertical farming. And so they're about feeding people wherever the need is, and vertical farming with the unpredictable climate that we have today. And so we worked with Irving, the founder, and helped him talk to wherever there's food is needed, we can grow it. We're working with Jason at Discord. As you probably know from Discord, huge in gaming, and it's now being used across all kinds of different product experiences. Product is experience. Experience is brand. Make sure that your brand and your product do not get too separated. You don't build brand 5 years from now. You build it every single time you bring out a product. So Rare, if people know, is a great NFT case study, because it's for those people that collected cards when you were kids. I collected Panini football cards, and this is the digital version of that in Fantasy League. but there's an NFT behind each one. So it was also familiar. It's a familiar behavior backed by an NFT. So I might argue a beautiful bridge between digital and physical, because I've got a physical behavior backed by a digital one. So Sora has been this huge opportunity. We came up with this line, Own Your Game. They're now in all types of sports in pretty much every league in the world. And finally, Meaty is mycelium, which for those people that don't know, is what grows below a mushroom. It's the largest single organism in the world. And the idea we came up with was actually not to talk about mushrooms too much, but just keep it really simple. We came up with this idea, good energy, and just keep it super, super simple, which is always super important too. So introduce the new with the familiar. Bring voice to your vision. So use your language, tell a story, make it have an impact. Make sure that people leave with the story that you want them to have. But live that through your product, because your product is your experience and your experience is your brand. Be an interaction with the new world and a connection with the old, so NFTs, through a case study of real life. And keep it simple. Always keep it simple. 1,000 songs in your pocket. There's an app for that. Don't be afraid of the inevitable. Inevitable language is good language. The way you deliver it has to be unique, but inevitable language is good language. So my final thought, because I have no seconds left, so I think I have to get off, is try not to be a solution to an old world problem. Think about being an interaction with a new world. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Now, we're going to be talking about product-led growth. And who better to talk to than Olivier Pommel, co-founder and CEO of Datadog, and Oskari Saarenmaa, co-founder and CEO of Aven. I expect we're going to hear a lot about both building and scaling product-led companies.
Exactly. And as we know, these are founders who've been scaling and growing their companies really, really well. Datadog scaled to an immense size since its founding all the way to an IPO in 2019. And Aven is coming up fast following their Series D in May. Let's get this founder one-on-one started. Welcome on stage, Oskari and Olivier.
All right. Hello, everybody. Really happy to be here on stage again this year. I'm Oskari, CEO of Aven, a cloud software company. Really happy to welcome Olivier on stage with me. Olivier, as you heard, is the CEO and founder of Datadog.
Hi. Good to be here.
Yeah. So I had the honor to invite Olivier to Helsinki to speak at Slush, and happy to have him here. Little known fact about Oli, I think, in addition to being a founder and CEO of Datadog, is that he actually has a soft spot in his heart for this location, the site of the assembly event.
Yeah. I just heard this was here where the assembly was held, and when I was growing up, I was watching these demos and on my Amiga and it looked like everybody was from Finland. And finally, I'm here today, so I'm living the dream.
Yeah. So I also was part of that community for some time, and my background is also in engineering, software development, and that is something that ultimately led me to start building Ivan, turning open source technologies into cloud services. Olli, you want to talk a little bit about your background? Like, how did you get started with?
Yeah, so I'm an engineer. I mean, as I said earlier, I grew up watching demos. Then I wanted to program in 3D. Then I started programming video. I actually worked on the first version of VLC before some more capable people turned it into something real. And then, fast forward a few years, I was in New York with a very good friend of mine, and we decided to start Datadog. I think it was in 2010.
Excellent. So we were asked to talk about product-led growth and PLG and what that means. So, I think Datadog has been labeled as a PLG company for a long time, but what does PLG actually mean to you? Do you use that term anyway?
Yeah, so we don't actually use the word. I hate the word. I discourage people from using the word. And the reason for that is that half of your organization is not product. So if you run product-led growth, then what does your sales team do? And it gives people an idea that they don't contribute, whereas they're actually a very big part of it. And by the way, this is one of the main misconceptions. Product-led growth still needs sales. You still need absolutely everything else. You just use it differently, and you structure the company differently. So for us, product-led growth is just growth. That's how we do things. And if I were to characterize it, really what it's rooted in is it's putting the customer in control, putting the user in control. So we don't control what they do. We don't push to them. They pull from us. So they control how much they commit, how much they buy, what the terms are of what they buy, how much they use. And then the whole company is articulated around delivering value to them and driving their usage of the product and therefore our revenue up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. We started building Ivan as engineers to build a product and a platform that we would have loved to use, something that just allowed me, myself, other people like me to get started building something using technologies that were familiar to us. We also hadn't heard of the PLG term until I first heard about it at this event here in Slush some years ago when we were between, our A and B rounds. And I thought well, I guess that's what we're doing. That's how we got to more than $10 million in ARR before we heard of the term or figured out a different model for the company. So.
Yeah, I mean, in our case, so we started very early. When we got the company started, it was difficult to get it funded. So we didn't have any money, we didn't have any customers. Everybody thought that what we were doing was a little bit stupid. So we were very scared of not getting the problem right and doing something that was useless. And as a result, we made ourselves feel better by spending more time with the customer and making sure we really understood their problem and making sure we really solved the problem for them. And I think that's what rooted all of our journey through product-led growth. We started by having the founding team spend a ton of time with customers. Then we made the first deals ourselves with customers. Then, because we didn't have the money or the prestige to attract great salespeople, we didn't hire any salespeople, so we did some more of the sales ourselves. And that's where I would say the whole motion got in place with the company. Then we scaled that. Then, of course, we added a sales motion behind it. Then we got through all of the other steps.
Yeah.
But we didn't do it by choice. We didn't read a blog post about PLG and say, that's what we need to do. We did it because we didn't have any choice.
Yeah. I think that's very, very relatable to me as founding Ivan. I was going to ask you when you mentioned this is what you did. So just specifically, who did you mean in the company? Who was working with the customers?
The whole founding team was,
Yeah.
But very importantly, what we had very early on is a product team and a product leadership that wanted to spend time with customers and that was not afraid of discussing value and money with customers. So basically the first deals were made by our product team, and still today for newer products, a lot of the deals are made by the product team. And what this gives us is a product team that intrinsically understands the value, understands what parts of the product are good enough or not good enough, because they understand what customers are going to pay for or they're not going to pay for. And by the way, this is a mistake I see many new entrepreneurs make, which is that they raise money, it looks like they're going to be successful, they get experienced investors on board, and the first thing the experienced investors help them do is hire an experienced sales leader. And then what they do with the experienced sales leader is that they start building a sales force right away, and they don't get the occasion to develop that strong culture of having their product team interact with the customer. And very often founders like doing that because they don't actually know how to or like to have conversations with their customers about value. They love talking about product, but they don't love talking about value. So my advice to anybody who wants to go that route is to make sure that very early on the team, you have some people in the product organization who are not, first, who enjoy spending most of their time with customers, because that's where the value is, but also who are not afraid to discuss what's valuable, what's not, and to make deals with the very first few customers.
Yeah. Is there a concrete example of a case where you've failed at identifying, like, is something you're building actually valuable to the customers early?
It happens very often. Actually, it's something that happens more often now because for the first half of the company, the first 6 years, we had one product, and we found great product market fit early on, and then we spent our time adding to that and scaling the company around it. Up to, I think after those 6 years, we're around 100 million in ARR, something like that. After that, though, we started building more product, building out our platform, adding more to what we were selling to our customers. And as we did that, we needed to pivot from having one thing that works really, really well to having a lot more things. Some of them are not going to work really well from day one. And so we had all the issues that companies have where they go from a position of safety, which is, I know what I'm doing, I have validation of it, my customers love it, to a position where we come up with things that may be great, right out of the gate, or maybe not. And oftentimes they're not fantastic right out of the gate. I mean, oftentimes there's good parts about them, and there's not so good parts. And it's a bit of a shift or pivot in culture at that time to get your product team to want to see the bad news, to actually want to go talk to the customers, hear what's not working, hear what's missing, listen to it, because usually we were discussing that right before, but your customers love you, and they are typically good human beings, so they don't want to upset your feelings. So when you go to them with a new product, they'll say, yes, I'll use it. They tell you great things. And when they give you feedback about what they really don't like about it or what's missing, they try to wrap it into compliments, like that. That's the proverbial cheese sandwich. And most people don't want to look at the bad part. Like they just listen to the good parts and say, yes, they love it. Whereas the only part that matters, the only part people really meant, was the part that's broken or missing. And not today, for all of the new products, we typically see that when we go from the first phase of every product is working with design partners. And then after that, we start asking those design partners for money. We start charging for the product. When we do that is when the bad news comes. That's when we figure out what's missing. And it's very important for us as a part of our process and culture to make sure everybody on the product side is comfortable with that.
So you scale the company from 2 or 3 founders. Maybe that's another interesting topic on like how did you get scale the company early on. But especially with scale, you're bringing in new people, and they have to be educated on what actually is value creating for your end users, your customers. So how do you find the right types of people who get what you're doing, or do you train them to get it?
So first of all, we train most of the people on the sales team. Most people some people are familiar with our space, but not completely. And most, especially most experienced salespeople, are not used to selling in a, I hate the word, but product-led environment, which means that they're going to have customers in charge. Customers are going to accrue usage over time, And they're not going to sell very large commits up front. Like customers are not going to start from day one spending millions of dollars and committing for 5 years, which is a lot of the software sales were made historically. So one of the big things we do is when people join, we train them so that they expect to do smaller transactions, faster transactions, and then grow their business with customers by driving their usage up, by making sure basically customers know where the value is, know where to find it, and get that usage themselves. I think it's great because I think it, again, it keeps the customer in charge. And by the way, you have to be willing to live with the consequences of that, which is you push customers to do month-to-month deals and to commit at their level and grow as they see fit, which means you're not protected. Like if something goes wrong, if they're not happy, if you don't deliver the value, you'll have the bad news right away. But I think it's good because it forces you to get all the news, good or bad, very quickly. And it also forces the whole sales organization to think long term. They think not in terms of what deal can I close today with this customer, but rather what is that customer going to look like for me a year or 2 years from now, and how do I make them successful, which I think aligns everyone.
Yeah, so over the years you've shown the success of this model scaling to where you are today, at more than $1 billion in revenue. But early on, was it easy for you to also explain the model that you're operating under to your investors that maybe we're more used to some more traditional enterprise sales?
Well, I think initially the biggest challenge was not with the investors, who were fairly comfortable with the model. I think the problem was more with the employee pool or the talent pool for sales, because it's fairly new. I think today it's becoming more common, but 5-6 years ago, it was more difficult to find people who were open to the idea and who didn't see that as a step down, in their career. Like it's very important. Part of it is how people understand their own success and what their expectation is of how they're going to be successful. When your whole experience has been closing $1 million deals, and when on your first day you're asked to close a $50,000 deal, it's a big shift.
Yep.
And I think today it's easier. But it took some time initially to make sure people understood that they were going to be even more successful, just in a different way.
Yeah. So we've definitely seen that at Ivan, understanding how we can also scale up our sales teams and educate them on the model that we are using. As you say, it's now more and more common, but I think still today the consumption models that we're operating under are not really the standard in most businesses. So when it comes to running a public company and you have tons of customers that are on this kind of a model, like what does that mean to you?
Well, I think as a public company, it's fine. I think because what we do, which is like what you do, you sell databases as a service.
Yeah.
We sell observability and security for infrastructure. All of that is inherently recurring. Like the workloads are there, they're not disappearing. It's not transactional. So from a business perspective, it's still a subscription model that is fairly safe. I think the one thing that you do lose in the equation, though, is you cannot really fully predict growth in the very short term, because it's all depending on the customer usage. And I think in the end it's good. It makes us stronger because we get the bad news earlier, or the good news often. I mean, when customers scale up, they don't have to talk to us. If they find more value and they use more product, they don't have to talk to us. It's a very efficient model. But I think you do lose a little bit of short-term predictability there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what we see as well. We're just looking at our top customers, and in aggregate, we got our forecast pretty well right, but individually, customer by customer, it was a completely different picture for all of them. So I guess with enough data, you start to see the big picture and the trends there.
Yes, well, it's especially interesting, like we've had an interesting period through COVID and another one now with what look like maybe some economic disturbances. It's very interesting to see what happens to the usage pattern of customers, and it's also something that we communicate to our investors a lot, like to make sure they understand what we see and what the reality of the business is.
Mm-hmm. So going back a little bit to the product topic, so you started basically with one product, and then you evolved it to bring in more capabilities. Some you grew organically, and others you brought in through acquisitions. Can you describe a little bit of, your thinking about expanding from one product to?
Yeah, so for us, what we built, it was always meant to be a platform that brought together different teams and different use cases. So, and the infrastructure monitoring was the first use case. We didn't even want to call the product infrastructure monitoring initially. We just did it because, a data platform to bring dev and ops together, everybody loved the idea, but nobody understood what that was. So it was much easier to find product market fit this way. But we always intended to build more on that platform and bring more use cases and unify what used to be different parts of a larger observability category. We also specifically, we thought that if we wanted to grow the company for a very long time, we needed to be able to have more than one product. And so for us, really getting from one to multiple products was the threshold to cross, so we'd feel comfortable taking the company public and basically making a commitment to investors to grow it for a very long time. We started on that in 2016, 2017, and we got to the proof points we wanted by 2019, which is when we took the company public. The biggest challenges there were to operate the core transformations I talked about before, which were how do we turn our team that is mostly succeeding into a team that is going to start by failing before they succeed? How do we make it attractive for the members of the team? How do we convince someone who's working on a team that knows exactly what they're doing, that has all these customers putting for more, to actually go into a place that's unknown where they might fail initially? It actually takes a little bit of transformation initially for that.
Yeah.
But we also didn't lose the core tenets of the company. We kept, for all of our new products, we kept everything customer-driven in terms of usage. So basically, none of the new products we shipped had to be big commitments up front. Everything was consumed as it went and as it delivered value to customers, and we made sure the customers had all the levers to control that.
Yeah. So when you add more capabilities, you add more products, I suppose it can be a bit discouraging at first because you don't see the great take-up of the new products that you saw with the existing popular ones. But
yeah. I mean, initially you see everything that's broken, everything that's missing.
Yeah.
You're picking up new competitors. And your competitors, make it clear to your customers that you're still missing some features, So it's a race, yes.
Yeah.
But the good news is once you've done it a few times, you grow confidence that you can actually catch up, you can exceed the competition. You need to understand how do you deliver value to some customers first. Products typically start by being super useful to a narrow band of customers, and then as the products mature, they can be useful to a much broader and broader band of customers until they reach the full market. Yeah. And we've practiced that playbook now.
Did you have to make a lot of changes to your team as you went from one product to more products, and how you're talking about Datadog and what does Datadog mean to end customers?
We did. So we had to invest quite a bit on the go-to-market side in enablement, making sure everybody understood how everything fit together. We also had to really defend the way we run product, so that the product management team wouldn't get isolated from the customer and would still keep that culture of spending half of their time with customers, in the customer's shoes, and really understood the value of their business. So I would say it took a few trials and errors to do that. I mean, from the outside, it looks like a beautiful exponential growth. From the inside, we broke a lot of things very often and we fixed them. Even at the organizational level. So I think it's a learning process, yes.
Yeah. So kind of talking about scaling up and changing the go-to-market team, a big part of your go-to-market team was always, I suppose, reporting to your chief product officer of the company. How did that come about?
So actually it's rooted in what we did by leading with customer growth or customer usage. 1 year into the life of the company, we hired a head of product, who is really the third co-founder of the company. And he was the one who was spending most of his time trying to make deals with customers and ended up running the early iterations of the sales team before we hired professional sales leadership to do that. And by the way, that's another piece of advice. Again, if you have the occasion, if you are running a product-led growth company, even though you shouldn't call it this way, I really encourage you to start by running sales from product and only try to hire specialized sales after that. One reason, as I mentioned earlier, is that you build a better culture in product and you understand your customer problem better. Another reason is that, at least for us, when you're a small startup, it's hard to attract the very best sales leaders. It's kind of the opposite of engineers. Like when you start from scratch, you get the best engineers because they want to shape everything, build everything from zero and make it their thing. For sales, it's the opposite. For sales, you tend to recruit and attract the very best people when you have some scale and something that can be accelerated, something that has a high likelihood of being very, very, very successful if it's managed right.
Yeah, that makes sense, and that's definitely something we've seen at Ivan. And candidly, we tried to scale up sales too early, and it didn't really work out. So we ended up scaling the company just by creating better products and talking to our customers, and that's how we got to the scale of like 10 million, as I mentioned before. And so.
By the way, I'm an investor in Ivan. It's been fun to see it grow.
Yeah, really happy to have you on the.
I hope you're going back to work after that. By the way.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. So talking about the company, so we both started building products for people that like ourselves, people that we thought would appreciate what we're building. But another, I think, important part about building companies and products is like, so what's the identity, like who are you and what do you look like and all that. So
yeah, and I see you have a crab. By the way, the first time I saw that, I was wondering what it was about. I was wondering if it was a Finnish thing, but
yeah, Ivan's identified by a crab, and some people have asked me if it's a seafood business. That's not quite the case, but we appreciate seafood, and we do have company traditions of crayfish parties, which is a great Nordic tradition. But identity is really a big part of the company, and we figured out what we want to do much earlier than we figured out how do we actually want to look like. We wanted to have a kind of a fresh look for Ivan. We have 4 founders at Ivan, and we had some debate around should we look like a letter A or should we look like a crab? And we had some different opinions between the founders. So I asked my then 3-year-old daughter to tell us what we should be, and she selected the crab, and that's how we've always been working with crabs. But so what about the dog, data dog? What's the dog?
So at least you don't get I always get the question, do you like dogs or do you have a pet dog? And you probably don't get that with a crab. But the sad answer, I'm going to break all the myth here, but I don't have a dog. My co-founder doesn't have a dog. We called the company Datadog initially. It was a code name because in our previous company, the biggest driver of pain in operation was a very large Oracle database. And we called the production machines dogs, and Datadogs were the production databases. And Datadog 17 was a database we lived in fear of. If it went down, everything went down. So it was the name of pain for us. It turns out everybody loved the name. Like the people remembered Datadog. So we dropped the 17 so it wouldn't look like a MySpace handle. And then we looked for a logo for it. And we had one of the first employees was a designer who also followed us from our previous company. And he produced a whole list of dogs. And most of them were attack dogs, alpha dogs, dogs with sharp teeth and small eyes, and like things that spell like performance, technology, the future, etc. And then there was a puppy. And everybody said, I want the puppy. So, and I think in the end that it ended up being maybe the smartest choice we've done at the time, which was something that can be identified, and that also represents the fact that we're here to make life easier, not to be another problem, something scary for our customers.
Yeah. Well, I think you've succeeded very well on that, and everybody, I think, loves the dog. So thank you for sharing your story, Oli.
It's great. Thank you.
All right. Excellent.
Thank you, Oskari and Olivier. Let's move on with the program here on the Serene Stage and continue. OnlyFans is on a mission to build the world's safest social media platform where creators can maximize control over and monetize their content. In our next panel discussion, you hear what it's like to run an edgy business, how public discourse impacts OnlyFans operations, and what the key learnings have been throughout its journey.
We are stoked to invite Amy Gunn, CEO at OnlyFans, Keely Blair, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer at OnlyFans, and Kia Kokalicheva from Axios onto the stage to discuss this right now. Let's bring them out. Welcome.
All right. We made it to the stage. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. As mentioned, my name is Kia Kokalicheva. I'm a reporter with Axios, and I'm based in San Francisco. Really excited to be in Finland. And I'm here with Amy, who is the CEO of OnlyFans, and Keely, who is the Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So to kick us off, because I know there's a lot of misconceptions about OnlyFans, so if you're going to give me the elevator pitch of what is OnlyFans.
Absolutely. So that's why we're here, is really to talk about the business and clear up those misconceptions. I'm sure everyone that's in attendance, you've probably heard of OnlyFans, and you might have an idea of who we are, what we're about. Typically, you may immediately think, oh, there's some spicy content on there, which, yes, we are home to adult content creators. We're also home to a range of other creators, and the platform's really meant to be a way for creators to be able to monetize content that they normally would be sharing for free on other social media platforms. OnlyFans launched in 2016, really before its time, looking at how influencer marketing was at the time, whether it's ad deals, brand deals, things like that. And what's really happened with the creator economy is now creators realize they can make money. Their fans want to see them, and that's where content monetization comes in. So we have a very simple business model where creators take home 80% of all earnings on the platform. OnlyFans is a subscription-based platform, so fans are subscribing to creators. They may have a free subscription or a paid subscription, and then within that, there's other ways for creators to monetize, which could be through content, direct messages, live streaming. It's a really exciting way for creators to really connect with their fans in a way they can't elsewhere, which is, showing the power of the creator economy. We have over 220 million fans on the platform, and we're continuing to grow looking into the future.
Give me a quick update on the size of the platform. You mentioned 220 fans. How many creators?
Absolutely. So we're really excited to share that. We've reached a new milestone where we now have over 3 million content creators on OnlyFans. We're in over 100 countries. We're very much a global business and a disruptor and leader in the creator economy. We've paid out over 10 billion in creator earnings since being founded in 2016. And that shows the power of our community of creators and the power that creators hold in terms of being able to connect with fans, and fans then wanting to see more, wanting to get to know, who their favorite online personality is. So we provide that safe space, which we'll get into, is where safety is really the foundation of our business. I say that we're creator first and safety first to truly be the most inclusive platform.
While we're on the subject of numbers, I know you guys really boomed during the initial phase of the pandemic. A lot of folks turned to platforms like OnlyFans because they couldn't go out and do in-person things that they were doing with their skills. What have you been seeing since people left their houses again? Like, what's happened? Any drop-offs or anything?
No, we're continuing to grow as a platform, which is absolutely wonderful. As Amy mentioned, we are continuing to grow in terms of the number of creators who are joining, the number of fans, the number of countries where we're seeing creator and fans come together on the OnlyFans community in that way. So we're not seeing any slowdown. And actually, as a platform, we're broadening our appeal. We have spicy content, but we also have comedians and chefs and sports people who join the platform to connect with their fans.
So no drop-off in terms of attention span? No,
which is great.
Now we're continuing on a growth trajectory, which is something, again, it goes back to the power of the creator economy and the creators on our platform.
So let's roll it back real quick. So Amy, you joined in 2020 to lead marketing and communications. And then about a year ago, you get handed the CEO baton. How did that come about? What went through your mind when Tim Stokely, the founder, was like, Amy, it's now your turn?
It's really been an incredible experience. I started with OnlyFans in 2020 in a CMO capacity, and really I found I had this natural passion for the platform, getting to know our creators, getting to know the community. And looking at my background, I've always been working in disruptive industries, kind of on the forefront of what's next. And to me, that's what OnlyFans has been. And internally, I was doing a lot more than probably someone in a traditional CMO role would do, where I had exposure to all aspects of the business, working closely with the former CEO, who's also the founder of the company, as well as with the rest of the executive team. So when it came time for that succession, it was a very easy transition. And that's where I bring forth this unique perspective and a lot of learnings being with the company. And that's why leading the business, I really put creators at the heart of what we do, along with safety, because it's important for us to offer a safe platform for everyone, adult content creators, any type of creator, as long as they're over 18 and follow our terms of service.
And Keely, Amy succeeds into the CEO role, and you were outside counsel, and she calls you and asks you to come into a new capacity.
Pretty
and
much.
your answer was, yes, I want more of this.
Yes.
I want to sign up for more of this, spicy, controversial business.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that one of the first appointments that Amy made to her senior team is somebody who is a safety nerd, right? I'm a lawyer. I'm a cybersecurity, privacy, online safety. That's my world that I've operated in. And that goes to show the vision for the company, right? What matters to us and our actions and making sure that that is at the heart of every business decision that we make in terms of making sure we really can say that we're the safest social media platform. And we do that in terms of looking at knowing who our creators are on our platform and making sure they go through a very rigorous process before joining, involving giving us 9 different pieces of information, 10 in the US, verifying their age, verifying their ID, and ensuring that they're good actors, because we want our platform to be safe. We want people to have a good experience on the platform. And so for me, I mean, who's going to pass up the opportunity to join a company like OnlyFans? Like, when I'm 65, I'll be able to be like, hey, I was at the forefront of the new zenith of social media, which is an incredible opportunity. And then the chance to work alongside Amy was just too good to pass up.
You mentioned, ID verification and really making sure that you know who's on your platform. Has that evolved since the two of you took over the leadership? Was it done that way before? Like, talk me through sort of the process of evolving that.
Well, I think it never stands still. That's the most important thing, because the threats are always evolving, so you have to make sure that you evolve your processes over time. We've always had ID verification processes because of the nature of the content on the platform, some of the content, and we wanted to make sure that obviously we're continuing to be best in class in that. So we're always investing. We use great AI technology, but we actually don't think that AI alone is the solution. So we've built a vast content moderation team, and every single piece of content on our site is reviewed by a human. And that's pretty impressive, and it really speaks to the commitment that we make as a company. I think the terms of the change, what's changed, it's really actually Amy and I being able to tell that message to more people, right? Kind of getting out and owning the narrative and being able to explain to people why we prioritize safety. And that's because we all, as a society, deserve to be safe online. That's important. It matters to us, and we want to have a good online experience. And so on OnlyFans, we listen to our creators, we listen to our fans, and that's what people want. They want to be safe. So putting that at the heart of what we do makes a ton of sense.
How are you going about that process? Do you have, a council of experts that you are constantly talking to about, what is the latest, what new trends or new things or new threat models, or are you listening to a lot of your creators and their fans? Like, how are you going about this?
It's a very robust way that we look at everything, where we are listening to our creators and keeping them safe. We also are continuing to invest in human content moderation, human support, because while AI is great and it helps us prioritize content, we see everything on the platform. So that's where we're investing in staff. And at the end of the day, we also work with an independent third party called a monitorship in the US, who's been able to help us really evaluate everything we're doing in the safety world and what we could be doing better. Because again, when you are evaluating everything, you're like, oh, that's all great, but there's always more. And it's an area that's always going to continue to evolve as we grow as an organization.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's a couple of different ways. As Amy mentioned, we've got the voluntary independent monitorship that we have in place. We also use third-party experts, kind of threat hunters. We look at what's happening on other platforms. One of the things that we do as part of our creator verification process is you have to provide us with your social media handles so we can see what you're doing on other platforms as well, to make sure that you can't, we want good actors on OnlyFans. It's really important to us that that's the case. And we continue to monitor content over time. So it's not as if you join up, go through this verification process and you get signed on and then nobody looks at your content again. That's not the case. It's continuous.
So easy. It's a game.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just? And so again, it's making sure that it's that constant, always evolving, always being aware, and making sure it's a priority. It has to be a priority for us.
So are you taking into account off-platform behavior for creators? Does that matter? Because I know that's been sort of a controversial, newer, philosophical area that a lot of the social media platforms are considering. Does it matter what you do elsewhere in your life versus just the content that you're putting out, that you're hosting?
Sure. Well, the creators are responsible for their own content on the platform, right? So each creator is responsible for their own content. But nonetheless, our terms of service are very robust. And in terms of what we do look at off-platform behavior, which is why other social media handles matter in terms of before someone's allowed to join the platform. But ultimately, it comes down to what's legal. That's the most important thing for us. Again, lawyer nerd, so I go back to that. But it's about trying to make sure we get that balance right, where we allow freedom of expression to flourish, and that's why inclusivity is so important to us. But also making sure it's not treading a line where it gets into being illegal behavior or hate speech or anything along those lines.
Also, with our platform, we're a complete deterrent for those types of bad actors because content's not able to go viral. You're not spreading a message to a mass audience. Fans are subscribing to see a creator, so there's no algorithms. You're not getting pushed content from different creators. So that's where, again, because of our robust verification, because of our content moderation, we've been a complete deterrent for someone or any bad actor who may be wanting to spread a message that would be against our terms of service. And that's also where having everything be human moderated, reviewing all of our applications to be a creator comes in, because then they're going and cross-referencing, oh, is this person posting content on other platforms that is of them, who they say they are. So it's just having that holistic view.
Talk to me about the hate speech stance, because it's not illegal, at least in a lot of parts of the world. And at the same time, I know you guys are expanding to all kinds of creatives, right? Comedians, actors, all kinds of people. And so that becomes more and more of a potential issue. So how did you guys arrive at this policy?
It's one that we thought about very hard, because it's one of our core values is to be inclusive and to allow that freedom of expression, but equally to not allow that to be harmful. We don't tend to see that kind of viral harmful behavior because of the subscription model, right? If you want to say something super controversial and get it shared with millions of people virally, OnlyFans isn't the platform to do that on. The model doesn't support that in terms of behavior. And so for us, it's very important to be like, okay, well, what's the line? And the line for us is, okay, well, let's think about what's legal, what's permitted, and what's allowed under our terms of service. And we are very strict in terms of making sure that we enforce our terms of service. And in different geographies, you have to make sure that the content that you're posting as a creator is permitted in that geography, right? So different laws are different, and also different content may be permitted in different geographies as well. So in certain jurisdictions, you may be able to post cooking content, but not some of the spicier content. So you need to be aware of that as a creator on the platform and operate within your own country's legal system.
Speaking of spicy content, about a year and a half ago, OnlyFans announced it was no longer going to allow adult content, then a U-turned. Can you explain exactly what happened?
So with that, there was a proposed change to our acceptable use policy under our terms of service, where we were no longer going to allow explicit content. And what that experience taught all of us at the business, especially myself, was the power and voice of our creator community. I think for that week, it was one of the biggest news stories globally, which is pretty wild. And that really just goes to show when a community's voice is heard. And that's where, we were able to reverse the decision and put the power in the hands of our creators. And that was a lesson for myself, which is why I really focus on being a creator-first business. And that's where I've spoken publicly many times this year about embracing our creators, including our adult content creators, and making sure they feel that they have a safe place on the platform, along with other creators. Again, safety is really at the heart of what we do and what's allowed us to be the most inclusive platform.
So there wasn't any issue with banking partners or anything like that? 'Cause I think that was one of the things that...
Yeah, there was... Tim, the former CEO, kind of shared some information with the FT on that, and it's something where, because we are able to, offer a safe place, we have a lot of safety measures and controls in place, and again, the power of the community was heard. That's where we're able to continue to be the most inclusive platform.
I think as well, when we look at the topic of this panel, navigating public opinion. That is, as Amy said, listening to people when companies propose a change and everyone goes, whoa, hold on there a second. Are you sure you want to do that? And people reach out to you as well, partners reach out to you, everything else, and able to start that dialogue with people, say, okay, well, we want to keep hosting this content. We want to be an inclusive platform for our adult content creators. How do we get people comfortable with that? What assurances can we give you? How can we be transparent? What can we share about our compliance program? So it's continuing that dialogue, but also listening to critics, right? That's important. You've got to navigate that. You've got to be able to say, okay, well, tell me what your concerns are. Let's talk it through. And it's our job to give people the assurances they need. It's our job to demonstrate our compliance programs and to show the action that we take.
Absolutely, and that's been a huge initiative for us this year, especially taking the helm of the business, being able to engage critics or third parties or anyone that may have questions about the platform or think we're something that we're not. And again, clearing all of those misconceptions up. We we also launched our Safety and Transparency Center on the website, which really goes into more in detail what we're doing to keep our community of creators and fans safe.
Were you surprised by the reaction, by how many people were upset by this potential change?
I mean, it's something where everyone's voices were heard. We monitored all the social media mentions, the news articles, and it's something that definitely continued to stay with me, and that's why I put creators first in all of our business decisions.
Kind of becomes our North Star, right?
Yeah.
Like in terms of the thing that we do, every time we think about something, it's what's the impact this is going to have on our creators. They're our main stakeholders because we don't have third-party advertising on the platform, we don't monetize data in that way. So it's all about the creators, everything we do. So we just announced an e-commerce partnership with Spring, whereby we now allow creators to connect their Spring store to their OnlyFans account and sell merchandise direct to fans. And again, that was done because that's what creators wanted. And so that becomes then the guiding principle for us in terms of everything that we do. But you got to listen to do that.
Aren't you happy you don't have to deal with advertisers?
Yeah.
You don't have to go out there and insult them into spending money on your platform. Speaking of making other people comfortable and talking more about your business, last year one of my colleagues reported that OnlyFans was talking to potential investors, trying to fundraise, and then earlier this year, I know you guys had some conversations with special purpose acquisition companies. What were those conversations like? I'm assuming there are lots of questions and lots of discomforts and misconceptions.
Yeah,
how did you get through that?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we get approached all the time by, I mean, look at the audience here. We get approached pretty regularly by people who want to learn more about the business, are interested in working with us in some capacity. We are a privately held company. We are happy being privately held. We have no plans to make any moves of that sort. But one thing that was reported is that, there is a question around the adult content that we have on the platform. And that's something I've been very open about in terms of embracing our adult creators. And if someone's coming and reaching out to OnlyFans, they kind of already know that we're known for adult content, the spicy content. So that's not exactly news, but that's something I want to be clear on, where yes, we have adult content creators, we have a range of creators, and right now we're very happy focusing on our creator community looking into the future.
We were talking a little bit about advertisers earlier. So no plans to ever go down that route?
No, we get asked that pretty regularly. Again, it's what's best for the creators. We don't want to monetize their data. We collect their information really to keep them safe. That's our priority. And because our business model is so simple and straightforward, where it's an 80-20 split, all in favor of the creator, we don't have a reason to go down that path.
It's also not what our users want. That's the thing. And when we talk about the advertising model and look at what's happening on a macro basis with advertising model-led platforms, there's a huge decrease in ad revenue, and they're actually looking to the OnlyFans model and thinking, great, how do I add subscriptions on? How do I find a new way to monetize? And so for us, it makes no business sense to pivot in that direction when that direction appears to be failing, and actually people are pivoting in the direction of subscriptions. So when we look at strategic growth and opportunities for us, it's much more around things like, great, let's add an e-commerce option for our creators. Let's work on a technology to help to protect copyright. Let's do other things that really help our creators to succeed, because when everyone talks about the success of OnlyFans, the thing that they often forget is that for every dollar we make, creators make $4, right? That's nuts. That's like money in the back pocket of ordinary people. And that's an incredible thing. As Amy said, we've paid out 10 billion since we started, and that's wild, and that's to people, not advertisers. So it's really nice.
Speaking of partnerships and extending what creators can do, while reading up for this panel, I saw that there's, like in other platforms, people have been building agencies, management companies for OnlyFans creators, which is all so fascinating and interesting that there's a businesses being built atop of OnlyFans. At the same time, there's been a lot of reporting around, some creators getting exploited by their management or the agencies that they work with. How do you guys think about this? Because you talk a lot about wanting to keep creators safe and wanting them to be, happy and healthy and thriving, and yet this is sort of out of your reach in a way.
I think every creator is their own small business, right? And so it's ultimately we have 3 million small businesses on our platform, and how each creator chooses to manage that small business, whether it's setting subscription prices, their monetization strategy, their content strategy, all of those things, that sits with them. And some people choose to use management teams, some people choose to go it alone. It's a real mix within the platform. That's not our call. That's the creator's call, and it's their business. And we're there to help them by helping them to understand their page, understand their fans, understand how their content performs, help them with that side of the business, as opposed to kind of what goes on behind the scenes for them perspective. But when it comes to creator safety, what really matters to us is obviously ensuring that the person who's creating the content is the person who owns the account, is the person who's getting paid for that content. So we're very careful in terms of making sure that the legal name has to match the creator's name and their government ID documents to prevent any exploitation or anything along those lines, so that we know that the money is going into the back pocket of that creator. That's the key thing.
What happens when you discover that that's not the case?
If we ever discover anything like that, which fortunately is very rare on the platform, we take immediate action. We work with the creator in question. If there's law enforcement or anybody involved, we work with that too. We have a great and proactive relationship with law enforcement and NGOs. We report proactively to a number of different agencies. And the key thing for us is like knowing that when our creators raise an issue with us or when we become aware of something, we act on it instantaneously. The other great thing is that because we collect information about our creators and our fans to keep them safe, we're able to provide law enforcement with really actionable, rich data, so that if there is a bad actor on the platform, we're able to provide something to law enforcement that they can action, so they can deal with that bad actor, so they can address the issue. And so it really is about keeping the community safe. We also track device ID and IP address to stop people being able to come back with a different username, let's imagine, and do the same bad behavior again. So it means that if you are taken off the platform, you're off the platform permanently. So it's very important to us to make sure that we take action when things occur. Fortunately, it's rare, but when it happens, you've got to make sure you act immediately.
OFTV is a newer side of your business. Tell me about that. It's been around for a little bit now.
Yeah, so we launched OFTV in 2021, and it's really been another platform that allows creators to have that true freedom of expression. OFTV, for those who aren't familiar with it, is our free streaming platform and app. It's available in Apple, Android, Roku, smart TVs, so it's in the app stores. It is all safe for work content that's easily accessible, and it's only available to OnlyFans creators to submit content to. It is all moderated by our internal teams. And that's also where we're starting to invest into original content, again, because we want to collaborate with our creators and help them express themselves. So for example, we are collaborating with Whitney Cummings. She's a very well-known US comedian on her own show that will debut early next year. She also launched her OnlyFans profile where she's sharing old school comedy roast style jokes, which will also be what her show's about. And that's content that she can't actually post on other platforms because it may get taken down, and that's where we're able to offer her that freedom of expression. We also have a cooking show called This Is Fire. That's a competition show featuring a range of OnlyFans creators. So you may see a fitness creator challenging an adult content creator. And that's something that's really exciting because we're putting all creators on an equal playing field. We have our other show, which is going to be called House of Sims, which we're collaborating with Chloe Sims and her family. They are best known for a show in the UK when they left that show after over a decade to come to OnlyFans because they wanted to have control over their narrative, and that's something we're able to offer creators, not just on OFTV, but on OnlyFans. We also have currently in production, and this is something I'm personally passionate about, our OnlyFans Creative Fund, and that's where we are helping bring opportunities to different creator genres. We've done music, fashion, and we're currently focusing on comedy in the UK, and that's where one up-and-coming comedian's going to win cash to go towards their career, as well as exposure to industry professionals. And that's something we're going to continue because we want to support different creator genres and, again, be a home for all content creators.
And you said no adult content on OFTV?
So on OFTV, it is out there everywhere on the apps, easily available on Roku, Samsung Smart TVs, so it's all safe for work content. But if there's a creator you want to learn more about, you can then easily go and subscribe to their OnlyFans profile and send them a message. So for example, with Whitney Cummings or The Sims or any creator, you can then go message that creator on OnlyFans to learn more about the show, more about them. And that's something that's really unique when you're thinking about programming and the dynamic between that fan and talent relationship.
And since you're developing some of your original content, have you earmarked some sort of budget around production? How are you just sort of playing it by ear?
We have a budget that we go back to, but it's really about, again, finding the right fit with different creators in our community.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is for us, it's about if we get pitched a really great idea, we want to be able to explore it, right? And not be bound by the confines of saying, well, we've earmarked a specific amount for just this. And that's the whole thing about it being collaborative with our creators and about it being championing grassroots talent as well as kind of the celebrities of this world. Because one of the other shows we have is, it sounds much better written down, LMAOF, which is a grassroots comedy show. It's currently in the US. We film once a month, and it's about helping grassroots comedians to start building a fan base. And it's really cool to be able to do that, actually. And like, our creators are generally not just one thing, right? So most people have a side hustle, a passion project, something else that they're really interested in, and being able to say to creators, hey, tell us your ideas, bring us your concepts, and we'll help you build them, because that's what we're here for. We're here to make you successful, because that's our business model.
Yes.
Well, on that note, we're out of time. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Right.
It's been great.
Thank you, Amy, Keely, and Kia. So we all know the world has changed a lot these past years. Funding and scaling isn't what it used to be even a year ago, and there really is no clear plateau in sight.
Exactly. Joining us to discuss about scaling in times of turbulence, we have Christian Facey, co-founder and CEO of AudioMob. AudioMob is the world's first non-interrupting gaming advertising solution that allows game developers to monetize their audience via audio advertising.
Christian will be joined on stage by Rachel Palmer, head of VC and startup partnerships at Google. Rachel drives Google's strategic partnerships with top VCs and startups across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. So let's welcome them on stage, please.
I see fans out there. Love it, love it. Hi, everyone. So, thank you all for joining us today. I'm Rachel Palmer, head of VC and startup partnerships for Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Google. I also co-lead our Black Founders Fund with the wonderful Marta Krupinska out there as well. Raise your hand, she's on Friday at 5 o'clock. And I am joined here by Christian Facey, CEO and co-founder of AudioMob. Now, we've endured a global pandemic, and I think it's fair to say that things are very different post-pandemic. Today, Christian and I will discuss how startups can navigate the turbulent times like what we've seen in the past and what we're seeing now. So, Christian, really, really happy to have you here. You have had an incredible 2 years. We at Google have watched you grow from 2 guys needing space on one of our Google for Startups campuses to a high-growth business with, let me make sure I get this right, 40 employees, generating 7 figures in ARR, and calling major brands like P&G and McDonald's clients. Christian, please tell the audience about the wonder that is AudioMob in your story.
Well, thank you, Rachel. Really great to be here. Thank you all for joining. So I am Christian, co-founder and CEO of AudioMob. And before I get into what we do, let me just ask you all a question. Who here likes video ads? The kinds of ones that block you on the mobile phone. All right, there's one person that put their hand out. I'll have to talk to you afterwards. But most people don't like video ads. And it's because it blocks the experience. And what we do, we invented non-intrusive audio ads in mobile games. So for those of you that are unfamiliar, imagine you're racing a car and you need a power-up or a life or something like that. Usually in mobile games, you'll be blocked with a 30-second video ad. You put the phone down, you do something else. It's quite an annoying experience. But with AudioMob, what we do is we send non-intrusive audio ads. So imagine that an audio ad was playing from the car's radio and you get the power-up instead. So it's non-intrusive. We see 1,000% increase in engagement, which is great for advertisers. We see over 600% increase in revenues for game developers, incremental revenue, so it's great for them. And players are less annoyed. So we've got that real golden trifecta of value between those 3 participants. So that's what we do.
Excellent, excellent. So I think it's fair to say 2020 has been an interesting decade so far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say are the notable differences between the circumstances, challenges, and opportunities presented to startups during the pandemic versus today? How do these time periods differ, and how did your behavior differ back in 2020 versus right now?
Yeah, so as a first-time entrepreneur, it's a bit of a baptism by fire. So to give you an idea, so background was managed $100 million at Google as a strategist, science partner at Facebook, and we started thinking about these ideas where I was developing my own games and developing my own music outside of work, started streaming the music into the games. You know, these experiments cost a lot of money, right? And building up AudioMob with Wilfred, co-founder and CTO, costs a lot of money, a lot of savings. So you can imagine, you know, grafting and building a company, broke, raising your first $1 million in January 2020 for the world to go to pot in March 2020. It was a baptism by fire. But the first thing is don't panic. We have some great investors at the time. Our first investors, Supernode Global. The whole idea was not to panic and just accept that there is no rule book. March 2020, there was no rule book, nothing to follow, no examples from the previous pandemic. So we really had to start educating ourselves. So a couple of things is, accepting you're a bit of a Bambi, and you need to learn as much as possible. So survival is actually a mindset, and this is something I tell a lot of people that I mentor. For instance, PR strategies, right? No going to events anymore. Zoom calls at conferences, Zoom calls with VC. So I actually started reading a lot. One of the books I read is called Key Person of Influence by Daniel Priestley. Highly recommend you read that in terms of how to become an influencer or micro-influencer in your space. Another book that I believe saved the company was Growth Hacker Marketing by Ryan Holiday. And it really put me, Wilfred, and the company in the mindset of consistent trial and error and using very, very cheap and not very costly methodologies in order to really hyperscale and grow your company. And I can give some more examples there. But it was like going back to university, just really trying to learn how to figure out what the unknown unknowns are.
Yeah, I think even around PR, you've done some amazing things, and you learned from, was it a PR agency? And can you tell the audience about what you did there?
Yeah, so we actually had an agency for H2 in 2020. The PR agency that we used, it was a short-term project just so that we could, figure out the ropes, figure out how to, build up our own press profile. Now, I get asked on a weekly basis, who's our PR agency? Because if you were to literally Google AudioMob right now, you'd see a lot of press from, Forbes, Business Insider, a lot of Tier 1 press. We don't actually use a PR agency. So the way that we started our press, for instance, is we started doing some very, very small paid press publications, thought leadership pieces. We started building up our SEO, and then as soon as we were able to fundraise, we used that to get our first, what we call Tier 1 press in terms of readership, and that was Business Insider. Business Insider led to Billboard. Billboard led to pretty much all the other publications like Forbes, for instance. So we really just built that momentum with that PR, and myself and Wilfred were at the forefront, building relationships with journalists, etc. So we found for AudioMob, definitely leading as founders on the PR front has been tremendously effective. And again, it's not just about getting the brand out there, it's actually promoting us and the value that we're bringing to all of these different clients, returns for investors, etc. And yeah, it's been great so far.
Great. So I'm hearing, during pandemic, no rule books, learn, educate, right? What about now? What about post-pandemic? What's different today?
So post-pandemic, we are certainly going into turbulent times, hence the talk. And that's something that we've had to accept. But the good news is that there are so many other examples of previously turbulent times. Let's take actually, the pandemic, for instance, in terms of the world shutting down. There are certain similarities there, more similarities with the 2008 recession, where people could still go out, be more conscious of their spending and not stop spending completely, like in 2020. So one of the things that we did, and I encourage every single early stage founder to adopt, is to really look at what past companies have done in similar recessions. Not so much the pandemic, but let's take 2008. How did companies, cut costs, for instance? How did companies navigate the PR field? How did they raise? How did they concentrate on where the recession resistant verticals? How was spend adjusted in those periods? So this is what we did at AudioMob during the pandemic, and we're certainly doing now, and we're still seeing triple-digit year-on-year growth.
Great. Now, if I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, in the beginning of 2020, it was you and your co-founder, Wilfred, working out of one of our Google for Startups campuses. At the time, you had 0 revenue, nothing. Now, question for you, what did you do during the pandemic to set you up to achieve the current 7-figure ARR that you achieved in 2021, and it's even growing more now? And what lessons did you learn?
Yeah, really, really good question. So the pandemic, and I'll explain this in a bit more detail, at the beginning it wiped out our revenue completely. Yes, more people were playing games. However, people were playing games that had already launched. There were actually less games that launched in 2020 than in 2012. So if you're a new company looking to integrate into all these new games, big developers back then wouldn't have integrated us. All of them want to integrate with us now, but back then we had to look at smaller game developers, all of which were not releasing games. So it was a definite baptism by fire, so to speak. And this leads me on to my next piece of advice, where it's scary doing a pivot, but if you are going to pivot, put 100% effort into that pivot. We knew that we had no revenue, but yet we raised actually with a couple of dollars revenue a month, because we kept pitching, the vision, the IP, how we're unique, how we're first movers, what the size of the market is. So we already knew that without revenue for a certain amount of time, we could definitely raise and continue speaking to angels. However, the key pivot that we made is we had to bring forward a product by 2 years while raising money to build a product. So between March 2020 and the end of the year, we raised our second $1 million in little pockets throughout the whole year, and it was mostly from angels. So angels tend to be very, very active, or more active than VCs in times of turbulence. The product that we brought forward was actually our advertising platform. So our business is in like two halves. We've got the piece of technology that the game developer integrates to expose the audio ad to the user. Then we've got the advertising platform where we sell the concepts to agencies and big brands like McDonald's, Procter & Gamble, etc., in order to target the users in the games. So we raised an extra $1 million, and we put that whole bet, that my experience at Facebook, Google, and selling to these big brands, that if we launched this product earlier, I would then lead the sales team, Wolford would lead the product team, and our revenue would go through the roof. So that was the pitch that we made throughout 2020. It's very, very hard raising, but yeah, we went from literally, okay, not zero, $5,000 of revenue in December of 2020 to 7-figure ARR within 9 months of 2021, which led to the Series A at $100 million valuation. So it was 2020 was a roller coaster, and 2021 was like the rocket ship. And now we're in growth mode with 41 people.
Were you nervous about that pivot? How did you know what you were doing was right?
It was either going to, well, it was going to bankrupt the company, or it was going to take off like a rocket ship. But based on the experience of myself and Wolfred being the CTO, is an ex-engineer of Google, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. We have rigorously studied every single company in the video ad space, and we absolutely know the strategies that we believe will get us to that next stage. So it was scary, but we were confident that the plan was going to work.
So a little bit of risk-taking is what I'm hearing there. That's a big one, though.
A little bit, yeah.
You also talked about, backstage, we were talking a bit about some of the other things that you did. We talked about cuts. Like, how do you figure out where you're going to save money? Like, what's your recommendation for the audience around how to make cuts?
Well, every time someone says the word cuts, people think, oh, cutting employees, and that is absolutely not the case, and we've never had to do that. It's just being much more mindful of the spending, making sure there's no frivolous spending, right? When it comes to the kinds of perks, you don't have to provide gourmet lunches, right? You can provide much smaller lunch cards or no cards at all. I was actually looking at some of the cuts that we made in 2020, and a lot of it was the SaaS subscription services, whether it was CRMs or access to certain pieces of software like Photoshop, for instance, because a lot of businesses waste a lot of money when it comes to managing their SaaS subscription spend and tools. So yeah, we cut around 15% of our burn. We lowered it by 15% by making these kinds of cuts. And yeah, it's a kind of thing where every little helps. And if you're going to make a cut, don't cut, like a couple of percentage points here or there. Try and get to 10 to 15%. Otherwise, you're going to need to make deeper cuts to extend your runway later on, depending on how things go.
So I'm hearing long, deep cuts.
Yeah.
Versus little ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. One of the other things that you mentioned as well was this idea of hiring and hiring specific sorts of people. Like, what's your recommendations there? You had one around people person, all that. Why?
Yeah, so in 2020, this is another thing I wish I could go back in time and tell myself. So because we didn't have revenue in 2020, we were purely focused on commercials. It was commercial. I mean, it was at the point where I was processing 7-figure ARRs worth of invoices manually. So some of the key people that I wish I hired sooner were a head of operations and a head of people. They are absolutely the key people you need to build a foundation of the company from which you can then hyperscale in terms of your headcount. So these were the first two people that we hired. They helped structure our onboarding processes, our interview processes, etc. And it's the reason we went from, I think it was around 12 people in January to just over 40 people in the space of 9 months. So yeah, absolutely essential. Wish I hired them sooner.
So hire a people person. Hire someone to help you hire.
People, operations, absolutely.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
All right. Let's turn to everyone's favorite topic in startup land. So fundraising.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure that was fun during 2020, 2021, now, all of that.
That's interesting, yeah.
What did you do to ensure you remained funded during these turbulent times? Because, no cash, no gas. So.
Absolutely. So one of the little growth hacks that we did for 2020, and we extended this throughout, well, we do it till this day, is when it comes to our investor updates, when it comes to certain PR pieces we put out, any investor calls that I have, there's actually an investor subscription page on the website, and I don't see a lot of early stage startups do this. Make it easy for the investors to sign up to some kind of subscription page, and it gets to the point now where we put out an investor update and we just constantly get inbound investors combined with the PR. So that was definitely something I found very helpful. And every single investor call, just ask, do you want to sign up to our subscription page? Send the link in the Google chat or the Zoom chat or whatever it is. And over a year and a half, we built up a database of 300 investors. And it's been very easy to reach out en masse to a lot of different investors when needed. The second thing is that I treat investor conversations much like a sales pipeline, right? So in terms of like how you build a relationship with a client, you're not going to close $1 million deal in a day. It's going to take a number of months, a number of years sometimes. So many inbound investors that we get, or just investors that we generally know, I'll have a couple of calls a week just to maintain the relationship. So that's been super, super important, combined with sending monthly investor updates. Not quarterly. It takes a bit of time to make sure the update is bulky, but we're at the forefront of a lot of investors' minds, combined with the PR as well. So it's like, it's not always raising, but it's always being in touch and willing to have conversations with investors. And I believe that's why we've always been able to raise when we've needed.
Perfect. One of the things you told me a while ago was this idea of the American style of pitching. I'm American, so I was like, well, what is that? Can you talk a little bit about that, what you mean, how that could work for a startup as they're trying to raise during these times?
Yeah, so there's a reason why Silicon Valley is considered, the fundraising capital of the world. Why American startups have bigger valuations, bigger companies, bigger visions in general. People IPO in the US, and the concept that I've coined as pitch like an American. And what I mean by that is always pitching the big vision, always pitching what your IP is capable of in 6 to 8 years' time. Not what you're going to do in the next 2 to 3 years in terms of what your potential revenues are going to be from being 6-figure MRR to 8-figure MRR in 3 years. Pitch that billion-dollar vision. The amount of times I mention billion-dollar vision because we believe AudioMob is tackling a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, $20 billion to be rough in terms of what we believe we're capable of. And it's really pitching this vision, pitching the IP, why we are unique. And the way that we did the Series A is that we sought advice from founders, from VCs that have actually invested in Silicon Valley founders that raised a significant amount of money at a significant valuation with zero revenue and just an idea. So it's pitching this vision and getting people bought into the vision and what your IP is capable of, not what your current revenue is. That's what we did, and I encourage every founder to raise like that.
Great. Sounds wonderful. So now here's a tricky question for you, but I know you can handle it. Were there any mishaps you endured during these turbulent times over these past couple of years? And things that you can share, advice, things that you wish people would have told you. So mistakes, basically.
Yeah, so I would, and I think I alluded to this earlier, one mistake was not hiring the head of people and head of operations before the Series A started. Now, the reason that we did that is that we wanted to be conservative in terms of burn, and we wanted to make sure that if the round extended, that we could raise in time and not need a bridge loan or bridge funding or whatnot. But in hindsight, what we should have done is trusted that the round was going to close on time, which it did, and that we onboarded the head of people and the head of operations, so they were absolutely ready to help myself and Wilfred deploy the capital into headcount and various investments from day one. So there was definitely a teething process. Going from 12 people to over 40 people. Talking about hundreds of percentage increase in headcount, and there was definitely a teething process for about 4 to 5 months. We got there in the end, and the company's doing very well. But I think we would have scaled much quicker if we hired those key people sooner.
So you wish someone would have told you to hire
Yeah, absolutely. Just higher sooner, yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, we're coming up on time, so I'd love to hear some closing thoughts from you. So what are 2 to 3 things that startups out there can do today? Well, let's say tomorrow, because let's be honest, everybody's busy today. We have a big party to go to, all of that tonight. So tomorrow, to increase their chances of survival over the turbulent times that we're experiencing right now.
So I'd say definitely, keep talking to angels. The money hasn't dried up. It's just where you focus. Keep talking to angels. And I had a really good conversation with John Thompson, as a former chairman of Microsoft. This was earlier this morning. And something he said really resonated with me. It's not just about making sure that your product works, but making sure it works uniquely. So pitching that unique value to angel investors and constantly keep doing it. It's going to take a lot of time. Just keep doing that, and you'll increase your chances of survival through smaller tickets, but investment tickets nonetheless. The second thing is that survival is, for myself and Wilfred, an educational mindset. Educate yourself, read books, lean on advisors. Just basically, it's like going back to university. Try and figure out where your blind spots are, figure out what your weaknesses are, lean into it and conquer it. Don't outsource it. Really try and improve yourself and the mindset that you adopt as you try and figure out all these problems that you may not know you even have. And then I'd say the last thing is look at history. Now, again, the pandemic is a bit of an anomaly if we're talking about in the last 50 to 100 years or so. But look at previous recessions. Look at similar companies in your space, maybe competitors, for instance, that are a bit bigger, a bit further along. What did they do in 2008 recession? What did they do in 2000? And start adopting some of those techniques to help you make a more informed decision in the future. So yeah, these are all the things that we've done at AudioMob, and it's definitely worked out in our favor.
Excellent. Well, with that, I will close the session. But I heard, one of the key things I keep hearing consistently throughout is educate yourself. Know what you don't know. Go study. Go learn. If you don't know it, hire someone to teach you, like you did with the PR agency. That was a good move.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep. So great. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. We'll be around after the session for any questions that people might have, and enjoy the rest of your slush.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, we're done.
How'd that go? I think that went all right.
We needed more questions.
Huh?
We needed more questions. I was like, what
it was.
Am I going to ask?
No. It was okay. Thank you. I was trying to figure out if I could get out the some more stats about AudioMob, but that should be all right.
Well,
Thank you.
I prodded you for all the stuff you wanted to say.
Yeah. I think we got most of it in there.
We got all of it in there because I had the notes in front of me.
Thank you, Christian and Rachel. Next, we're going to be talking about circular economy. I'm sure many of us know that we need to move from a linear economy to circular economy to keep the Earth habitable. That means us as consumers need to make changes in how we consume and produce.
In this panel, Maximilian Bittner, CEO of Vestiaire Collective, and Thibaut Hugues de Loroz, CEO and co-founder of Backmarket, will dive into a circular economy and changing consumer behavior. They will be joined on stage by Generation Investment Management's partner, Joy Tuffield. Welcome to the stage.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I know a lot of us haven't seen sunshine for a very long time, nor have we smelt some fresh air. So hopefully this will get you guys in the spirit and re-energized and all of that glorious stuff. But before we start, I think we should introduce ourselves so everybody knows who we are and why we're here to kind of speak today. I'll kick off. I'm Joy. I'm a partner at a firm called Generation. Been a partner for around a decade now. And if you don't know Generation, we were founded around 20 years ago with a single mission in mind. And that was to demonstrate that being a best-in-class investor, and by best-in-class we mean consistently delivering outperformance over the long term, you need to think about sustainability issues deeply, in addition to the kind of fundamental analysis of the market, of the business model, as well as the kind of management teams themselves. So we can write up to $150 million checks, and we have had the privilege of investing in some great companies such as Toast and Asana and DocuSign and Gusto, as well as Back Market and Vestiaire Collective. So I'll hand over these two to introduce themselves.
Great. Nice to meet everyone. My name is Max. I'm the CEO of Vestiaire Collective. I joined the company early 2019, so I've been there for 4 years. The business was founded back in 2009. The core concept of it is that there's a lot of stuff, mainly luxury goods, lying in people's wardrobes. And to change the way we consume, we believe we need to unlock that value and connect buyers and sellers. The business is now present in 70 markets. It's been a unicorn since 2021. And I think we feel incredibly blessed to be in a business that is providing real solutions to the problems that we face globally with regards to consumption and finding climate positive solutions that consumers can turn to.
And I'm Thibaut, very good to be here. I'm a co-founder of Back Market. I'm the CEO, a company that we co-founded 8 years ago. And essentially we have the same mission as with Vestiaire, but we do that with tech products. So our mission is basically to replace the consumption of new tech product by the consumption of renewed tech. And we do that in 17 countries with Back Market, so in the US, in Europe, and in Asia. And basically, same as Max, there is no compromise between business and purpose. It's at the heart of the machine and the engine. So the more we grow, the best it is as in terms of impact for the environment. And this is what I think, bringing a lot of power of talents within Back Market, and also that can make you as a founder last for the long term.
Awesome. And as I said, it's been a pretty long day, and I was trying to think of ways of waking you guys all up so you could hear the wisdom that comes from both Thibaut and Max here. I was thinking about making us all sing head, shoulders, knees, and toes, just to kind of shake the cobwebs loose. But Thibaut, I think, thankfully talked me down from that. But a bit of audience participation. So, who here has bought something off of Back Market? Hands up. Oh, nice, a kind of sustainable audience. Sweet. And then who here has been a participant in the Vestiaire Collective marketplace? Oh my God, look at that. Okay, so I know we all have a slight addiction to our laptops and mobile phones. If you guys do want to look at your mobile phones at any point during this lovely panel discussion, please feel free to download either or both of those apps and be participants in both of them. All right, let's get started. So you both kind of quickly touched upon the pain point that you're looking to address, both for the consumer as well as for the planet. Are there any tidbits or statistics that you have top of mind to really drive home this point around the consumer value proposition that you guys both have, as well as the need from a planetary perspective? Max, why don't you go first?
Sure. I think overall, all of us know that we're consuming way more than we should. Over the last 20 years, the number of items worn by people have doubled. If you look at a company like H&M or Zara, they produce 2 billion or 1 billion respectively per year. Again, to repeat that, that's 2 billion pieces of clothing being produced by H&M every year. And if you think about the impact that has on the planet, not just from a production perspective and the energy that is used for it, but also from a water consumption for every single t-shirt being used, which is close to 4,000 liters. If you think about all the cotton that needs to be grown to produce a shirt, this all results in the fashion industry being the second or third most polluting industry in the world. And I think over the last years, despite a huge focus on sustainability, especially by Generation Z, we all seem to not be able to stop consuming because consumption has gotten fundamentally much, much easier and much, much cheaper. There's reasons why a company like Shein is worth 100 billion. And the business, back 10 plus years ago, has really said this doesn't make any sense because while we continue producing more, we're wearing the clothes that we have less and less. Our estimates are that if you look at our industry, which is luxury or fashion, there's north of 1 trillion of pieces lying in people's wardrobes, unworn, unused. I'm sure everyone here, including myself, is guilty of that. And our perspective is, this just fundamentally doesn't make sense. Instead of buying 2 or 3 or 4 pieces from H&M or Zara, we're trying to educate people that they should think about the items that they buy and sell and wear, as assets, not as consumables. Instead of spending 30, 40, 50 euros on a dress you're going to wear 3 times, why don't you spend more in an item that you're going to wear longer, you're going to take care of better, and then might have the chance to resell it. So our business has really been around educating consumers around the asset value versus the consumable aspect of the item. So I think from our perspective, we try to make it as easy as possible for people to sell their items, but also explain to them that they should really look at not just the primary, but also the secondary value of the items that we sell.
And when it comes to tech, just to give you overall numbers, so basically worldwide we're emitting 36 billion tons of CO2 emissions every year. We all know that we need to get that to net zero, so first slash it in 2, then to net zero if we want to survive, like I'm talking about our kids, our grandkids. And so when you take a look at tech, it's responsible for basically 2 billion out of the 36 billion tons of CO2 emissions every year. 80% of these is because it's because of the production of new hardware products. So smartphones, TVs, everything that we're using daily, basically, those are responsible, the production of those products are responsible for 4% of the global CO2 emission on the planet. So when you take a look at that problem, we said, okay, pragmatically, like Max, are we going to get sober and stop consuming tech? I don't really think so. People keep on buying tech, keep on using tech more and more. Population is growing, so people are getting more tech, basically. So we took the other approach, which is a bit more pragmatic with back market, which is why people are not consuming reused tech, like circular economy, so used products or not new products. And the first reason is trust. Because people like to, save money, basically, and to not consume new. But when it comes to a product that is, like the last iPhone is like over $1,000, actually way more than that. And so if you consume used product, then maybe you save 50%, but you're like, oh, is it going to work? Like really, is it, reliable? And so with back market, we've decided to, bridge that trust gap between the new industry, which is bringing you a lot of safety as a consumer, and the used industry that is not providing enough warranty. And so trust. And so back market is basically a marketplace that aggregates professional sellers only in order to offer the best out of the 2 worlds for customer. And basically, the main metric for back market, the golden KPI that we track, is how much market segment shares do we take out of new. We don't really care if people they buy more used stuff. That's great. Let's get circular because you are avoiding the production of the new products. But it's really about, getting that market segment share of used product plus refurbished product growing as much as possible in order to lower down the impact of of tech, basically.
Okay, that is a perfect segue into one of the really interesting aspects about both of your business models that I wanted to touch on. And in both of your business models, there are, and you mentioned some of them, these kind of looming, large, very powerful players in both of your ecosystems. So there are the device OEMs in the case of Back Market, and then there are the luxury brands in the case of Vestiaire Collective. So I think what would be really helpful for this audience to hear is, one, how have they reacted to your success? Because just to be candid, their business models rely on them selling more and more net new products every year. And then secondly, what are the strategies that you guys are using to deal with any reactions that you might be getting from them? So Thibaut, why don't you go first?
Okay. I mean, you know, brands, you mentioned it in the questions, manufacturers of tech products, the best way to make more money on margins and to suit their stakeholders and shareholders is to sell more new product every year. There is no doubt about that. This is how they've been growing for, you know, decades, and this is how they keep on growing. The fact that circular economy is growing and is taking more market shares is also something that are looking at closely, because the people shifting from buying new to buying reused and circular economy is something that that they don't want to lose customers, basically. And so the reaction that we've seen from manufacturers is that they started to look at it and then to start to list some refurbished product on Back Market as well. So we built shop-in-shop for brands, basically. So you can find some Dyson, some Apple products, some Samsung product on Back Market. But it's, I think, a first move from them. It's not like the new big business. Mm-hmm. Still for the same reason, because selling new with high margins is the best they can do to answer to the system. But if customers are switching more and more to buying circular economy and to renew tech, then they won't have a choice but to embrace this switch. So they are getting ready in case it's changing, but they're not pushing in order to change it. So what we do as Back Market is, we do as much as possible to educate the customer on the value prop that we're offering in order to switch them from buying new to buying reused. Mm-hmm. That's one. So that's our daily jobs. That's 95% or 98% of our efforts. And two, we are advocating on the public affairs side, because I think the world we're living is not fair for people. Like, you have no way of fixing your product easily today. You break your screen, your battery is dead. That's every tech product has a battery. A battery is made of lithium. This is dying after a lot of usage, basically. And today, manufacturers are not providing the spare parts to fix the product. They are not, providing the technical details in order for people to be able to fix those products. And that's not fair. So we're pushing hard at the European level and the US level on the right to repair, just like enable people to fix their product in order to make them last longer. They don't like that. But this is the way of history. This is what happened to the car industry 30 years ago, and I'm an optimistic person, obviously, but I'm thinking like we're making good progress in order to have that in the coming year.
Okay, great. So you're going after the version of consumers are going to demand this more and more, so the device OEMs are just going to have to get up to speed at some point, and the regulators will play a kind of interesting role at some point, hopefully. At least that's the avenue. Yep. Max, is that what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I think our business is slightly different because, we are in some sort of ways at the top of the pyramid. And as I explained, we try to educate people to buy better quality and less quantity. So we're not in direct competition with our OEMs, which in our case are, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and the like. In many ways, our competition is, again, more H&M and Zara. And I think the bottom line is we try to engage quite proactively with, our brands and tell to them, we actually want to jointly educate consumers to buy your products, because once they buy your products, we can resell them for you. And we want to educate people to stop buying the fast fashion and move to them. So we've done a lot of work around, educating these brands that we are not the competitors. I'm not saying that everyone has understood it, but I think the last 2-3 years around COVID, fundamentally has, so massively raised the awareness around sustainability that these brands voluntary or involuntary, had to shift their mindset for that. And we're trying to engage quite proactively with them to build solutions that both of us can benefit from, because fundamentally they know one thing that we don't know is what's lying in people's closets, because they've sold the items, firsthand to these people in the first place. And from our business, one of the biggest challenges we face is, getting people to sell the items that they have, and trying to, make them comprehend what the value of what might be lying in their wardrobe really is. But I think for maybe, to put things a bit in perspective, again, why fast fashion versus luxury? And we're not trying to educate everyone and saying, hey, I'm sorry, you can't buy Zara, go buy an Hermes bag, which costs 15,000 euros in secondhand. But we're really trying to educate consumers that they could go up the consumption period. So instead of buying first-hand H&M, you buy second-hand Cézanne. Instead of buying first-hand Cézanne, you buy second-hand Gucci. Instead of buying first-hand Gucci, you buy second-hand Louis Vuitton, and so on. So really educating people to move up that pyramid, and to give people a sense on how big an impact each of you and us can have on this. We've sent a team down to Africa, to Ghana in this case, a couple of weeks ago, because Ghana is one of these places where all this fast fashion ends up in the end. You might think that you're recycling it, or you might think you're selling it on one of these peer-to-peer platforms which sell very low-priced items, but in the end these items all end up in Africa. In Ghana specifically, which is one of the biggest markets in the world, 15 million items arrive in Ghana every week. Out of those 15 million items, only half get recycled, and the rest literally ends up on beaches, on streets, on land. I'm not trying to bum everyone out here.
You're doing a good job.
You are destroying the planet also in your own way. But what you don't find there is, you don't see any Louis Vuitton, you don't see any Gucci, you don't see any of these higher-end items. So I think what we're really trying to do is bring awareness around that, and really bring awareness around the fact that if you buy secondhand, fundamentally you're reducing first-hand consumption by up to 70%. And as a result, which we've just announced 2 weeks ago, we're now actually climate positive, which means that we're bringing, reducing CO2 emission every year, which is, a huge achievement for us as a business and something we're very proud of. And we obviously try to use that to educate the brands that we're really partners in improving the consumption, actually help them grow their business simultaneously.
So just to pick up on the thread around bumming people out, as you so eloquently put it, bumming people out.
Yeah, sorry.
So you both have put sustainability at the heart of the kind of customer value proposition and lean into it from a marketing perspective quite a lot. I'm curious to hear if there was any debate internally around whether or not you should have sustainability so front and center of the message, or how much to kind of be pushing that on the audiences. Max, why don't we start with you first?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, there's no question within the business that it's at the core of our business. We are a circular business, and as a result, a sustainable business. And personally, I'm almost never put in front of a decision between profitability and sustainability, because fundamentally, the more we do, the better it is. Almost everything in our business that is more sustainable is also more cost effective. I'll give you an example. If you buy from me directly, and it's quite easy to find me, it's at Maximilian, I'll probably be the first seller to come up. I've sold maybe 85 items on the platform, and we tell people to, not have fancy packaging that you would get on a Net-a-Porter or any, Zalando of this world, but we tell them to reuse some of the old boxes they have. So if you buy from me, chances are you get, your clothing from me in a Lego box for my kids. I think the fundamentally that sustainability is the heart of what we do, no question there. We became a B Corp last year. I mean, this is what we live and breathe every day. With regards to consumer communication, it's a bit more sensitive because most consumers don't want to be bummed out. Mm-hmm. And we've tried things where we've gotten a bit more radical and activist. We had campaigns, I think last year or 2 years ago during Black Friday, where we were just showing pictures of these landfills, and people don't like it. I mean, I see it as easy for myself. When I post on LinkedIn and I put some sort of activist message and I'm saying we're polluting the planet, I get X amount of likes. If I post a picture of myself visiting Buckingham Palace, I get 10 times more likes. I mean, consumers are, still quite sensitive, whether it's conscious or unconscious. So the balance that we strike is quite nuanced.
Thibaut?
When it comes to us, it's a bit the same. Like, I was mentioning, like, purpose equal business. So the more you grow, the more you sell renewed tech, the less new tech being sold. To give you a concrete example, the last iPhone is emitting 130 kilograms of CO2 emission to be products manufactured and then until it lands to the end of the customer. When it's refurbished and you change like heavy refurbishment, so battery, screen, you just emit like 20 kilograms of CO2 emissions. So you're saving at least 110 kilo when you're choosing refurbished over new. And so we're also climate positive since we started the company, and we're proud of that. But it's not a debate. It's just that at the heart of the model, I think it's harder at the company when your business and when your core business is not, climate positive, to switch it and you try to do side things. And I mean, like, it's worth trying, but it's harder. I'm glad I'm not in that position. And when it comes to customer, at the beginning when we launched Back Market, you ask customer like, why did you choose Back Market? And sustainability was 3%, between 3 and 5%, so very low in the purchasing decision. And now when you ask, you're getting close to 30% of people answering, I did that because I want to consume sustainably. Is that true or not? It's easier to click on it's because it's sustainable than it was cheaper, so I choose it because of the price. Well, I don't really care until the impact is here, actually. And I also do believe guilt, making people feeling guilty is not the way. I think you need to carry on a positive message, and we're focusing on delivering a positive message, which is not buy it because it's saving CO2 emission. This is more like an information that we will give to the customer, and after sell, engage them into okay, you just didn't save money here. You also did something positive for the planet, and here is why. And by the way, I want your old phone, I want your old tablet, I want everything from you that you're not using anymore. Try it again. I think, convenience is everything when it comes to customer. So we're just using the same mechanism, just replacing linear model, which are very climate negative, by circular model, which are way more positive. This is what we try to do.
Yeah, and maybe just to build on that, we have seen exactly the same trend over the last 2-3 years. We've done a study with BCG over the last 3 years, every year, and sustainability versus price, i.e. the discount you get versus a first-hand item, has massively increased as a primary decision-making driver for consumers. And we've seen that spike, especially over this summer. Like everyone else, 2022 is not as easy as 2020 was from an e-commerce perspective, but for some reason we saw our business massively accelerate over the summer, even in some of the homegrown markets where we've been for 10 plus years, like France. And that's really been directly tied to some of these very dramatic weather events that we've seen in Europe, especially in France over the summer, with droughts, fires, floods, you name it. And we've seen that directly translate into sales, as sad as that might be. Yeah.
Great. And just to pick up on something that you said, Thibaut, which was you feel sorry for the people who have to retrofit this back into an existing system. I mean, to be clear, we at Generation think the same thing about investing. There are plenty of investors out there that are trying to retrofit kind of ESG and sustainability at the core of what they're doing. And I think just like consumer brands, there's an authenticity that comes when it's right from the foundation and in the soul of the kind of company itself. Okay, Max, you touched on kind of recent trading and momentum that you guys were seeing, at least over summer. And I'm sure it's kind of the elephant in the room right now that we are heading into pretty volatile kind of macro situation. I'd be curious to hear, and if you have any advice here for folks, what are you seeing in terms of the impact that that's having right now on your company? And any tangible bits of advice that you have received that you thought, incredible, I need to pass that on. So please pass it on.
Yeah, I mean, it's it is absolutely the elephant in the room. And I think to reflect on it a bit further, probably 80–90% of our teams, my colleagues, have never seen a recession. Most of my teams are younger than, let's say, 35, 32, 30. I think I've asked in a town hall back in June, July, how many people were already in the workforce during the dot-com bubble bursting. I think it was me and another 5 people. Then I asked how many people were there during the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, and I think maybe it was another 30. So we're talking about less than 10% of the overall staff. So the whole understanding, like how bad this could get, especially given that this crisis is really a combination of the dot-com bubble bursting and the financial crisis, being in a stagflation environment is pretty scary. So for me, the hardest part, of course, we all have to make the trade-off between growth and profitability. And personally, I think it's a very healthy journey most of us are going through because, fundamentally, we want to run profitable businesses in the future. And some of these fundraisings over the last 1 or 2 years and some of these environments where people just got given money to spend, which spoiled consumers, spoiled also employees, we're just a bit out of whack. But I think the hardest part has really been bringing the team along on that journey because they've just never seen it. They didn't know what that meant. And in many ways, they didn't want to know it. I mean, I've held a speech back in June, July, where I saw that despite repeated, town halls and emails, me telling everyone, this is getting really bad, party's over. I didn't see a real change in behavior, so I had to go in front of the whole team, and I fundamentally had to, make them face the question: is do they actually want to know the truth? So I had 2 pieces of paper on a table, and I asked them, which speech they wanted to hear. I had one prepared where I would tell them everything is great and everything's going to be fine, and the party's just about to restart. And the other one was, I'm going to tell you the truth, and you're going to be a bit scared. And bottom line is, I'm also a bit scared. And they all said they want to hear the truth. But then when I told them the truth, they all got scared. It's a really difficult situation because whoever tells you right now they can predict the next 2-3 months or even the next 2-3 years is, from my perspective, full of shit. Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of investors, both in the public and private market, being incredibly wrong. I think you've seen a lot of CEOs, including myself, who've made very, bad decision or wrong decisions. Less than 6-9 months ago. So I think it's an environment which just requires a huge amount of shift. From my perspective, I think a certain muscle memory helps. Having been around the previous 2 crises. So I think interacting with people who've been in crisis and were around 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. Has really helped. I mean, let's also not forget that if you wanted to buy a house in the 70s and the 80s, 4, 5, 6% interest rate, was normal. Yeah. So I think it's really around learning from people who've been in similar situation to predict as much as you can how the future might look.
Thibaut?
Well, on our side, I mean, world is changing very fast. I mean, look at the past 3 years, COVID, and then this. But I think for me, when it comes to internal communication, which is similar to external, look at the mission, look at the tailwinds, inflation. People are going to look at their money badly. They are going to look for alternative. They are looking for alternative to save money, to make sure they have the same level of pleasure, that they can have a future, that they can have some vacations, etc. So we're answering to that. Second thing, elephant or mammoth in the room, climate change. So we've been there this summer in the US, in Europe, everywhere. It's warming up. We need to do more with less. We need to get this CO2 emission down. So this is what we do, and I'm just saying to the team, we need to be proud of us at the end of the day, So we do our max internally, and everything that we don't control, we will never. So just focus on what we can do, and that should stay the same. And the old profitable new paradigm, I think, is very healthy as well. I mean, it's the only way to last forever. So.
To be truly sustainable. There you go. Well, thank you guys so much. A big round of applause for Max and Thibaut, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maximilian, Thibaut. Enjoy. Hey, Slush Day 1, the program is soon coming to an end. We've been enjoying fantastic fireside chats, panel discussions, and keynotes on the Serene stage. But don't worry, there's still a couple of sessions left to go.
Indeed, and those sessions are very, very good, as has everything been today. It's been very nice to follow even there from the backstage, so do stick around. What are we going to do next then? Well, Slush is all about founders to founders, teaching each other, sharing learnings, and we're delighted to present our second keynote of the day. Jessica, who do we have coming on?
Well, we have Julian Taike, who's the founder and CEO of WeFox. WeFox is a full-stack digital insurance company driven by a single purpose: to make people safe by reinventing insurance at scale through technology.
Julian's keynote will cover the company's journey and the role and responsibility of a new generation of entrepreneurs. So we're really looking forward to this. Stage is yours, Julian.
Hello. So my name is Julian. I'm the CEO and founder of WeFox, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. So I've founded around 8 companies in my life so far, and today I want to talk about my single biggest learning I've made over the last few years. So, of course, what you always see in the media is how well businesses are doing. Currently, we have a couple of scratches, but that's generally the picture that is portrayed, right? So we have big companies, right? Our company, for example, since 2015, more than 600 million in revenues. We have been able to grow to more than 1,300 employees. We are now the #1 insurtech in Europe when it comes to size. Valuation-wise, we are actually the #1 insurtech in the world. So the media celebrates this. We have been this year, for example, the #1 in terms of how much has been raised in terms of insurtech globally, and you see by far, right? And these are the type of messages you would see in the media when you look from the outside in. But today I want to be brutally honest to you. And I want to share my most important learning. This most important learning can be summarized like this. no matter how glittery it seems, no matter how straight the path towards success seems, the success of a company is limited by the personal limitations of its CEO. The company is like a plant, and the plant wants to grow. The plant wants to become a big tree. And the CEO is like a cage around the plant, keeping the company from growing where it could. And the single most important job of a CEO is to increase the size of the cage. So I want to tell you a little story about how I came to realize this. So when we started in 2015, I was not an insurance guy. I was in technology. And I swore I never want to become an insurance guy. You know why? Because my father is an insurance guy. So I wanted nothing to do with insurance. In the end, we saw the potential. We saw that someone has to do it. So we started WeFox in 2015. And I called up my father and I was like, Dad, can you please help me? Can you come and work for me? So he started working for me. I was his boss. That's a weird story, and I could talk about it and my learnings for a long time. But the most relevant piece of experience that happened was one employee one day coming to me. And we were already 150 people or so. And that person said, Julian, so now you've got your dad here and you're running the company. And I can tell you one thing. The family dynamic between you and your dad can be felt to the last part of the company. And you and your dad, you are taking the company hostage by trying to solve your interpersonal issues inside of this company. And then it was like, boom. I realized what I, as a CEO, have as a responsibility. And what is the impact of me, my personal limitations, my biases, on the growth of my organization. And I realized that what I have to do is I have to work hard on myself to become the best possible CEO that this company deserves. And this means I have to go where it hurts. And the first thing that I did was fire my dad. And since then, this is my credo. Because we all know this. This is the process of transformation. And as a CEO, but also as a team leader, if you don't become an expert at this process and go through this process as a part of your daily routine, you're not going to be the best possible version. You're going to keep your company, your team hostage. So we all know how this works. We are in our comfort zone. Everything kind of seems like it works well. We go to work, we feel comfortable with the people we meet, we will feel comfortable with the tasks we do, we will comfortable with the conversations we have, we go to dinner with friends, we go to bed, and everything kind of works. But you all know what I'm talking about. There are these cognitive dissonances, the things that don't really make sense, the things that kind of make us feel uncomfortable. And our normal reaction is we push them away. We try to ignore them. And it's a sad story, but most people live their entire life by trying to push away what makes them feel uncomfortable and try to stay in their comfort zone their entire life until they die and look back at their life and regret it. So what you have to do as a CEO, as a good CEO, is you have to go and look for what makes you feel uncomfortable, what doesn't make sense. Instead of pushing it away, you have to go and approach it. And what happens then is not nice. It's actually the hardest thing for us humans. We become fearful. Because things that have always made sense start not making sense anymore. Especially when you're a CEO, by the way, because something must have worked well in order for you to be so successful, in order for you to build up $1 billion business, in order for you to raise $1.3 billion, in order for you to build a company with 1,300 people. Something must have worked well. You must have found that success formula. So now, challenging yourself and actually thinking about whether the way you have acted is actually the way you should act going forward, and whether certain behaviors, patterns of yours that have made you successful, you might have to leave behind you, is a damn scary thing. And actually, when I sit with my management, that's what I request of them. I tell them, people, we are here because we have acted the way we have. And each one is here because of your unique skills. But where we're going is a place where none of us has been. And if we stay the way we are, we're never going to get to where we want to be. So what I ask of you is question everything that you consider your strengths, that you consider your identity, and jump with me into a dark, cold water. It's like a caterpillar. A caterpillar that becomes a beautiful butterfly. But the caterpillar goes through a lot of pain. I don't know if you know that just before the caterpillar becomes a butterfly, it actually looks like the caterpillar is dead. For 2-3 days, it's not moving. All the energy is out. Everything is gone. It looks like this is lifeless. And this is what happens in the process of human transformation as well. You will go through a process of confusion. You will go through a process of identity crisis. You will go through a process of depression. There is no way around it. But then you start figuring out that there's something good in pain. And then you realize that you have learned your lesson. And then you start understanding that this is something that changes your life, that changes the way you treat other people, that changes the quality of your family life, and that changes your qualities as a manager or as a CEO. And then you recognize that you never ever want to be your old self. That this old self that you thought was so successful was actually so damn limiting. And you are thankful for having gone through this journey. And the difference between great CEOs and bad CEOs is that good CEOs look for what makes them feel uncomfortable. And they don't just wait until it's too late. Because we all know that if we wait, life is going to put us into a position where we have to go through it anyways. It might be us losing our job. It might be a dear friend or family member dying. Life will push us into these moments. So what I can recommend to all of you is go and look for what makes you feel uncomfortable. Go and look for things that you believe make you weak and vulnerable. And go all in and make that your daily routine. And manage that process yourself. Become strong enough and find joy in pain. Because without pain, there's no evolution. And without going through this process, you will not become a great CEO. There are CEOs that have a huge amount of talent. I can tell you I'm not one of them. These CEOs, they are born with a huge cage, so they can grow big plants without doing this work. But at one point, they will have to do this work. Either they want to or they have to. So I believe in the unlimited potential of every single human being. I believe everyone can be a CEO and everyone can build billion-dollar businesses and everyone can be the best possible version of a CEO to their organization and unleash their potential. But you have to be willing to go through the process. And there's no shortcut. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julian. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last piece of the program here on Serene Stage today. It's been an exciting day. Jessica, how have you liked today?
It's been really fantastic. I think like the best part of Slush is to learn from other founders and peers about building global leading companies. So the program here has been really top notch and yeah, more to come.
Absolutely, yeah. We have one last panel for you and it is we have a good set of panelists and we have a very important topic as well. And that is climate change and how we should be investing in the way that it's sort of increasingly topical and crucial. Yeah, mumble that up a bit, that's okay. So, coming up on stage, we have Sophia Hamish, founder and managing partner at Future Positive Capital, Seth Bannon, founding partner at 50 Years, Sarah Sklarczyk, founding partner at Voyager, and David Helgeson, climate investor and founder of Unity at FooBar VC.
Exactly. So, hey, let's talk about climate. That's not okay. Welcome on stage, Seth, Sophia, Sarah, and David.
It's very...
Hello. So welcome, everyone. We have an excellent group of climate tech investors for you today. So welcome, David, Sophia, Seth. And the topic we have today in front of us is perhaps the biggest one in the world. It is investing in solutions to the climate crisis. This is an area that has been described as a total addressable market of the entire world. So what we're talking about is how do we decarbonize the entire global economy, from transportation to food and materials production, the built environment, energy, many things besides that. So I figured we could kick things off by really touching base on how we all define climate tech investing. Some firms define their mandate differently than other firms. So the question to all of you is, for your firms, what's in, what's out, and what's your reasoning behind that? Seth, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, yeah. So I think roughly climate tech can be broken down into three broad categories. One is decarbonization, taking emittive methods of production or methods of anything and making them less emittive. Two is capture, so taking the greenhouse gas emissions that are already in the atmosphere and getting them out. And then three is adaptation. So the acknowledgement that this problem is going to be really bad, and we want to make it a little bit less bad by, for instance, making it easier to build new housing quickly so that the people that are going to be forced to migrate can have a place to live. And so at 50 Years, we focus entirely on the first two. I think the third one is really, really important, but it's a little bit, I don't know, too dark for us. I think we want to be optimists, and we want to try and figure out a way of making this crisis less bad and less destructive, and to eliminate the need for the adaptation. And so we're looking for companies that are significantly decarbonizing industry, and then also companies that are figuring out clever ways of taking greenhouse gas emissions out of the air.
Super. So our view is highly inspired by Project Drawdown that sort of describe the current sources. So energy, buildings, transportation, food and ag, and the current sinks, which is land sinks and coastal and ocean sinks. And that's pretty much like a really broad view of what climate investment is, but that's the one we're taking, with an underlying belief that, as you touch on, like pretty much everything has to be updated, renewed in a way that is aligned with the aspiration of our societies, being healthy, being safe, and taking into account the constraint of our environment, which is what we all know. So, and when you think this way, pretty much everything can be done.
So, our take is to look at carbon going in and out of the system, of course. It's to look at the adaptation, which we think is important and, well, yeah, unavoidable at this point. But also the sort of set of interlinking problems, like, acidification of the oceans, water, like managing water resources, things like deforestation, destruction of biodiversity, and a few other systems that are like under unbelievable pressure and all required to kind of have a livable planet. So we look at it slightly broader than just climate.
Mm-hmm. Great. And just to round things out at Voyager, we focus on preventing planet-warming gases from entering the atmosphere, so mitigation, and we also invest in carbon removal, so taking CO2 that has already been emitted and removing it from the atmosphere. And across our firm, we've set ourselves a target of 500 million tons CO2 equivalent emissions, which allows us some flexibility to also look at things like methane, very potent greenhouse gas, and that's in aggregate across our entire portfolio over the lifetime of the fund. So again, some flexibility, recognizing that some companies will directly be removing carbon or preventing it from being emitted, and some will be supporting those activities in meaningful ways.
I'll just allow myself to add that we were looking for frameworks that would sort of allow us to reason about this. And the framework we came to, which we really like and are highly promoting to everyone, is the Planetary Boundaries Framework by the Stockholm Resilience Center, which gives us a very sort of nicely balanced view and very scientific basis for some of our intuitive decision making.
It's excellent. So one thing that I find frustrating, I know some of you may find frustrating, is the description of sustainability or sort of climate solutions as inherently less good than the existing paradigm we have today. And I personally don't think that's true. We look for products that are better than the fossil fuel products they're replacing. But I think the community as a whole maybe hasn't done the best job of selling that vision of like, what is the daily quality of life improvement we get from switching away from fossil fuels? So I wanted to ask all of you, what is like a specific example where regular people would see an improvement in their daily life by replacing fossil fuel-based products with something cleaner?
Yeah, so I think historically people have thought of sustainable products as something you sort of sacrifice quality or convenience for, or pay more for, because it's good for the environment. And I think there's always going to be a niche of consumers that are willing to do that, and that's great. I'm one of them. But like that is not going to get us through this crisis. So we actually have something at 50 Years we call the Mr. Burns test. So Mr. Burns is this a character from The Simpsons. He's basically a prototypic greedy industrial capitalist. All he cares about is his bottom line and nothing else. And so we want to back founders that are building products that at some point Mr. Burns would buy, right? This is someone who doesn't care at all about the planet or other people. He just buys what's best for him because it's tastier, more convenient, cheaper, better. And so this is the sort of new crop of companies. It's really exciting. I've got one right here. It's called Planet A. It's chocolate without cocoa, and it's just delicious, right?
It's super tasty.
It's super tasty, and like I want to eat it just because I like it. And like the sustainability part comes as a sort of added bonus. A company that we seeded just announced today, or the FDA announced today, that they're going to be able to sell in the United States. It's called Upside Foods. They grow real meat without animals, and I've tasted their meat. They make a duck à l'orange, they make southern fried chicken, they make meatballs, and it is just delicious, delicious meat. And at some point, they have a path to having the cheapest, healthiest, tastiest, most convenient meat. And that is going to be really exciting for everybody because you're going to be able to have all the meat you want cheaper than you pay for it now. It's going to be healthier than anything you eat now, and you're going to feel really good because there's going to be no climate impact or cruelty to animals. And so those are the products that we get really excited about.
I would mention, I'm a big fan as well of alternative protein and sort of made my first investment on sort of that pieces in 2016, but it's in insects, so it's really less maybe appealing to the mass. Now the one I'm really, really excited about is mobility and electrification, and e-bikes in particular. So like if you live in a city, the noise, the pollutions, and most of the journey are short, and most people today have to take the train or the bus or because it's too long to be able to walk. And and that's to your point, like it's a very easy example. And we, after a long search, we ended up investing in a company called Cowboy. And it's just a fantastic, beautiful design bike. It's a bit like the sort of iPhone of bikes in our view. And to your point, they scale. They make 45 million revenues in a few years, super healthy P&L, profitable in a year or two, 71 NPS, always winning awards in design. I mean, if you love design and bikes, you buy that, So I think that's in a consumer space. I would definitely go for e-bikes as my favorite.
One way I look at it is that we have this industrial system that came out of the Industrial Revolution a few hundred years ago, and it's so wasteful and it's so fucking dirty and it's smelly and it's like also destroying the whole planet. And this crisis which we have is a very bad crisis. We can get back to how bad it is in a second. Shouldn't be wasted, right? So we have the opportunity to fucking rebuild all this shit and like make nice, clean, quiet, beautiful things. And we as investors in this space, we see all these solutions and they're really coming and it's amazing. And the people want them, governments want them, businesses are buying them. We as a community, we just have to build all these kind of amazing things and get them up there so they can be ready for mass consumption.
Yeah.
It's about fucking time.
Completely agree. I think it's sometimes, it's ridiculous how people talk about an attachment to fossil fuels, because when you think about what interaction a person has in their daily life with a fossil fuel, it's some toxic sludge that we dug up from underground that you put in your home or your car and you burn, and then you breathe in the fumes, and it makes the air quality bad.
Everyone likes the smell of gasoline a little bit, right? Though.
So I live in New York City, and one of the things I love to do is walk around New York City and picture what it's going to look like when we get rid of all the combustion engines and stop burning all the fossil fuels, and the air can be as clean as it is out in the countryside. I mean, that's a change I would love to have in my city.
If you say, pull into your garage, close the garage door behind you, when your car is running and you fall asleep, there's a good chance you die with a combustion engine car, right? You know, if you do that with a Tesla, well, it'll just shut off because we'll realize it's there, right? And so like, a lot of these products will just be qualitatively better experiences for consumers. And then, oh, by the way, you know, they're sustainable.
Good point about combustion engines. A very serious side effect that you noted, and I wonder if those products would get approved today in a world where we have electric vehicles. Yeah.
Which one are you the most excited about? What sort of?
You know, I rode an e-bike for the first time, which is a little embarrassing given what I do for work. But it was really fun. It was like joyous. It wasn't just more convenient. It was actually fun. So maybe I'll have to get an e-bike. So let's talk about scaling. This is something where the challenges of bringing a climate tech company to massive global scale sometimes look different than scaling a software company. They may be non-linear challenges. So I'd love to hear your perspective on what are some of the challenges that disproportionately are important for companies building in climate tech and potential solutions for addressing some of those scaling challenges.
So one has to be very careful, of course. You know, as investors, you know, we need to generate returns because otherwise we're not in business. So you know, we have to look for things and be smart about finding things that can scale. And then, you know, there are things that are a little harder to do than in software, but can be solved with, you know, all kinds of non-dilutive financing. So it is possible to find these kind of high IP, highly scalable businesses. Eventually, they may consume a lot of capital, but that will be, you know, when they build out massive, you know, infrastructure, and that we don't have to pay for that, and our investors don't have to pay for that.
I'll say there's two challenges that a lot of, especially deep tech climate companies face that software companies don't. And both of these challenges are, in our estimation, a huge part of why sort of the clean tech 1.0 boom and bust happened. So one, with a lot of deep tech companies, you have to do like a really solid techno-economic analysis before you start going. Techno-economic analysis is basically like an Excel spreadsheet where you list out all of the assumptions around your costs, right? Everything from the steel in your bioreactors, if you're going to make them, to the energy that you're going to need to power them, to the land that you're going to need to rent, to the labor, to your agents, all those things. And then you make some assumptions around how good your process is going to be, and then you sort of make some assumptions around what you're going to be able to sell your stuff for, and you're basically saying, does the math make sense, right? And in clean tech 1.0, a lot of companies didn't do that, and they built these big, beautiful things, and then they just weren't economical. And in pure software, you don't have to do that, because software is so cheap, it's like zero marginal cost, that you can basically start to build and kind of assume that it's going to work its way, work itself out. And so that's a challenge that a lot of deep tech climate companies have. The other, which is also a mistake that was made in clean tech 1.0, is that you're typically building some physical thing, some asset, which then has a production capacity. And you really don't want to wait until that asset is fully online to start building your distribution and sales. But it's kind of hard to do that, because like, how do you sell something that you're not making yet? And so in clean tech 1.0, companies waited until it was online, then they started to sell. But it turns out that even if you're selling a commodity product cheaper than everyone else, it takes a long time to like ramp up sales. And so it would take, you know, 2 years to build a thing, and then 2 years to have the sales reach capacity. Now your payback period is really pushed out. And so what we've seen a lot of companies do, Solugen in our portfolio has done this really well, is they've literally built their distribution by taking the product that they will sell when their production capacity is online, just literally buying it on the open market, selling it, and then as soon as the asset comes online, they stop buying it and swap it out for their own product. And by doing that, you can have 100% of your capacity spoken for literally the week that your asset comes online. And so these are a couple of the sort of challenges that a lot of, especially deep tech climate companies, have to think about that, you know, software companies really don't.
I can build up on that. I think. From my perspective, it's a lot about the asymmetry of understanding between the investment community and the entrepreneurs. What they're doing is so much more complex. Most of the solutions are full stack. So which is great for an investor because you capture all the value most of the time, but it is more complex. So you need to understand the retail component, the technology component. Historically, as venture capitalists, we've not done that much. So I think first is really educating, which is a big part of, and having like we do with our firms having like a lot of expertise and knowledge through partnership or within our venture partner network, etc. But you do need that expertise to be good at doing it. So I think that's structural. And then one which is unfortunate but still very true is that people want to back what is proven. So it's like, I remember when so many times I had that conversation, like, yeah, but show me 10 companies who exited at more than 2 billion or 1 billion or whatever. And like, but I can't, because I'm just telling you about the future market and the future opportunity. So just as the way people think, and that's why around this table we share actually a lot of strong conviction about outperformance. We're all obsessed about outperformance. Until you have that, it's complicated to convince more people. But I want to end on a positive note, though, is that I was looking at some numbers earlier today for this panel, and I was really optimistic about it. Like, if you look at the last 8 years, the amount invested in climate is 155x, which is compared to AI, just so we have like an idea, which was 47x. So it's actually massive. And we don't talk about this enough, but it's happening. It really is happening, but it's happening more in later stage, very mature assets, and less so in venture. But it's coming with the first generation, but hopefully, many more will follow.
And that's, of course, a function of like civilization having woken up to this, and the buyers, like the end, infrastructure builders actually being ready. So, this community as tool makers, we have to kind of give them stuff to build.
Yeah, and I think it's true, because one of our entrepreneurs phrased that perfectly, in my view, is that when it's not your problem, you don't care. So the fact that it's become universal, whether you are in India, China, France, or the US, now it's your problem. So because it's your problem, you're interested in it. And that really connection of those problems is actually very powerful. It's unfortunate, but it is actually driving a lot of the capital towards what we do.
It's actually really interesting. Most products that do good for the consumer that has access to it or interacts with it. But with climate tech, a ton of greenhouse gas emissions removed anywhere helps everyone everywhere. Right? It is just inherently a global good. And so that's something we really haven't seen with many past technological
That's
waves.
True. That is very true.
So let's talk about European versus North American climate tech investing. A fellow investor said to me earlier today that in Europe, we make rules to solve a problem. In the US, we throw money at it. Whether or not that's true, and question to you all whether you agree, in the US, we have started throwing money at the problem, finally, which is great. We just passed a massive climate bill. It's not called the climate bill for political reasons. It's very poorly named. It is the best climate bill with the worst name. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA, not the Irish Republican
Which is
Army.
exactly what it's not going to do, sadly.
And it is a massive amount of investment. It is 4 times bigger than the last big investment bill we passed, which was after the 2008-2009 financial crisis. It's over $300 billion in funding across a spectrum of solutions that includes a roughly $30 billion green bank for preferential financing for climate tech solutions, money for electric vehicle infrastructure, a expanded 45Q tax credit, which is a tax credit for carbon capture and carbon sequestration, among many other things. So it's super exciting. It's certainly starting to change the landscape in the US. So question to all of my fellow panelists is, what are you excited about in European investing, and how do you see the difference between investing in climate tech in those 2 markets?
So I'm the only Europe-focused fund, so I'll start. So in Europe, it really is the most advanced in terms of affinity and familiarity with the challenge. It's just a continent that always been very concerned around sustainability and social fairness and all. That's just our roots, and also because of the history of colonization and everything, there is actually mixity in the population that is such that we also understand what's going on in emerging countries. So, and you can see this in the numbers, if you look at the emissions in the last sort of decades, China, of course, is just to the roof. US was neutral, and Europe was already minus 25%. So we are in advance in terms of our emissions and our policies, but we don't have enough capital. And that's always the challenge, So in the US, I guess it's the opposite, It's like you go from 0 to 1 overnight, and then there's massive funds allocated. But what that means for companies is just something to know, And that's true that the later stage, I would say Series B plus, your mortality event becomes quite rough, and you have to do two things. One is being a bit more technical about understanding different type of deal structures. There is standard preferred equity. We all know that there is less standard terms, structured debt, structured equity, and it sounds Chinese, but it's so important that you understand the varieties that you can have access to. And the second is obviously travel, the US notably, but also to other part of the world where they have a strategic short-term interest through the regulations, for example. And we've seen that with some of our companies, and it's been very successful.
I also invest in Europe, actually, so 70% Europe and a little bit of companies coming to Europe. I mean, we see, we're investing around the Series A, and we just see a lack of capital in that stage. There's way more in the US, for sure. There's a lot of quality companies here, and at the A stage, a lot of these companies are not quite ready to cross the pond. So, there's some very good opportunities here in Europe for that, getting reasonable-ish valuations, and, feel we can add value. And then we're also investing like 30% in basically US companies or foreign companies that are coming to Europe, because a lot of these companies see that, there are things happening here, yes, on the regulation side where we're strong, whatever that means. And they're coming and looking for good partners when we try to be one, of course.
So we're 90% focused on North America, and with about 10% of the founders we're supporting are in Europe. I would say there's a few things to be really excited about and a few things that need to get fixed. So the things to get excited about, as Sophia mentioned, there is a much greater pull from the market for sustainable solutions. A lot of the societies are less sort of individualistic American, and they care about each other more. And if you care about each other more, you tend to care about the climate crisis a little bit more. Also very interesting is that institutional investors, so not VCs, but institutional investors care a lot more about climate in Europe. I was talking to someone who works with a lot of them, and they said they roughly estimate that somewhere between 90-95% of institutional investors in Europe have some sort of ESG or climate mandate, and that number is 5 to 10% in the US. So that's very exciting.
Wow.
Europe also has some incredible research universities, right, where in those labs there are solutions being built to basically every problem you could think of. So that's all very exciting. On the flip side,
and you find people who've been working on climate like for 20 years.
Yes,
really going deep. It's amazing.
On the flip side, I do think that there's a need for more capital, especially at the sort of like later stages. There's a huge funding gap in Europe that doesn't really exist in the States anymore. Two, there's sort of like a swashbuckling, shoot for the moon attitude that is very popular in Silicon Valley, where I'm from, that I think more European climate tech founders can embrace. You shouldn't be planning to have a company that you sell in 3 to 4 years if you're trying to solve the climate crisis. The Solugen founders started off wanting to decarbonize the chemicals industry, which is one of the most emittive industries on Earth. And now, 5 years in, they've changed it to wanting to decarbonize industry, right? And of course, it's insane, but it's also incredibly inspiring, and that allows them to go far and faster. And then the third thing, which is probably the hardest thing to fix, is the tech transfer policies at universities. So basically, if you develop cool technology at a university, you typically have to negotiate with your university to get that IP out and into a company. And in the top research universities in the United States, that process is kind of a pain in the butt, but you can get it done in months, and the deal you get will be pretty reasonable. In the vast majority of European research universities, that process takes minimum like 6 months, up to 2 years. Imagine trying to wait 2 years to start your company. And oftentimes, the university takes so much economic right in the company that the company then can't even go out and raise from venture capitalists because it has a broken cap table. And if there was one thing I would fix about the European tech ecosystem, it would be making the university tech transfer process look a little bit more like it does at American universities.
Great points all around. Definitely agree with that IP licensing issue. Also, so Voyager, we invest about 1/3 in Europe, about 2/3 in the US. We also see that wild-eyed ambition, that really intense Silicon Valley-style global ambition, more frequently in North America, particularly the US. Would love to see more of that in Europe. Point in Europe's favor, you get a lot of smaller markets creating more proving grounds, and conditions in those local markets might sometimes be ahead of where they are in the US. So, you know, the penetration of electric vehicles in certain countries well in advance of the US market allowed entrepreneurs to start building for those markets sooner. So that's it's very exciting as early stage investors to kind of see how these things play out sooner in some places than others. Let's talk about hard tech versus software. I was speaking to an investor yesterday who said, I love investing in software. It's got the best business model, the best margins, and my distribution's free. I'm not going to go anywhere near anything that's moving atoms around in the physical world, and kind of implied that everyone who does is a sucker. And I think that's like a myth, that software is always inherently going to be like a better business model than hardware. I would imagine some of you agree there. For example, your distribution's not free. If you sell on the App Store, I think they take like 30%, maybe 40%. It's, I think, north of 50% on some other platforms, maybe YouTube. Folks in the audience probably know this better than me. And you may have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to acquire enough customers to really go public or otherwise become a really big company. If you're a hard tech company and you have a manufacturing facility and one customer is going to sign the offtake for all of your electric planes you're making or all of the metal that you're producing, great. You don't have to spend anything on marketing or customer acquisition. So I would really push back on that notion that you can't build a great business in hardware. And so,
only in hard tech have I seen advanced purchase orders of $1 billion plus for a startup that has no revenue, and it's possible.
Yeah, I agree. And I was reading this very good blog by, I think it's Blossom Street Ventures, who analyzed 73 SaaS IPOs and sort of defined the amount that they raised pre-IPO, and the average was 600 plus million. The median was 300, so to be fair, a bit less. But it's still a lot of money. So even if in theory you could do it with much less, and we all have this fantasy of WhatsApp stories, etc., reality just tells something different. Where I think, and I agree with you so much, there's this kind of intellectual laziness, I would say, to sort of shortcuts. Truth is that just the growth looks different. Especially if we talk about hard tech and industrial tech, which is even a step further, it's more like this. Like you grow, you have your facility, it's a pilot, and then you wait, and then you have a big purchase order, and then you wait. So it's just a different growth style and funding, but it doesn't mean that it's less efficient, and it doesn't mean that you'll make less money. It just means that it's a different way of doing it. And I agree with you, we can't just put everything on software.
Uber raised $25 billion. This is a capital efficient software company, $25 billion. And because they don't have the magic formula, which Sarah talked about, which is, I make a thing and that thing makes me X per month and therefore my payback period is Y, all that they raise basically has to be equity financing, which of course for investors is not great because you get diluted every time. Whereas a lot of these deep tech companies can raise debt financing or project financing, which is basically a sort of loan that doesn't actually dilute the other shareholders. And so it tends to be actually a much cheaper source of capital. And then I get really riled up when people say like, oh, but software has made so much more than deep tech over the last 10 years or the last 20 years. Especially from, VCs are supposed to be about what's next, not about what was in the past. And if you look at the history of, say, Silicon Valley, it got its name because of semiconductors, and that was kind of the cool thing to invest in, semiconductors. And then guess what? It was networking. And when networking was becoming a thing, we're like, oh, I don't know, that you haven't made much money networking, it's all about semiconductors, you would have missed the big trend. And then it became the internet. And if you were like, I don't know about this internet, networking's kind of the cool thing, you would have missed internet, the whole internet trend. And then it was mobile. And if you had this, you could have been, I don't know, there's not a lot of mobile companies, it's mainly internet companies. You would have, you'd miss every big wave ever if you wanted evidence for its success before it happened. You just can't get, that's the nature of new waves, right? And so I think when we look at climate in particular, and just in general global problems, software is kind of easy to build now. A couple of high school students can build a SaaS app over a weekend. It's amazing. It's so
you end up with 100 good products that roughly do the same thing.
Yeah,
That's
you
the
have a
main
lot of
point for me.
competition, but it also means that like the easy problems to get solved have been solved by software if they could have been solved by software, because it's so easy to launch. And the problems that we're left with are really hard problems that require really hard solutions. Yeah. Trust me, if you could have solved the climate crisis with a SaaS app, someone would have done it. We have a lot of SaaS app developers. It doesn't mean that there's no place for software in the climate crisis, but a lot of these problems are still around because they require these incredibly hard deep tech solutions. They often require brilliant PhDs that have been working in a lab for many, many years to bring that technology out to the world to solve the problem. And so don't look at the past. No. Think about what's next. Deep tech, climate, that's it.
And we look out and we see these amazing founders. You know, some of them are repeat founders, some are first-timers out of the best universities, and they're working on these problems. And there's like no world in which some of them, many of them, are not going to build world-changing companies. Because that's what amazing founders fucking do.
So lightning round, because we're pretty much out of time. So if you can keep it to maybe one sentence, what is a technology or company that gives you hope?
Synthetic biology is going to change the world.
There's so many. You go ahead when I pick one.
Actually, all of the things, yes. I'll just shout out to fucking politicians everywhere. You know, take some freaking leadership. You know, people want to be asked to do things. They want to be asked for deprivation. You know, that's meaning of life. This is, you know, one of our good friends, Albert Wenger, was saying this, has been saying this for a while. Like, people want to be asked to sacrifice. You know, so ask people to sacrifice and, you know, fucking invest in this in a way that we're not doing right now. Even the IRA is like tiny compared to what we need. Take some fucking leadership.
So, not a technology, even though I love technology, one thing for me is the number 2 issue that people cared about in the midterm elections in the US was climate. And if you poll people, even globally, it's about 70% of people actually care about climate. They want action on climate. We've been told it's not popular. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually incredibly popular. People want this. Any last thoughts, Sophia?
Yeah, just to answer your question, I think I'm very excited about the ocean in general. Like 95% are completely undiscovered. For me, it's the next frontier in synthetic bio to discover new molecules and energy production. I'm fascinated by what this door can sort of bring us.
Wonderful. Well, on that note, thank you all for joining us.
Thanks.
And we're delighted to be investing in the future. We hope you'll join us.
Go build some stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Well, we are done for day 1 here on Serene Stage. And what a day it's been. It's been so many good pieces of program. I don't know which one is my favorite. Jessica, do you have any idea what you've liked the most?
Not really any favorites, but I think a couple of highlights. Of course, this last panel about climate tech, and also I really enjoyed the one about Nordic leadership a lot. It was really inspiring.
Very good, yeah. So, we'll be back here tomorrow. We have, right first thing in the morning, for example, High Sustainability will be up here. We get to hear the scaling stories of Linktree, Loom, founding story of Nord, the cybersecurity firm. All this is coming up. So go out there. What is there really to say anymore?
Exactly. We might see you here tomorrow at the Serene Stage again, and maybe bump into some of you at some of the after parties tonight.
Definitely, yeah. So have a good night. See you here tomorrow again. Goodbye now.